We spoke on Tuesday about public architecture commissioned by the Emperor Augustus. Public architecture that we noted was made primarily out of marble, out of Luna or Carrara marble that was quarried on the northwest coast of Italy itself, and the objective of it being to try to conjure up the relationship between the new golden age of Augustus and the golden age, 5th century BC, of Periclean Athens. Just as Julius Caesar had tried to create a kind of Alexandria on the Tiber, we see Augustus trying to recreate an Athens on the Tiber. And Augustus was, of course, very much, in his objectives, was very much in keeping with other objectives that we've been studying for some time, this Hellenization of Roman architecture that we have addressed on a number of occasions. We spoke last time about the Forum of Augustus in Rome, featuring the Temple of Mars Ultor, that temple that Augustus vowed he would build if he could be victorious over the assassins of Julius Caesar, that is Cassius and Brutus. He was so at the Battle of Philippi, and he built this forum, and he built this temple, again, as its centerpiece. And you'll recall again that it was made, for the most part, out of Carrara marble. We see the columns of Carrara here, a wall, the 17 Carrara marble steps, and so on. We also talked about the Ara Pacis Augusti, the altar of Augustan peace put up to the diplomatic agreements or treaties that Augustus made with those in Spain and Gaul, a monument that was put up near his earlier mausoleum, a monument that was also made out of Carrara marble, and in fact solid Carrara marble. And this monument too had precedence in the Greek period. It looked back to a number of sources, but one of those, as we noted on Tuesday, was the Altar of the 12 Gods, or the Altar of Pity, a 5th century BC monument that was located in the marketplace of ancient Greece. So again, both of these buildings looking back to Greek prototypes in their general format, and also, of course, in the material out of which they were made, namely marble. When we talked about the Ara Pacis, we talked about the fact that it eventually ended up being part of a kind of architectural complex, that while this architectural complex may have not been planned from the start, it grew up over time into something where all of the buildings related to one another in interesting ways, both in terms of their content and also in terms of their architectural design. The complex included the Mausoleum of Augustus, the tomb of the Emperor Augustus, which was the first monument built on this site, and eventually the Ara Pacis, which you'll recall was actually not located originally where it is now. It was located in an area a bit here to the upper right originally, on the Via Flaminia that Augustus took when he returned to Rome from Spain and Gaul, but that it was moved, or the remains of it were moved over to this location next to the Tiber by Mussolini, because, as we noted last time, in the meantime, a palace had been built on top of the original location of the Ara Pacis, and that area was no longer available for use. But again, the Mausoleum of Augustus, the first building of this complex, you see in this aerial view from Google Earth that the mausoleum ended up becoming the centerpiece of the Piazza Augusto Imperatore, that piazza that Mussolini's architects designed to commemorate Augustus and also to commemorate Mussolini, because that inscription I showed you last time is inserted into the building over here. If we look at this aerial view of the Mausoleum of Augustus, which you'll see from your monument list, was begun in 28 BC, and in fact that should ring some bells for you, and we should say something about its genesis in 28 BC, because you'll recall that important date of 31, the Battle of Actium, when Augustus was victorious over Antony and Cleopatra and became sole emperor, or began his march to becoming sole emperor of the Roman world. It's interesting to see him building this massive mausoleum only 3 years after the Battle of Actium. That's really quite striking. Why did he do that? Well, the reason that he seems to have done that is despite the fact that he lived until 76 years old, which was very old in ancient Roman times, as I mentioned last time, despite the fact that he lived to that ripe old age, he was not in terribly good health, even as a young man. And he was very concerned about his own longevity. How long was he going to live? He knew he had accomplished a lot already by this victory over Antony and Cleopatra and by some of his other military victories, but he wasn't actually sure how long he was going to last. And so he begins to build this gigantic tomb, eventually to hold his own remains. And he completes that tomb in 5 years. It's built between 28 BC and 23 BC. And you'll recall the date of the Areopagus is considerably later, 13 to 9 BC. So the Areopagus was only added to this complex later. And at that point, the whole thing was orchestrated with the addition of the obelisk. We talked about how the obelisk cast a shadow on the Areopagus, on Augustus's birthday, and so on and so forth. With regard to the tomb itself, we're going to see something quite striking today, and that is that the tomb is architecturally very different from the Areopagus Augusti and indeed from the Forum of Augustus. And it's a good example of the eccentricity, as we'll characterize today, of Roman tomb architecture in general. Keep in mind that Roman tomb architecture is the most personal of any form of Roman architecture, which makes it particularly interesting to study, because the only practical requirement for a tomb was that it be able to hold the remains of the deceased. That's all it needed to do, whereas other buildings had to do all kinds of other things, have running water through them and so on and so forth. But that was not the case here, so that the patron and the architect could come together to create buildings that were unique to that individual and, again, were eccentric to a certain degree. And that is indeed what we will see, and that is the case also in the Mausoleum of Augustus. As we look down on the Mausoleum of Augustus in this aerial view, we see the general plan of it. We see that there was a central burial chamber, that there was a hollow drum, and around that hollow drum, and all of this is made of concrete construction, around that hollow drum, a series of concentric rings, as you can see them here, again, made out of concrete. And then the outer wall, which you can also see in this view, the outer wall was faced with travertine, which is also interesting, not Luna marble, travertine blocks. And let me show you a somewhat closer view, also from Google Earth, to show you the structure. So again, the central burial chamber, the hollow drum, the concentric rings around that, the travertine wall around that. But of course, you're looking essentially at the core. This is not what the original entire monument looked like. And what it was in fact, there was an earthen tumulus or an earthen mound that was placed on top of these concentric rings. And then at the very apex of that earthen mound was a gleaming bronze statue of the Emperor Augustus himself. I think I can make this clearer by showing you a plan of the Mausoleum of Augustus, and we see all the features I've already described: the central burial chamber, the hollow drum, again, all made out of concrete construction, and the concentric rings around that. And then the cross-section at the top is particularly helpful, I think, because you can see the way in which the concrete has been built up by means, obviously, of annular vaults, the annular vaults that ultimately support the gleaming bronze statue of Augustus at the apex. And you can also see in this cross-section the earthen mound, the way in which the earthen mound is piled up on top of that substructure, that concrete substructure, to create the dome-like shape of the mausoleum on its own. Scholars who believe, and we all believe, in fact, that that again Augustus was a Philhellene, that he had a particular penchant for things Greek. So you look at something like this and you ask yourselves, well, what's Greek about this? I mean, why didn't he, when he came to make the decision about his last resting place, why did he not want to be laid to rest in the manner of the Greeks? Why wasn't this tomb made in the form, for example, of a Greek temple or something like that? Why did he choose this particular form? So scholars have debated for quite some time whether there are any tombs like this in Greece, or in Asia Minor, whether Alexander, what kind of tomb was Alexander the Great buried in, for example? Well, we don't know exactly for sure, but that's one possibility, that it might have something to do with Alexander's tomb. Others, because Aeneas came from burning Troy, others have suggested perhaps, and that's in Asia Minor, perhaps the way the Trojans were buried might have something to do with this selection. But I think the model is much closer at hand. I think the model, myself, I believe that the model comes from Italy. And that it's a very interesting choice on the part of Augustus, because I think what it tells us is that Augustus may have wanted to build public buildings in Rome that conjured up ancient Athens, but when it came to deciding about how he wanted to be buried, he wanted to be buried in the manner of his Italian ancestors. Let me show you what I think is a really important comparison. We're looking on the left-hand side of the screen once again at the mausoleum of Augustus as it looks today. Here you see the central entranceway. You see what remains of the concentric concrete rings. You see some of the travertine facing for the outer ring of the structure, and you see, of course, that the uppermost part, namely the earthen mound, is no longer there. But if I compare the mausoleum of Augustus to what you see here on the right-hand side of the screen, which is an Etruscan tomb from the so-called, and I put this on the monument list for you, the Banditaccia Cemetery, which is at a site called Cerveteri. Cerveteri, a very important Etruscan site. And this tomb, we believe, dates to the 6th century BC. Cerveteri is an extraordinary place to visit now because there is one tomb after another of this type. You go into the site and you feel like you're on, on another planet or some such as you wander among these extremely well-preserved tombs at Cerveteri. And Cerveteri, by the way, is right off the highway between Rome and Florence. So it's a very easy site to get to and very well worthwhile. There's nothing quite like it anywhere in Italy, anywhere indeed in the world. And you see these series, and I've just chosen one here to show you. You see these series of tombs, and I think if you look at it, you'll see the similarity of this to the mausoleum of Augustus. These round Etruscan tombs have central burial chambers. They have stone facing around the outermost part of the structure, and you can see that piled on top of that is an earthen mound. And if you expand the size, the Cerveteri tomb is much smaller. Actually, the individual Cerveteri tombs are smaller than the mausoleum of Augustus. The mausoleum of Augustus is 290 feet in diameter. It's a very large building. But if you expand the size of one of these, what we call tumulus, T-U-M-U-L-U-S, tumulus tombs at Cerveteri, if you expand the size, if you plant this with trees, because we know that the mausoleum of Augustus was planted with trees on the earthen mound. There's been quite a bit of controversy about what kind of trees. For a long time, people said cypress trees. Now people seem to favor juniper trees, but whatever, trees of some sort decorating that earthen mound. So if you enlarge this, if you put some junipers on top of it, and if you stick a gleaming bronze statue of Augustus at the apex, you will have essentially the mausoleum of Augustus. So I'd like to suggest to you today that the mausoleum of Augustus indicates to us that when it came to his tomb, Augustus wanted to be buried like his Italian ancestors, like the Etruscans, and that is why he chose this particular type of tomb in Rome. The Mausoleum of Augustus, like so many other monuments that we've been looking at this semester, survives in large part because it was reused over the centuries in a wide variety of ways. You can see in this engraving that it was used at one point as a garden, a very nicely manicured garden, as you can see inside the remains, inside those concentric circles, very nice garden. It was also used as a fortress at one point by the well-known Colonna family of Italy. It was used, believe it or not, as a bull ring, a little touch of Spain in the midst of Rome as a bull ring. And it was used most recently as a music hall. It was a music hall before it was turned back into the Mausoleum of Augustus. So again, this very similar saga to this building and to its post-antique history as to so many others that we've talked about. Another important point to make about the Mausoleum of Augustus is that although Augustus intended it as his own last resting place, he didn't intend for him to be the only person who was laid to rest there. He wanted this to serve as a family tomb for him, his wife, well, it turned out his daughter didn't end up there, but that may have been the intention originally that she would. She was discredited because of all the adulterous affairs she had, and Augustus eventually banished her in 2 BC from Rome, razed her house to the ground, and did not allow her to be buried in the Mausoleum of Augustus. But for his wife, for his nephew and son-in-law Marcellus and others, he wanted to create this family tomb where he, his family, and presumably, since his objective was to create a dynasty, presumably where his successors of the dynasty that he founded would also be laid to rest. And there are inscription plaques that have come to light from the Mausoleum of Augustus, and I can show you a couple of them here that do indicate that was exactly the case. We see this plaque over here, which actually has the name Marcellus inscribed there. This is the Marcellus of the Theater of Marcellus, the nephew and son-in-law of Augustus, who was laid to rest in this mausoleum. His sister, Soror Octavia, also laid to rest. That is Augustus's sister, Octavia, also laid to rest here. And it continued to be used as the burial place again after Augustus's death and through the so-called Julio-Claudian emperors, who we'll look at next week, Tiberius and Caligula and Claudius. And we see, in fact, an inscription plaque over here that honors Agrippina the Elder, the mother of Caligula, the third emperor of Rome, and it was Caligula who laid his mother to rest in this tomb. So very much a family tomb created by the Emperor Augustus. And I should also mention, with regard to burial practice at this time, that everybody was imperial individuals, and those lower on the social pyramid as well were all cremated at this particular time. So you have to imagine that there were urns for each of these inside the tomb somewhere as well. Now, it may not surprise you to hear that once the emperor chose the form of his tomb, that he set in motion a fashion that just about every aristocrat wanted to follow. So all of a sudden, after the construction of the Mausoleum of Augustus, again between 28 and 23, there is this efflorescence of round tombs in Rome and elsewhere in Italy. And I want to show you just one example of that. This is the so-called tomb of Cecilia Metella. It dates to 20 BC, so it began to be put up not too long after Augustus's mausoleum was built. It is located on the famous Via Appia in Rome, the Appian Way. The Appian Way, which you see, this is a Google Earth image once again, where you can see a stretch of the Appian Way, or the Via Appia. That is modern asphalt, although there are remains, and I'll show you later an example of this. There are remains of the polygonal masonry wall, pavement that would have been there initially, looking very much like the pavement that we saw in Pompeii, for example. And you can see the tomb of Cecilia Metella right over here. Like the Mausoleum of Augustus, it was reused in ancient times, and there was a fortress and a palace that was added to it. And you can see also there in a reddish earth color the remains of that fortress and palace that abutted the mausoleum of the tomb of Cecilia Metella. And while this is on the screen, you can also see that while the tomb was essentially a cylindrical drum, resembling the cylindrical drum of the mausoleum of Augustus. It was given some height by being placed on a podium, the kind of podium that we saw at the sanctuaries, or the podium that we saw at the Villa of the Mysteries, to raise it up. It's not as big as those, but it's sizable, and it raises this round tomb up a little bit so that it can be more readily seen as people make their way along the Via Appia. The mausoleum of Augustus does not have a similar podium. So that's a unique, a different feature that is added to this particular structure. You can also see there's an inscription on the front, and we'll talk about that in a moment. And then there are crenellations at the top. There's some dispute about when those crenellations were added, whether they belong to the original tomb or not. I think it's highly unlikely that they belong to the original tomb, and they may have been added at the time that this was made into a fortress, as I've already mentioned. This is a view of the tomb of Cecilia Metella as it looks today, this tomb of this woman of 20 BC, and you can see that it's actually quite well preserved, and we can get a very good sense of its original appearance. You can see the concrete podium down here without its original facing. It was surely faced. You can see the great cylindrical drum of the tomb of Cecilia Metella, and you can see the facing. And once again, the facing for this tomb, just as in the mausoleum of Augustus, is not Luna or Carrara marble. It is travertine, but very, very nicely cut travertine blocks, as you can see here. Very well done. She was undoubtedly a well-to-do patron who was able to hire the best architects, the best artisans, and they have done an outstanding job of cutting that travertine. You can see also that there is a frieze that encircles the monument at the uppermost part, right here. And that frieze depicts garlands and skulls of bulls, bucrania, the same sort of thing that we saw in the inner precinct wall of the Areopagus, although this predates the Areopagus, so we can't say that it was the influence of the Areopagus. This is, again, 20, whereas the Areopagus wasn't begun until 13. And it shows us that this motif was very much in the air during the Augustan period, this motif of garlands hanging from bucrania, which of course makes reference to sacrifice, and it could be a sacrifice in honor of a funerary event as well as anything else, and we again see that very well here. One very interesting fact is that the frieze is not made out of travertine, but out of pentelic marble, P-E-N-T-E-L-I-C. Pentelic marble is marble from Mount Pentelicon in Greece. So it tells us that marble was imported from Greece, or marble that was imported from Greece was purchased and used for the frieze of this particular structure, and we'll see that it was used also for the inscription plaque. So it tells us something. It tells us that that some patrons made the decision to spend a little more for the material for what they considered the most important part of the monument. So in this case, the most important part of the monument was the frieze and also the inscription plaque that preserved this woman's name for posterity. So they paid a little bit more in order to get that more expensive material for those critical details of the monument. Here's the inscription. We're very fortunate that it's still preserved today. We see it still inserted into the monument. Again, it's done in pentelic marble, and I think you can see even in this view the difference between pentelic marble and travertine. Travertine has more texture to it than the plainer marble, as you can see. And her name is given here, Cecilia Metella. Cecilia Metella, and Cecilia Metella down here, and it tells us that she was the daughter, Filia, F-I-L-I-A, the daughter of Quintus Q. Creticus, C-R-E Ticus, who may have come from Crete, it's possible. It also makes reference to the fact that she was married to someone by the name of Crassus. This may be Crassus the Elder, we're not absolutely sure. But what it does indicate to us is this is an aristocratic woman. This is an aristocratic woman whose family has a great deal of money, who are honoring her with this tomb in the mode of the day, which of course was the tomb type that was chosen by Augustus himself. You may have noticed up here in this same detail not only the frieze that we've already described with the garlands and bucrania, but that there is a relief here that represents a Roman trophy. What is a Roman trophy? A Roman trophy, what the Romans did at the end of battle if they were victorious is they went over to the nearest tree trunk on the battlefield and they took arms and armor from their defeated enemy and they tacked that arms and armor up on that tree trunk to create a military trophy commemorating their victory right on the battlefield. And that's exactly what you see here, a tree trunk with a breastplate and a helmet and shields and so on, all tacked up to that trophy. So we have to ask ourselves, what is that trophy doing on this particular monument? It's highly unlikely that it refers to, there are some instances well, we do hear about women trying to raise money for troops and so on and so forth, but we don't, and even of thinking that they might go into battle. But for the most part, Roman women did not participate in battle. So it is highly unlikely that this refers to a military encounter that she had. More likely, it either refers to a military encounter of her father or her husband, or it may be a more generic reference to victory. We've talked about the fact that in the minds of the Romans, the victory in battle, victory in the hunt, often were conflated with victory over death. So it could be a more generic reference, but I would guess it may have something to do more specifically with the conquest of her husband or her father. The structure today is just right there out on the Via Appia, easy to see. There is a small museum that isn't all that often open, but sometimes it is, that is in the remains of the fortress and the palace next door. You can see that the outside of the monument, they've inserted a lot of finds just from the, doesn't mean they came from the tomb of Cecilia Metella, but from this area on the Via Appia. There were tons of Roman tombs out here, and all of this paraphernalia that you see, statuary and fragments of friezes and cornices and so on, all come in part possibly from this monument, but more likely from the other tombs in the area. Those have been inserted into the wall in a kind of interesting way. And then here's the museum itself. The museum doesn't have, the stuff that's in there is pretty much the same sort of thing that you see here. But going into the museum is interesting because you can see into the central chamber of the tomb of Cecilia Metella and see the concrete construction and so on. I mentioned already that Roman tombs could be very eccentric indeed, and I want to show you one of the two most eccentric tombs, in my opinion, from ancient Rome that one can see in the city of Rome today. And the first of these is the so-called tomb of Cestius, because we believe, in fact we're absolutely sure, that it honors a man by the name of Gaius, G-A-I-U-S, Cestius, C-E-S-T-I-U-S, Gaius Cestius. It was put up in 15 BC, that is in the age of the Emperor Augustus. In this Google Earth aerial view, we see what that structure looks like today. It is a Roman tomb in the form of an Egyptian pyramid. It's the only Roman tomb in the form of an Egyptian pyramid that we can see in Rome today, but we know there were others in antiquity. We have We have reports that tell us that certain others that existed at a certain time were torn down at one point. There was one, for example, not far from where the Vatican that was torn down at one point because it got in the way of the street. So this is not unique in the sense of the only one, although it is the only one still surviving. Today we have no idea how many of these there were. There were certainly some. Whether there were a lot, we can't be absolutely certain. But here it is, a Roman tomb in the form of a pyramid. Now, when it was first put up, it was put up outside the Servian walls of the city, because as we've talked about the fact that by Roman law, the necropolis or city of the dead needed to be located outside the walls of the city. But as the city grew and as there was a need for a new wall, and this happened in the 3rd century AD, and we'll talk about it way at the end of the semester, the Romans ended up building a new wall, the famous Aurelian walls. And the circuit happened to be planned for to pass this particular point where the tomb of Cestius was. And fortunately, they recognized the aesthetic and historical value of this tomb and decided not to tear it down, but rather to incorporate it into the Aurelian walls. So what you see in this aerial view are two of parts of the Aurelian walls abutting and in fact incorporating the pyramid of Cestius, but in antiquity, when it was first built, it stood alone. And what you see over here is a gateway that also belongs to the later Aurelian walls. So again, fortunately, this particular tomb was preserved. These two engravings are helpful in showing us that the inner core of the tomb of Cestius was concrete, and the outer pyramidal shape was faced once again with travertine. So travertine, clearly the material of choice by aristocrats, because we're going to see that Cestius was also an aristocrat, for their tombs in the age of Augustus. Concrete core, travertine facing. And then if you look at this cutaway view over here, you will see that the burial chamber inside was very, very, very small. Very, very, very small. So small enough that there was not a lot of space for these burials, but we'll see that we still believe that this too was a family tomb. The burial chamber has had and still has remnants of painted walls. And I show you an engraving here of those walls that was made when they were in somewhat better shape than they are today. And I wondered if any of you're such experts now on 1st to 4th style Roman wall painting, if any of you could tell me, I'm sure all of you could tell me, what style painting is being used in the burial chamber of the tomb of Cestius. 3rd style. Why 3rd style? Very thin candelabra here, and mythological figures. How are those used that show that this is a typical 3rd style wall?
They have a black outline around them, and they're just floating in random space.
That's the word, floating. They are floating in this random space, right in the center of the panels, as we know was characteristic of 3rd style Roman wall painting. So 15 BC, 3rd style Roman wall painting. And if you think back to some of the palaces that we looked at, the palaces or villas that we looked at, and their dates. Think of Bosco Trecase, for example, 11 BC. You see this is roughly contemporary to what's happening in Campania at this particular time. And here are two details of the remains of those paintings. And you can see one of these floating mythological figures. It looks like a victory figure, female, winged, carrying a wreath over here, flying in the center of the panel. This also shows you that in this case the panels were white, very similar to the walls, for example, of the 3rd style in the Domus Aurea in Rome. And then here this candelabrum, very attenuated, very delicate, that is used in place of columns, both of these motifs decorating the flat wall that was so characteristic of 3rd style Roman wall painting. Here's another view of the pyramid as it looks today. You can see it is exceedingly well preserved, one of the best preserved of all Roman tombs. You can see again the way in which the later wall was built into it, and you can also see the travertine blocks and how carefully carved they were by the designers, by the artisans. And here, this is very helpful because it shows you that at least one, but I can tell you the two sides of the tomb, the eastern and western sides of the tomb, had in the center of the pyramid the name of Cestius. That's how we know it was his tomb. You see it here, Gaius Cestius, and it also includes all of his titles. So he was very happy to advertise his titles on this monument, which the purpose of which, of course, was for those who mourned him to feel proud of him and his achievements. But even more important than that, from his point of view, I am sure, and from the point of view of the Romans in general, was that his name and his deeds be preserved for posterity, so that someday in 2009, we're sitting in this classroom looking at this, we think back on Cestius, his title, what he did, what he achieved, and the way in which he was memorialized. So this whole idea of preserving memory, not only in your own time, but into the far-flung future. This tomb, as I said, despite the fact that the burial chamber is small, we do believe it was a family tomb. We have evidence for that because two bases were found that seemed to belong to this tomb. In fact, because Cestius' name or members of his family, Cestius, you can see there, are named in these inscriptions. These have markings on the top that suggest to us that statues stood on them at one point. So these were statue bases probably placed right in front of the entrance to the pyramidal tomb. And if you cast your eyes over this inscription, you will not only see the name Cestius a few times, but you will see another very important name, and that is M. Agrippa. That's Marcus Agrippa. That's the Marcus Agrippa, the longtime, the boyhood friend and longtime close confidant and one-time heir and son-in-law of Augustus, all of those things he's mentioned here. So he is a member also of this family. So it demonstrates to us, again, we are dealing with an aristocratic family. So all of those tombs I've shown you thus far, the mausoleum of Augustus, the tomb of Cecilia Metella, and the tomb of Gaius Cestius are all examples of aristocratic tomb architecture in the age of Augustus. Why did he choose to choose a pyramid for his tomb is a very interesting question to ask. And I would suggest here, and it's not rocket science to figure this out at all, I would suggest here, though, that the reason has to do with Augustus's very important victory over Mark Antony at Cleopatra at the Battle of Actium in 31. It was at that time, and even before, that an interest in things Egyptian came into Rome. We saw that Augustus himself made reference to his victory over that pair, over Cleopatra and Mark Antony, in the complex with the Areopagus and the mausoleum of Augustus by inserting that obelisk in the center, an obelisk that I mentioned to you was actually brought from Egypt itself. So these references to Egypt initially under Augustus himself had political import. It was there to show that Augustus had been, that obelisk was there to show that Augustus had prevailed over Mark Antony and Cleopatra, and because he had prevailed, he could steal the obelisks from Egypt and bring them back to decorate Rome as trophies, essentially. So that was a political statement on his part. But as time went on, Egyptomania became a kind of fashion statement. I think that it caught on. It caught on after Egypt was made a Roman province in 30 BC, right after Actium, and we begin to see this wave of things Egyptian spreading through Rome, and it's likely that Cestius, perhaps a combination of both since he's from Agrippa's family, this combination of political reference, but also just this was an interesting, this was the style at this particular point to do things in the Egyptian manner. You might remember some of those Egyptianizing motifs that we saw, for example, from the Black Room at Bosco Tre Case, which was also a villa that was closely connected with the imperial family. Remember Agrippa Postumus, who was the son of Agrippa himself, born by his wife Julia after Agrippa's death, hence his name. Another view of the back of the Pyramid of Cestius, the Mausoleum of Cestius, which again shows us how well preserved it is. You can see the Aurelian walls, you can see the gate that we looked at before, and you can also see that the back is actually in a modern cemetery. This is the so-called Protestant cemetery, and if you're in Rome and have time, this is one of the most interesting places to visit. It's again a bit off the beaten track. Not that many tourists go there, but those that do are rewarded because it's a cemetery where many expatriates were buried. People who flocked to Rome because they loved it. Authors, scholars, poets, painters came to Rome, ended up spending the rest of their lives. They're coming from all different countries around the world, spending the rest of their lives. They're dying there and eventually being buried in the so-called Protestant cemetery. Percy Bysshe Shelley, for example, is buried there, as is John Keats, and the Keats tomb Keats marker is my favorite by far in this cemetery. You can see his tombstone here, which doesn't even give his name. It just identifies him, and you'll remember he died very, very young, in his early 20s, I think it was. You see him here referred to only as the young English poet, and down below it says, "Here lies one whose name was writ in water." It's an amazing stone. It does show the lyre, which makes reference, of course, to the fluency and so on of his mellifluous poetry. And over here, a companion of his, Joseph Severn, who doesn't hesitate to mention his relationship to John Keats. So you see Keats's name in Severn's tombstone, but not in Keats's own tombstone. But I show this to you just because it's one of those more fascinating places in Rome. And many of the tombs, by the way, there are many tombstones here that clearly are based on ancient Roman prototypes. So it's a fascinating place to wander. And by the way, you can do that in our own Grove Street Cemetery, where there are a number of tombs that are done very much in the Roman style. If you think the tomb of Cestius is unusual, the weirdest tomb by far in Rome, from ancient Rome, is the one that I turn to now, and this is the tomb of the baker Eurysaces, the tomb of the baker Eurysaces that was put up in Rome in the late 1st century BC, and that again is another tomb in the age of from the age of Augustus. But in this case, we believe, although the inscription doesn't tell us this for sure, but we believe it is highly likely that Eurysaces is from a different level of Roman society, not an aristocrat, but a working man who probably either he himself or his family were slaves originally, eventually freed. He takes up the profession of bread making, and he ends up building this extraordinary tomb that I'm going to show you in some detail in Rome. As we look at this particular view, we see the tomb of Eurysaces as it looks today. It's right over here. We see it has behind it a great travertine gate, which is actually later in date. It dates to the time of the Emperor Claudius. We'll talk about it next week. So you have to think that away for the moment. That was not standing when the tomb of Eurysaces was put up. You can also see, however, that this gate was placed in an aqueduct system. That aqueduct was begun during the time of Augustus. So you can imagine that at least some of that aqueduct system stood at the time that this tomb was built. The tomb, as you can see here, was a 3-storied structure, very eccentric in its appearance. The ground line today is much lower than the modern ground line, so you have to go right up to the monument. You can look down at the 1st story, so you're only seeing a part of the 1st story here. You can see that it is made of tufa blocks. You can also see the interior is concrete. The core of the structure is concrete. And then on the 2nd and 3rd stories, the tomb is faced with travertine. So travertine, again, used for tomb facing in the age of Augustus. And we see this very unusual design where there are these great cylinders, great cylinders that are placed here vertically, and then cylinders placed in the next tier horizontally. vertically placed cylinders. They're not columns. You don't see any capitals. They're very fat. So they are cylinders, vertically and then horizontally. And some scholars have suggested, and I think quite convincingly, that these may actually make reference to what were grain measures. Grain measures were these cylindrical structures in silos, in a sense, in which they stored grain in ancient Roman times. So that is very possible, since we know that this man was a baker, that this may make reference to these grain storage cylinders that were used in the process of baking. With regard to the siting of the tomb, this is particularly interesting. I show you this plan over here, which indicates to us, here you can actually see the plan of the tomb of Eurysakes, and you can see that it is very unusual in shape. It is trapezoidal in shape. Why is it trapezoidal in shape? It probably is trapezoidal in shape because the tomb was located on a piece of property that was between two major roads of Rome that exited and entered the city at this particular point, the so-called Via Labicana and the Via Praenestina. So two major Roman roads that come into the city at this point. And remember, the tomb of Eurysakes, like all Roman tombs during this period, was outside the Servian walls, so built outside the walls, but between these two streets. Now, this model over here, which, by the way, comes from a museum in Rome that, again, is off the beaten track, but I can highly recommend, the Museo Civiltà Romana, which is in a building built by Mussolini in the 1930s for a World's Fair. And the buildings, and it and other buildings like it out there in a place, part of Rome, that we call Aor, from Esposizione Universale di Roma, AEUR, Aor. That whole area built up by Mussolini for the World's Fair, but the buildings were so substantial that they decided to keep them, and they still stand. And this museum was placed in one of them. It is a museum of casts, where you can go and see works of Roman art and architecture from not only Rome, but from around the world, all in one place. Now, they're not originals, they're casts, but it'd be a great place to study for the exam, for this course, for example, because you could walk around and see so many of the buildings that we've talked about. And there are these wonderful models of many of them. And we see here a model of this aqueduct, the later gate here, and the tomb of Eurysakes. And this shows you very well the way in which these two streets, the Labicana and the Praenestina, came into Rome at this point, converged exactly on the facade of this tomb. And it is clearly, I mean, it is clear that Eurysakes, and I'll tell you how he did this in a moment, had enough money that he was able to buy what was certainly one of the most choice pieces of real estate outside the walls of Rome, one in which everyone who came into Rome from either of those two thoroughfares would see the facade of this tomb. This is a man who wanted to be remembered for posterity. It's another example of how tombs were used for the purposes of retaining memory over time. This is also interesting because it shows what happened. What you see with the dotted lines here is one of these later gates that was made for the Aurelian walls. And in this case, the tomb of Eurysakes was right smack dab in the middle of where they wanted to build a outcropping of this wall. In this case, they decided that they were not going to build the wall into it, but that they were going to build the wall on top of it. But fortunately, again, they did not destroy it completely. They did shear off the front of the tomb, which actually took away the facade, but they allowed the debris to fall into the tower. And then they covered it up. So when this tower was eventually torn down to free the tomb of Eurysakes, they found the fourth wall and the debris from that wall, including a portrait statue and an inscription inside the debris, which was extremely fortunate and which allows us to reconstruct the monument. Here you see the model in this Aor museum that shows you what the tomb looked like in antiquity. You see the three levels, the three tiers. You see the entrance to the burial chamber here. And this is the facade that we're looking at. This is the part that no longer survives. This is the fourth wall, or the facade, now gone, but we can again reconstruct it from those remains. And you see them here, and you see it was relatively plain on 3 tiers, except for a portrait statue of Eurysakes and his wife, an inscription down below. And you need to think away the frieze up there, because the frieze was probably not on this side of the monument, although there was a frieze around the other 3 sides. You can see one of those sides here, and I'll show that frieze to you momentarily. This is a view of the tomb again, where we can see so well those cylinders on 2 stories. And you can also see here that in the area between the vertical and the horizontal cylinders on 3 sides of the monument, there is an inscription, and it repeats over and over again. And it tells us that this monument was put up by Eurysakes, Marcus Vergilius Eurysakes, who was Pistor and Redemptor, Pistor, Redemptor, Pistor and Redemptor. That means master, baker, and contractor. The contractor is the most important part. Master, baker, and contractor. We know this is a man who made bread and sold it to the Roman armies. This was a pretty lucrative thing to do in the age of Augustus, when there was so much military conquest. He made a fortune selling bread to the Roman armies, and it is with that fortune that he was able to buy this choice piece of real estate and to put up this extraordinary monument in the late 1st century BC. The portrait relief still survives. It's in the Capitoline museums today. You see it here. It had fallen in again to the debris from the 4th side. But here it is with Eurysakes standing next to his wife, Atistia. We know her name, and I'll tell you how in a moment. Atistia in that portrait relief. And we're not going to go into this in any detail, but if you compare it to the figures of Augustus and his family from the Arapakis, I think you'll agree with me that the Arapakis is serving as a model, and that this portrait group is clearly based on aristocratic, even though this is probably a middle-class pair, formerly from a slave family, freed people. They are shown here very much as if they are members of the court, wearing similar costumes, depicted in a similar way with similar hairstyles. And I point to just one detail. If you look at this view of Livia on the Arapakis, Augustus's wife, and you see the wonderful way in which the artist has depicted her hand, the shape of her hand showing underneath her garment here. The same is done here for Atistia. You can see, and that's Atistia, for Atistia. You can see her hand. In fact, it's even better done here, because you can see the shape of the knuckles and so on underneath the garment, the very diaphanous garment that she wears. So clearly a very special portrait artist, probably hired to do these portraits, a portrait artist who may have been hired at great expense, and also very significant and in keeping with what we saw for the tomb of Cecilia Metella is the fact that although the tomb is faced in travertine and the relief around the monument is in travertine, this is done in marble. If I remember correctly, Greek marble as well. So imported marble that is brought from elsewhere and at greater expense is used for the most important portrait relief. The scenes around the frieze scenes are particularly interesting because they depict in the greatest of detail the profession of the making of bread. They depict Eurysakes' daily achievement of making bread that he sold to the Roman armies. I'm going to just show you the scenes very quickly, and you can see the style is very different. It's a much more journalistic style with figures that don't have the elegant proportions that we saw in the portrait relief, and it is carved on travertine, not on marble. We see here the grain being ground between 2 stones. And we see the way in which these men in tunics work that. We also see that The upper stone is rotated by a mule that is attached to a wooden handle that comes off the uppermost stone there. We have millstones just like this from Pompeii, and I show you the actual millstones. So these depictions on the tomb of Eurysakes, very accurate in terms of what millstones looked like in antiquity. Another scene here in which we see two men at a table with big gobs of dough that you can see here, dough for the bread. Another scene, this is one of the more important scenes, where we see four men standing behind a table that are forming that dough into loaves. And over here, a magistrate who has a short-sleeved but long garment is supervising them. And the four men are very interestingly rendered because they're rendered almost exactly the same. If you compare this to the Arapakis, where figures are represented in different postures, a lot of variety, clearly based on Greek prototypes. Here we see something very different. The major objective of the artist is to get the story across, to show these men making these loaves. But look at them, each one, they're bare-chested, and we'll see why they're bare-chested. It's hot in this part of the bakery, so they've taken off their shirts. There's some attempt to depict their musculature, but they're essentially shown in exactly the same way, the same curly hair, almost as if they were cut from a cookie cutter, because again, it's not the form that's of interest to the artist here, but getting that narrative across. And if you try to figure out whose legs belong to who, believe me, you'll have a difficult time of it. So the artist is much less concerned with formal things than he is with getting the story across. With regard to why they've taken off their shirts, they're right near the oven, and I show you the scene that depicts the dome-shaped oven in which the loaves are being baked. And you can see that this oven looks very much like a modern pizza oven, and in fact the pole that they use, the wooden pole with the flat end, is just the sort of thing you see at Bar or any other major pizza place, either in New Haven or elsewhere in the world. And in fact, these dome-shaped ovens are still used in rural areas. I took this view in Greece, in a small rural town, and you see these in Italy and some very small towns as well, still being done in exactly the same way. There are a number, because of the cylinders on the tomb of Eurysakes, there are some scholars who've suggested that the tomb of Eurysakes is in the form of a bakery. While I do believe that there is reference to those storage bins, silos that were used for the storage of grain, I do not think that the tomb of Eurysakes is in the form of an oven. It makes reference to baking, but I don't think it's in the form of an oven, because this is what Roman ovens looked like. They were dome-shaped. This has a very different appearance, as you can see. Perhaps the most important scene in the frieze is this one, where we see the loaves have been baked. They're ready to go to market, and they're put in these large baskets. You can see them here, and then they are weighed in this scale, this ancient scale. And I think this is a form of private propaganda on the part of the baker Eurysakes. What he is telling the public who gaze up on this tomb, not only in his own day but for posterity, is my bread was always not only of high quality but of the appropriate weight. I never cheated the public. I treated you fairly. I was an honest baker and contractor. I think that's what the message is here. And in fact, you may think this is a stretch, but I think that one could easily compare this report that Eurysakes provides of his profession on the frieze of this tomb as a kind of baker's version of Augustus's res gestae. The list of things accomplished during his life is laid out in narrative form for not only his contemporaries but for posterity to see. The portrait group again, and I mentioned that there was an inscription found with that portrait group, a very interesting inscription, which tells us that Eurysakes put up this monument to his wife, Atistia, and Atistia's bodily remains, he says, are buried in hoc panario, in this panarium. What is a panarium? A bread basket, which is again why scholars have said, well, the whole tomb is in the form of an oven. But I think the bread basket being referred to here is not the tomb, but rather the urn in which Atistia's remains were placed. In the excavation in the 19th century, when that later gateway was removed, they found one urn, not two urns, one urn, presumably the urn of Atistia. And that urn was in the form, it was drawn at that time, and we can see this view of it here, a cross-section, the lid and the main body of the urn, and you can see it looks like a bread basket. And I show you, we have lots of examples of urns in the form of bread baskets from Roman times. There's one in the Metropolitan Museum of Art, if any of you who are going down there anytime soon to look at Roman antiquities and other things. You can see one there. This one is in the National Museum in Rome. And women's remains were often placed in bread baskets to accentuate or to speak to their domestic virtues, that they were good at taking care of the house and baking bread and so on. But in this particular case, I think it is much more likely that the reference here is not to to Atistia's cleverness as a housekeeper, but rather to her husband's profession, which is very, very interesting in terms of what it tells us about the gender wars of antiquity, that here's a tomb that has been put up by this baker with his money that he's made from his profession in honor of his wife. But what he depicts, what he is preserving for posterity is not the outline of his wife's life, but the outline of his life, what he has accomplished. His name is plastered on 3 sides of the monument. He's got 3 sides of the monument with the successive phases of the baking of bread in all of its aspects. Yes, he has a very nice portrait relief of his wife, but of course he's standing by her side. And he does mention her name down below. So, I mean, he gives her some due. But this monument, as far as posterity is concerned, is about Eurysakes and not about his wife. And I think it tells us, again, a great deal about the motives of this particular individual. I want to say just a very few words about 2 other tombs out on the Via Appia in Rome, the Appian Way again, and I show you a view of the Via Appia as it looks today. You can see that although much of the road is modern, you do find bits and pieces of ancient ground out there. You can see some polygonal blocks here and some rut marks from the ancient road, and you have to be very careful when you drive out there in your Cinquecento or whatever, or you bike ride out there as this fellow is doing, or you take your motorbike or whatever, because if you're going too quickly and you don't expect it, all of a sudden you hit some ancient road, and that makes a huge difference in terms of your ability to move forward. I want to show you one tomb very fleetingly out there, which is the one that you see over here on the left-hand side of the screen. There are remains of many tombs on the Via Appia. Most of them are just piles of concrete, but a few of them are better preserved, and this is one of them. It's a tomb of freedmen and freedwomen from 13 BC to AD 5. We call it the Rabirius tomb because of an inscription that tells us members of the Rabirius family were buried here. The reason that I show it to you is that the eccentric tombs that I've shown you today are absolutely marvelous and tell us a lot about the Romans as patrons and their desires vis-a-vis memory. But it is not; those are not the conventional tomb types. We see many more of this sort of thing, which we call a house tomb. A tomb that resembles a house, essentially. It has a sloping ceiling and a main facade. And in that facade, there is usually a portrait relief, either vertical or horizontal. But these horizontal ones represent members of the family. Some may be deceased, some may not be deceased. The message is that even if someone has died before another, that they will eventually be reunited together in perpetuity. But if you look at this carefully, you will see that what it looks like is as if these individuals are still alive and looking out of the window of their tomb as if out of the window of a house. This very close association in the minds of the Romans between houses of the living and houses of the dead. That is absolutely the case here. And you'll remember we can trace this all the way back to the 8th century BC. You remember the Villanovan hut urn that I showed you, and I told you that women's cremated remains were placed in these huts that resembled Romulus's huts. And so this whole idea of a house serving as a tomb goes way back and continues to be a leitmotif of Roman tomb architecture throughout the entire history of Roman architecture, and it's something that I hope you'll keep in mind. Also, just in passing, I want to mention the tombs that we've looked at thus far today have been they've been of all different social classes, from emperor to freed slave, but at the same time, they have all been tombs, including the Rabirius tomb, of the well-to-do. If these were freed slaves, they were ones that made a fortune, like Eurysakes did, selling bread to the Roman army, and with that fortune were able to build monumental tombs at great expense. But there were lots and lots of people, obviously, who lived in Rome and Pompeii and in other cities who could not afford those kinds of tombs, and you might be asking yourselves, where were all of those people buried? Well, they tended to be buried underground in what we call columbaria, C-O-L-U-M-B-A-R-I-A, columbaria, underground burial chambers that were either burial clubs that you could join for a small amount of money. You could join one of these clubs, buy in to your last resting place that way. Or they were burial chambers that were created by the very well-to-do. For example, the emperor and empress, Augustus and Livia, we know they had thousands of slaves, literally thousands of slaves. We have a record of some of Livia's slaves. She had slaves not only to tend the garden and that kind of thing, but she had a masseuse, she had several hairstylists, and she even had a slave, we know, who set her pearls. That was her whole job, was to set her pearls day in and day out. So they had tons and tons of slaves, and some of those very well-to-do also established these burial areas where their slaves could find a last resting place. And in fact, the one that I show you here, the Vigna Codini, is one such that belonged to to Augustan Julio-Claudian family and was used for the remains of some of their slaves. And you can see that each individual had a little niche. Again, people were cremated. The cremated remains were placed usually in an urn that was placed inside one of these niches, and then there would be a small inscription referring to the deceased. So this gives you a sense, again, of those who could not afford individual tombs and how they were buried. In the 5 or 7 minutes that remain, I'd like to switch gears entirely and look at something very different as a prelude to what we'll be talking about next time, because next Tuesday, we are going to return once again to innovative Roman architecture made of concrete and with a variety of interesting innovations. We'll do that next week, as I said, and I want to give you an introduction to that by turning to this one example from the Augustan period that is noteworthy enough for us to say something about it. This is what you're looking at here is the plan of what was a spa, essentially, in ancient Roman times. It's located in Campania at a place called Baia, so in the vicinity of Pompeii and Herculaneum and Aplontis and Bosco Trecase, and so on. We've already talked about the fact that that was an area that was a mecca for the well-to-do, the glitterati from Rome who went down there for their vacations. It was a resort area. Many of them had villas along what is now the Amalfi Coast. Others had villas on the island of Capri. I can't remember if I told you, but Augustus and Tiberius, his successor, owned 12 villas on the island of Capri, one of which we'll look at next time. This was an area also where there were sulfur springs and mineral baths, and so the natural thing to do for those who were coming here as a resort was to create for them a place that they could go to relax and enjoy the thermal springs and the sulfur baths and so on and so forth. And that was this place, this spa at Baia, which consisted of a bunch of thermal structures that were terraced out over a hillside. You have to think of the sanctuary of Fortuna Primigenia at Palestrina turned into a spa because they treated it, architecturally it was done in exactly the same way. They took a hillside, they terraced that hillside, they poured concrete on that hillside, creating a whole host of interesting structures in which one could relax and get away from it all. You see a plan of that spa here and the way in which it was terraced via concrete construction over this hillside. I am only going to show you one thermal bath from it, and it's this one that we see over here. It is the so-called Temple of Mercury. That's what the locals have long called it. It is not a Temple of Mercury. It is a thermal bath, but nonetheless, we call it that because it's been called that for such a long time. As you look at the plan of the Temple of Mercury, you're going to say to me, every one of you will say the same thing, what's the origin of this? Clearly, the design is based on the Frigidaria of Pompeii, the Frigidarium or the cold room of Pompeii, this round structure with the radiating alcoves that we saw as part of bath architecture very early on, 2nd century BC, and so on in Pompeii. Same scheme used here, not surprising. This is in Campania. It's not far away. I can show you the Temple of Mercury is extremely well preserved. We can see the dome of the Temple of Mercury made out of concrete construction from above. You can see the oculus of the, just as those Frigidaria had oculi, this one does as well, and you can see that extremely well here. So a concrete building with a concrete dome used as part of the spa. We've traced this desire to make round structures way back to the 600s BC, the time of Quinto Fiorentino. I showed you this Etruscan attempt at making a round structure with a dome that was done, in this case, in stone, and although it was a valiant attempt, not all that successful. And we talked about the way in which that eventually transformed into the Roman ability to make the Frigidaria at Pompeii. And here are two views of the Temple of Mercury at Baia as it looks today. Because of the oculus, there is often rainwater. The drain no longer functions, so there's often a lot of very unappealing green water that accumulates in the base of the Temple of Mercury. So the times that I've been there, every time I think I've been there, there's been enough water in there that I haven't been able to actually get pictures of the alcoves, which are covered by these inches and inches of water that are usually collected inside the Temple of Mercury. But you get a good sense, I think, of it here nonetheless, that we're talking about a round dome structure with an oculus, with some windows, with arcuated windows with arcuations at the top in the uppermost part or toward the uppermost part of the dome to add additional light into the system. And you need to think of these, by the way, as much more ornate in antiquity than they are today. They would have been stuccoed over, which you can see, and then probably decorated with mosaic. So the wonderful effects of the light coming in, hitting the mosaic, and then there would have been a pool in the center, just as there was in the Frigidarium, around which people could sit. It would have been a quite spectacular space. And just a few more views to end with today. This one up here, which of course is the Frigidarium at Pompeii, to show you where all of this begins. These two views are of the Temple of Mercury at Baia, and this one, of course, of the Pantheon, which is where we're headed. But I think these in particular of the Temple of Mercury at Baia, again, give you a sense of the way in which light not only flows into the system, again, imagine it on mosaic ceiling and mosaic walls, spectacular effects, the way it would have glittered in the light. But look especially at the way, the shapes that are formed on the water that would have been in the pool down below. It's exactly the same sort of sense that you get when you walk into the Pantheon today, which also makes circles on the floor of the pavement. So we're going to again return to these kinds of issues next week. I just wanted you to be aware of this intermediate step between the Frigidaria of Pompeii and some of the buildings that we're going to be looking at in the next couple of weeks. Good morning, everyone. Augustus founded the Julio-Claudian dynasty. The name says it all, Julio-Claudian. Julio for the Julian side of the family, Julius Caesar and Augustus. The Claudian for the Claudian side of the family, that was Augustus's wife's Augustus's wife for her side of the family, excuse me, the Claudian side of the family. And there were 4 emperors in the Julio-Claudian dynasty. These were Tiberius, Caligula, Claudius, and Nero. Every one of them, all 4, made an important contribution to the evolution of Roman architecture, and we'll talk about the contributions of those 4 today. But we'll also see that the single most important contribution from the standpoint of Roman architecture was by Nero, the notorious Emperor Nero, which is why I do call this lecture Notorious Nero and His Amazing Architectural Legacy. An architectural legacy that would have been impossible without some of the earlier concrete constructions that we've already discussed, specifically the Frigidaria of Pompeii and also the thermal bath at Baia, which I remind you of here, the so-called Temple of Mercury. We see it again with its dome made out of concrete construction, a view from the exterior, and down here at the left, a view of the interior of the monument, and I remind you of the way in which that is designed so that light streams through the oculus in the dome, down on to the sides of the wall, creating light effects, a circle that corresponds to the shape of the opening above, and then falling initially on the pool of water that would have been located there, as well as across the walls, which probably would have been, that were certainly stuccoed over and probably would have been covered with mosaic. So a very spectacular interior indeed, and one again that had an important impact, as we'll see, on the architectural designs of the Roman Emperor Nero. I want to begin, though, with the first of the Julio-Claudian emperors, and that is with Tiberius. And you see a portrait of Tiberius now on the screen, just to give you a sense of what he looked like. Tiberius, again, the son of Livia by a former marriage, the elder son of Livia by a former marriage, who becomes emperor of Rome right after Augustus. And the portrait that you see here is a marble portrait of Tiberius that is now in the Ny-Carlsberg Glyptotek in Copenhagen. Tiberius was emperor of Rome from 14 to 37 AD. And with regard to architecture, he completed projects begun by Augustus. He also was responsible for restoring Republican buildings that had fallen into severe disrepair by his reign. And this included several temples, a basilica, warehouses, and also a theater. Tiberius also initiated some new building projects in Rome. These included a temple to the divine Augustus, temple to Divus Augustus, his divine adoptive father, because Augustus was made a god, as Caesar had been before him at his death. Tiberius also put up a series of arches to his relatives and also a camp for the Praetorian Guard. But what we'll see about Tiberius is that his real passion was not the public architecture that Augustus had been so fond of. Think the Forum of Augustus and the Temple of Mars Ultor, or the Areopagus Augusti, which were among Augustus's most important building projects. Tiberius was interested instead in private architecture, architecture a sense for himself and his nearest and dearest. And he began a palace on the Palatine Hill. He did not think the small, modest house of Augustus, despite the fact that it had those nicely painted walls, he did not think that that befit his own grandeur. And he began a major palace on the Palatine Hill, on the northwest side of the Palatine Hill. And he renovated and built villas elsewhere outside of Rome, especially on the spectacular island of Capri. And indeed, during the reign of Augustus and also the reign of Tiberius, that family, the Augustan and Julio-Claudian family, built 12 villas, count them, 12 villas on the island Capri, one more spectacular than the next. It's worth mentioning, by the way, that Augustus's tastes, even in villas, was somewhat more modest than Tiberius. Augustus used to decorate his villa, we are told, with dinosaur bones and things like that of historical interest, whereas Tiberius spared no expense in introducing every luxury possible into his villas. With regard to the palace on the Palatine Hill, the so-called Domus Tiberiana, I just want to mention it in passing. There's very little that survives of the substructures that Tiberius was responsible for beginning for that palace. They were made out of concrete construction, and you can see here what's called the Clivus Palatinus, which is a rampway leading from the Roman Forum up to the Palatine Hill, and you can see some of the remains of those substructures over here. The ones that we see were probably restored later and may or may not date to the Tiberian period, but they give you some idea of the sort of construction that he began on the Palatine Hill. And I mention this just because we'll see that Caligula and some of the other emperors continue to add to this palace, and then the entire Palatine Hill is redesigned by the Emperor Domitian in the late 1st century AD. Much more interesting and there's much more information for us to look at are the villas on the island of Capri, and I'm going to show you one, the best preserved from that island, the so-called Villa Jovis, the Villa of Jupiter, which is an interesting name when you think about it for a villa for the Emperor Tiberius. The Villa Jovis, which was put up sometime in the years in which Tiberius was emperor, that is from 14 to 37 AD. It's a spectacular place, beautifully situated, and I'm going to take you there today. Now, the only way to get to the island of Capri, which, by the way, is one of my very favorite places in the world. I don't know how many of you have been there, but it's quite extraordinary. The island of Capri, you can't jet to the island of Capri. You have to arrive there by boat. And most people take a boat, unless they have a private yacht. But those of us who don't have to take a boat either from Naples, usually a hydrofoil, although they have larger boats as well, a hydrofoil from Naples or from Positano. And I actually show you, this is a view on the left-hand side of the screen of Positano on the Amalfi Coast. You go down to the beach. There's a place where you can pick up a hydrofoil. It takes a very short time, half an hour or so less, a little bit less, to get over to the island of Capri from Positano. So we're sitting on one of those hydrofoils, or at least 8 of us are, because that's usually what they fit. And we're making our way from Positano toward Capri. As you go there, if the weather is good enough and if the sea is calm enough, they will take you to see the famous grottos, the Green Grotto and also the Blue Grotto. Again, I can just give you a little sense here in this view of how blue is blue. I mean, it's really a neon blue when you go to see the Blue Grotto. It's a spectacular sight and a very special color blue that you really don't see anywhere else in the world. So they'll drive you around in the hydrofoil to see the grottos, and then you eventually get to the dock at Capri, and this is what you see as you get off the boat at the island of Capri, a very beautiful spot to visit. As you go up, you make your way from the dock up to the funicular. You take the funicular up to the main part of town. And one of the first things you see is the popular bar Tiberio. I show it to you not to, it's a fun place to go, but I show it to you mainly because it's one of these examples of the way in which the Roman emperors have had a lasting impact even today, that so many of these bars and restaurants and so on are named for Rome's emperors or for some of the monuments that we've been studying in the course of this semester, and this bar is no exception. And in fact, if you go through the doors that lead into the interior of the bar, you will see a portrait of Tiberius etched on the doorway. So Tiberius very much lives and thrives in the center of downtown Capri still today. What most tourists go to Capri to see, besides just to walk around a magnificent island and to test out some of the beaches, which tend to be on the rocky side, is to see the most famous rocks of Capri. And these are the so-called Faraone. You see them here. You go up to the so-called Gardens of Augustus, and then up to a spot where you can see these particularly well. They're magnificent. They are the landmark spot on the island of Capri, and they have survived coastal landslides and sea erosion to look as wonderful as they still do today. And this is, of course, the photo op on the island. I don't think there's anyone who visits Capri who doesn't take a photo or have a photo taken of themselves at the Faraglioni. The villa that I want to show you is, again, the best preserved villa of Tiberius on Capri. And again, I mentioned that it's called the Villa Jovis, and it dates to 14 to 37 AD. It's a trek to get up there. You have to walk, essentially. The streets are such that there are no cabs or cars that can get you there. You have to make it on your own. And there are two paths. I've made the mistake of taking the more arduous path, which looks like this to get up to the top. But there's another path also that takes you by some very attractive houses and villas, which are fun to see. And you will see the largest lemons. Has anyone ever been on the island of Capri? You'll see the largest lemons on Capri, as well as on the Amalfi Coast in general, that you've ever seen anywhere. Gigantic lemons on lemon trees as you make your way up to the villa of the Villa Jovis. Now here is a plan of the Villa Jovis, as well as a cross-section from the Ward Perkins textbook. And if we look first at the cross-section at the uppermost part of the screen, you will see the way this building was made. You will see that the architects have taken advantage of developments in concrete construction to create a series of barrel vaults in tiers. And those barrel vaults and tiers are the cisterns of the villa, where the water was kept to supply the baths and the kitchen and so on of the villa. You see those there, and in this plan down here, you can see the cisterns again and the way in which a pavement has been placed on top of those tiers of barrel vaults to create a very large court here. The entranceway into Tiberius's villa on Capri was over here. You can see a series of columns, 4 in total, that you see as you make your way into the entranceway of the villa. Along this side of the villa, which is the southern side of the villa, you see the baths, not surprisingly placed on the southern side. Extensive bath structure for the emperor. On the western side, you see a series of rooms that are for the entourage of Tiberius. The kitchen is located on this side as well. And then perhaps the most important room of the house from our standpoint, the hall, or the aula, A-U-L-A, the aula of Tiberius's villa at Capri, and you can see the shape of that aula. It's a kind of hemicycle with large picture windows that allow views that lie outside. And it should remind you of the second phase of the Villa of the Mysteries in Pompeii, where we also saw that attractive bay window with the panoramic views out beyond. The panoramic views were much more spectacular here than even from the Villa of the Mysteries, because, as I think you can see also from this site plan, that this is located right at the edge of a promontory. It's in fact 1,095 feet above sea level, and you get some incredible views of the sea and of other islands from this location. On this side, the northern side of the structure, is where the apartments of Tiberius were located, a series of rooms for the emperor himself, and including also an imperial loggia where he could walk out and get some attractive panoramas privately on his own. You can also see that there is a corridor that leads from the private apartment to this very long walkway that is located right at the edge of the cliff on this side. This is called technically an ambulatio, A-M-B-U-L-A-T-I-O, an ambulatio, and it was just for that. It was for taking pleasant walks, getting nice views of the sea from there, especially for the emperor and special invited guests. And right in the center was a triclinium. You see it right here, a triclinium or dining room where the emperor could dine and could look out again over views that were possible from this particular locale. This is a view, unfortunately, in black and white, but it's the only one that I have that gives you a sense of the remains today from above, the extent of those remains. And you can see again the concrete construction, I think, quite well from this, as well as the fact that although all the foundation walls are there, there's no decoration, the ceilings are missing, and so on and so forth. You see the cistern here, the location of the aula up here, the area for the entourage of Tiberius, and the private apartment on that side. A church and a statue on a base were added later, and so of course you need to think those away. This is a view of some of the remains as they look today, just to give you a sense that when you're actually up there and wandering around, the walls don't go up all that far, but you can also see that they do preserve the entire plan of the structure, which is why we have such a good idea of what it looked like in antiquity and how all of those pieces fit together. You can see that the construction is concrete and the facing is stone, irregular stonework, the kind of opus incertum work that we've seen elsewhere in Campania. Because remember, this is an island, but it's off the coast of Naples, Pompeii, and Aplantis. It is in that same general area of Italy. And this is one view, and one, I have many more spectacular ones than this one, but this is one that gives you a sense of the sort of thing you can see. This one I took right from, I think, from near the aula, just to give you an idea of what you see from there. Beautiful views of the sea. And from some areas you can see the rocky outcroppings as you look down, and then views of some other islands in the area, for example, Ischia, and so on. The successor to Tiberius was a man by the name of Caligula. Caligula became emperor at the death of Tiberius, and we see a portrait of him here on the right-hand side of the screen, just again to give you a sense of the man. He was very young when he became emperor of Rome. He had a very short reign, only 3 years. And he was somewhat unbalanced, and it was not long after he became emperor. Oh, by the way, he was very popular when he was a boy. He was a prince, very popular. He used to run around the military camps with his family in a little military costume, and he wore these distinctive military boots called the Caliga, C-A-L-I-G-A, which is how he got the nickname Caligula from those boots. He was extremely popular with everyone, and everyone was quite excited when he became emperor of Rome. But his power went to his head. He became a despot, and he spent most of his time cavorting with his 3 sisters. I show you them here on a coin. Then they're all named Agrippina, Julia, and Drusilla was his favorite. So, of course, she's in the center there, Drusilla. And he also did strange things like conduct wars, faux wars, essentially, faux wars with faux enemies. For example, his war against Britain, so to speak. And he also spent a good deal of time trying to work it out so that his horse, Incitatus, could become a senator. So this gives you some idea of the kind of man we're dealing with here. He was occupied with all of that and really not that much with architecture. And again, he was only emperor for a very short time, so there was a limit to what kinds of architectural contributions he could make. But he didn't make none. I mean, he made some, and in fact, one of them is particularly important, and I want to emphasize those to you here. So again, Caligula was emperor between 37 and 41 AD. He had little public building. Again, he continued the tradition of Tiberius, and that is in having much more interest in private villa architecture than in public architecture. But again, it's only fair, as we judge him in terms of his architectural contribution, I think it's only fair to remind ourselves that, again, he was only emperor for 3 years. If he had been emperor longer, perhaps his contribution would have been greater. He did finish several buildings begun by Tiberius, and we're going to see this as a pattern, that is, emperors coming to the fore and completing buildings by their predecessors. And he did build a couple of new things, including 2 new aqueducts and a circus located near what is now Vatican City. He thought the Domus Tiberiana was a terrific idea, and consequently he added to that palace. That's the palace that Tiberius began on the slopes of the Palatine Hill. But his main interest was villas outside Rome. He built a number of those. I'm not talking about Capri now. Those were already built, and he could go down and enjoy those as Emperor of Rome. But he wanted to ring Rome with a series of villas, and he began that work. And later on, according to Pliny the Elder, Rome was ringed with the villas not only of Caligula, but also of Nero. So these were going up apace around the city of Rome itself. The single most important contribution, though, that Caligula made, and it is very significant, is to alter, it was during his reign, during his brief reign, that the recipe for Roman concrete construction was altered. What they did was make the decision to lighten it up, and they did that by taking the stone rubble that had been used in the mixture of concrete for some time, taking that stone rubble and dispensing with it, getting rid of it because it was too heavy, and mix the liquid mortar instead with a very porous yellow tufa, and also with pumice, which is a soft, light stone resembling cork. So when you think of replacing heavy rubble with something that resembles cork, you get the sense that that is going to lead to lighter domes. Lighter domes are going to lead to domes that are able to span greater spaces. So this is no small accomplishment. This is very, very significant. It happens during the reign of Caligula, and we'll see already today that the so-called Golden House or Domus Aurea of Nero would not have been possible. The span of that dome would not have been possible without this change in the recipe in concrete that happened under Caligula. The other development under Caligula that I want to make reference to really has more to do with religious practice, but it also has an important impact on architecture. And that is the impact of mystery cults on Roman religion. I think I've mentioned to you already that the Romans practiced a state religion, and that state religion was considered the religion that everyone should adhere to. But over time, because of Rome's connections to other parts of the empire, especially the Eastern Empire, a whole host of different kinds of religions, mystery religions, exotic religions, began to infiltrate Rome. They came back through the army, they came back through commerce to Rome, and initially they were not accepted. You were not allowed to practice these openly. And so we saw an example was the Villa of the Mysteries, where the woman of the house created a special room, room number 5, for the celebration of the cult of Dionysus, because that was considered a secret religion at that particular point. But these mystery religions, Caligula himself showed some interest in them, and it began to look as if perhaps they would be able to begin to come up from underground. They didn't during his reign, but I think, again, his contribution in that way was also an important one. They did continue to have to meet in secret, and one sect in particular I want to make reference to today, the so-called Neo-Pythagorean sect, because we'll see in the next monument that I want to show you that it was that sect that was celebrated in a very interesting underground basilica that I want to turn to now. It doesn't date to the time of Caligula. In fact, it's a little bit later in the reign of Claudius, but I want to show it to you here because, again, it was Caligula's, beginning to be more accepting of these kinds of things that led in part to their proliferation, initially underground and then above ground as well. This is the so-called underground basilica because it is located underground. It dates to around AD 50. And you can see from this site plan its location. You can see it marked Basilica up there. And you can see that it's near a street we've already talked about, the Via Praenestina in Rome, which you'll remember is one along with the Via Labicana that came and converged on the Tomb of the Baker that we looked at last time. In fact, if you look at this site plan, you see the trapezoidal plan of the Tomb of the Baker right here. And when we discussed the Tomb of the Baker, I made the point to you that it was located or was sited in front of a great gate, the so-called Porta Maggiore, or the great gate that spanned 2 aqueducts. And I said to you, I urged you to think away that great gate because it was built later. It was built, in fact, during the reign of Claudius. We're going to look at it momentarily. So you see the great gate here, and you see the tomb of the baker, and that gives you a sense of the location of the basilica, the underground basilica of 50 AD. If you look at that basilica, you see the plan is exactly like the basilica in a civic context, the basilica at Pompeii, for example, with a central nave and two side aisles divided by that nave, that central space, through architectural members, in this case through piers rather than columns, and then at the end, to give some emphasis to one short side of the space, an apse that you also see there. This underground basilica was used for religious worship, so we see once again what I've referred to as the interchangeability of form, the idea of creating a certain building plan for a civic center, the law court or basilica, and then using it in other ways. We already saw the basilican plan being used in house design at Herculaneum as a banqueting hall, and here we see it as a place for religious worship underground, a basilican form being used for religious worship underground. The underground basilica is miraculously preserved. Why? Because it's underground, and it consequently was kept in very good shape over time. It's very difficult to get permission to go down and see it, but it is a marvel, as you can see from this image here. How did they create this underground basilica? How did they make this building underground? Well, they cut trenches in the tufa rock. In the tufa rock, remember we've talked about how ubiquitous tufa rock was in Rome, both on the hillsides like the Palatine and elsewhere. So they cut trenches in the tufa rock, and then they poured concrete into those trenches to create the walls and also the barrel vault that you see so well here. And once that concrete had dried, they cut it out in such a way as to create the piers that you also see very well in this structure. So we're looking at that central space, we're looking at the piers, the arches above those piers, and then that supporting a barrel vaulted ceiling as well as a semi-vault in the apse of this structure. Another view gives you a sense of the relationship of the central space to the aisles. It's a fairly small structure, but nonetheless, it is quite light and airy, as I think you can see here. As we look from the central nave toward one of the side aisles, can see the piers and the arches above those piers. And you can also see the way in which the walls are decorated. They're made out of concrete, but they're stuccoed over and divided into a series of panels that are decorated with pretty strong resemblance to third style. And that resemblance becomes even clearer as we look up to the vault above. This is how we surmise that this building was put up to the Neo-Pythagorean cult, because the figures that we see floating in the central panels here, those who have a good understanding of the Neo-Pythagorean cult have suggested that these track extremely well the beliefs of this particular cult. But interesting for us is, again, the close resemblance of this to third-style Roman wall painting. It's done in stucco. The stucco is painted, but you can see it's divided into a series of panels with floating mythological figures, or floating religious figures in this case, inside the panels. And look then very carefully at some of the floral decorations, which you will see also resemble very closely the flimsy candelabra and so on that are characteristic of third-style Roman painting. This shouldn't surprise you. The date of 50 AD is still well within the third style. We talked about the very long life of the third style, that it was used already in the late 1st century BC, but that it didn't really go out until about 62 AD. So 50, we're still in that period of the third style. It doesn't surprise us to see decoration like this in this very interesting underground basilica. Caligula was murdered at the end of, was murdered, and he, in 41, and his wife and daughter, he had one daughter, were also murdered at the same time. He had no family member to succeed him, and his uncle Claudius was chosen as the next emperor of Rome. Many of you may know the interesting story, the quite captivating story of how Claudius was chosen as emperor. He was someone who was not highly respected by his family, and I'll say more about that in a moment. No one ever thought he was going to amount to anything. And when, after Caligula's death, Claudius was such kind of timid that he hid behind a curtain. But as the Praetorian Guard wandered through the palace trying to figure out who in the world they were going to appoint as Caligula's successor, they saw a pair of feet underneath the curtain. They pulled open that curtain and they saw Claudius and they thought, well, he's going to be no trouble at all. No one thinks much of him. We're going to be able to get everything we want if we appoint Claudius as emperor. And so they did. They bowed down and they said, you are now, or they put him up on their shoulders, you are now emperor of Rome. Well, Claudius surprised them because he was a very smart individual indeed, as we shall see. This is a cameo, a famous cameo that represents Claudius, just for you to get some sense of what he looked like over here on the left with his wife, and then possibly these two figures over here are controversial, possibly with Tiberius or some other member of the imperial family. This is blown up into colossal size. It's a fairly small but very beautiful cameo, and these cameos were used as presentation pieces in ancient Roman times. Claudius was emperor of Rome between AD 41 and 54. I mentioned that his family did not have much respect for him. They thought he was weak and sickly, and they thought he was dim-witted. And the only reason they thought he was dim-witted because the poor fellow stammered, and they thought that that reflected an undisciplined mind. Not at all. He was very, very intelligent indeed, and he surprised them. He surprised not only the Praetorian Guard, but also his family when he became emperor. He turned out to be a unique individual with a predilection, as we shall see, for an entirely new kind of and very distinctive form of architecture. And one that I believe, and I'll try to make the case to you today, reflected his very distinctive intellect. We need to know, therefore, something about him and how he came and how he had trained himself intellectually before he became emperor of Rome. He was 50 years old when he became emperor. He had been, in the years prior to that, a scholar, an historian, an antiquarian, a linguist. He wrote a history of Rome by himself, was not ghost-written, and he wrote several volumes also on his own on the Etruscans. He was particularly interested in the Etruscans. We know he added a few letters to the Latin alphabet to give it more range, and he was the last Roman, as far as we know, to be able to read and also write Etruscan. This gives you a very good sense of the man. With regard to architecture, he rejected categorically the interest of Tiberius and Caligula in villa architecture, and he returned to the construction of public architecture. He looked to Augustus as a model for this, and especially to public works. Let me show you one example. You see on the screen a site plan of the port of Rome. I've already mentioned the fact that the port of Rome was located at Ostia, the city at the mouth of the Tiber River. We saw the plan of Ostia, a colony already founded in the mid-4th century BC and around 350, and it grew over time, and it had its efflorescence, as we'll see in a later lecture, in the 2nd century AD. Here's the plan of Ostia over here, the Tiber River, and then at the mouth of the Tiber River, at a place that we call Portus, a location that we call Portus or Porto, it's on the monument list for you, the actual harbor itself. What we're looking at above is a coin of the Emperor Nero. You see Nero on the obverse, and on the reverse, a representation of what we think is the port built by Claudius. We have a description of the port of Claudius by Suetonius. In his Lives, Suetonius tells us that the port had curving breakwaters. And if we look at this coin of Nero that was struck by the emperor between 64 and 68 AD, we see on the back what is clearly a port with curving breakwaters. So we believe that this must be a depiction of the port built by Claudius sometime during his reign, that is between 41 and 54. What does that coin tell us about what that port must have looked like? We can see that there is a large statue in the upper center. There is a river god reclining below, probably the Tiber himself, to locate this port, and also a series of boats in the center. But most important, again, are the curving breakwaters, which you can see are made up of a series of columns. They look like colonnades, one on either side, curving colonnades. This plan down here shows us the likely plan of the Claudian harbor, roughly circular, again with breakwaters on either side, with columns on either side. This area was added to by the Emperor Trajan, the early 2nd century AD. He added a 5-sided port as well, and you can see that here in this plan as well. But think that away for now. All that would have been there was Claudius's port with the curving breakwaters. This is a painting of both of those ports that's on the wall in the Vatican. I walked by it many times and only recently really noticed it and took a picture of it, and I think it'll be helpful to you today because it gives you a sense of what this port looked like in antiquity. We see the later port of Trajan over here, but again, think that away for now and concentrate on the curving breakwaters of Claudius's port. You see here this colossal statue, possibly of Neptune over here, a lighthouse over here, and the boats in the center of this. But most important for us, again, are those curving breakwaters and the fact that they were made up of columns. The columns are all that survive today, and what a set of columns they are. I show a detail of some of them to you here, and you should be struck by these columns because these are columns unlike any other columns that we have seen in the course of this semester. If you look at these columns very carefully, you will see that the capitals on the top, which are very severe, they're not exactly the Doric order, but they resemble the Doric order, very severe, and they are finished. You can identify them as capitals. And the bases, I'll show you a view of the bases in a moment. The bases, as we'll also see, are also finished with very nice moldings down below. But in between the bases and the capitals, we see something again that we've never seen before, and that is a series of drums, of column drums, piled one on top of another. But those drums are not finished, or they're left in a rough state, one or the other. They have either been deliberately left in a rough or rusticated state, or they were unfinished. Why might they have been unfinished? They might have been unfinished because the project was late. They were rushing it. They wanted to get it done. They needed to use the harbor, and so they said, "Look, to save time, just put those columns up the way they are, and don't bother finishing the drums of the column." Or it might have had, or one could argue that it might have had to do with expense, that it was getting too expensive, and that they decided not to finish the drums for that reason. Or it might have been deliberate, the idea to leave those drums rough, to make them look rusticated. I'm going to make a case today that it's the last, that this was a deliberate move on Claudius and his architects. And one of the main reasons I can make that, if this is all we had, if we had only this port of Claudius, only these columns in this style, it would be very difficult to make the case. But as we're going to see when we move from this to that great gate, or the Porta Maggiore, which was put up under Claudius, and then not today but next time to a building that was put up in Claudius's honor after his death, we will see that all three of those have these rusticated columns or piers in common. Which suggests to us, it suggests to me for sure, that that leaving them in this rusticated state was deliberate on the part of the patron and his architects. And I'm also going to suggest that it had to do with Claudius's peculiar personality, and especially his interest in antiquarianism in the past, in the history of Rome, and the history of the Etruscans, and so on. Here's another detail of one of the columns over here, where you can see the rough drum, and then down below the base on which that sits, a molded base, very carefully molded. The architects, the designers, the artisans could finish these columns perfectly well if they chose to. They did it on the base, they did it in the capitals, but not in between. Here's another one where you can see a series of columns engaged into a wall, and again you can see the rough or rusticated drums, then down below the molded and the finished bases. So this difference between what we call finished masonry or dressed, D-R-E-S-S-E-D, dressed masonry, or rusticated masonry, masonry that is deliberately left rough. Again, in order to underscore this point, I want to turn now to the Great Gate, or the Porta Maggiore in Rome, also built by Claudius between 41 and 54 AD. You already know its location near the tomb of Eurysakes, near the underground basilica that we also discussed today. And I had mentioned to you already that the purpose of this gate was to serve as a crossing point for two aqueducts that had been begun earlier, were worked on by Caligula, and then completed by Claudius. And there were two of them that crossed at this very point, and they needed something to mask that crossing, and so they built this great gate, the Porta Maggiore. If you look at this general view of the Porta Maggiore, you will see much of what I have already described. It has two open archways. The uppermost part, which is the attic, which has an inscription. It's a three-tiered attic, as you can see, and if you look carefully, you will see it has an extensive inscription making reference to Claudius and to the aqueducts and so on. Down below, we see a series of smaller arcuations surrounded by columns on either side, supporting pediments above. If you look closely, you can see that the pediments are finished. Pediments are finished, the lintels are finished, the capitals are finished. But the blocks of the column and the blocks of the rest of the structure are left in a rusticated state. They are not finished, and we see that very stark difference between the rusticated masonry and the finished masonry, the smooth masonry, the dressed masonry, and the rough masonry in this structure. This gate, by the way, is made out of travertine cut stone construction. Here's another view that I think shows you better the way in which this gate masks the crossing of those two aqueducts. You can see two channels there, and one would have had pipes running through it one way, and the other would have had pipes running through it the other way, and that's how they crossed in antiquity, and I'll show you a model that may make that even clearer in a moment. You can also see the location of the tomb of the baker Eurysakes right next to the so-called Porta Maggiore. Here's the model that I showed you when we looked at the tomb of Eurysakes, the way in which the Praennestina and the Labicana come into Rome and converge at the facade of that tomb. Here you see the Great Gate, or Porta Maggiore, behind it, and this is the best illustration I can give of the way in which the pipes of the two aqueducts crossed behind the attic of the gate, which is one of the reasons it had to be as tall as it did, and one of the reasons it had to have tiers was in order, because it was separated behind. You can see that very well here, as well as the contrast between the rusticated masonry and the finished masonry of this great gate. This combination of the two is a very mannered thing to do, and it's interesting that later Renaissance architects in Italy, and for those of you who are aficionados of the Renaissance, you may know the work of an architect by the name of Giulio Romano, who created the famous Palazzo del Te in Mantua. And I show you a detail of the Palazzo del Te just to make the point, the more general point. You don't have to worry about Giulio, but just to make the general point that these Renaissance architects like Giulio Romano looked back to buildings like the Porta Maggiore in Rome, when they also conceived of buildings in which they contrasted rusticated masonry with smooth masonry, as you can also see so well. And here, two last details of the Porta Maggiore, and I think these show you almost more than anything else I have thus far, this incredible contrast between the finished and the unfinished masonry, between the smooth and the rough. And here you can see a detail of the pediment of the smoothness of that, of the lintel down below, of the capital, which is completely finished, and then even of the uppermost part of the column. And this is a particularly interesting detail, I think, because it gives me the sense, as I look at it, that what the patron and architects are trying to do is give us a sense that the column actually lives inside the rusticated drums. I get the sense as I look at this that this finished column is very anxious to bust out of the rusticated masonry in which it is confined. It's very anxious to emerge from that rusticated masonry. And I can't help but think of the Renaissance again, and especially of Michelangelo, for any of you who've seen his slaves in the Accademia in Florence. The slaves that he took these big blocks of Carrara marble, and he represents the slaves as if they're still immersed in that marble, but trying to break free from that marble, as if these images of human beings were somehow located inside that marble and just waiting for the genius Michelangelo to free them from that marble. It's the same sense that I get here when I look at this, and it makes me think again that a very intelligent, a very refined mind is behind sorting out this kind of thing and conceiving of something of this nature. And given the education and the bent of Claudius, he is just the kind of man who might have done that. And I think we need to see the architecture of Claudius, this rusticated architecture of Claudius, which is contrasted to the smooth and finished architecture at the same time, as something that really is reflective of the peculiar personality of this man. I think it's also important to say, though, that this kind of architecture at this time is very old-fashioned. The whole idea of using cut stone travertine construction after what we've seen is going on in concrete construction is a very old-fashioned thing to do. It again shows us a man who is looking to the past, who is looking to the history of Rome, to the history of the Etruscans, perhaps rather than to the present. But on the positive side, one could also say that what he is doing here, he is using stone construction, but he is using it in a very different way, and indeed an almost anti-classical way to the way in which Augustus used it. Think of Augustus's Areopagus, think of Augustus's Temple of Mars Ultor and the Forum of Augustus in Rome, both of those marble buildings, in that case Luna or Carrara marble, based on ancient Greek prototypes. This is also stone architecture, and in that sense, again, old-fashioned, but it's travertine, not marble. But it is anti-classical in its use of this rusticated as well as smooth masonry. So I do want you to ponder this architecture of Claudius and think for yourselves about whether you think, again, it is due, the form that it takes is due to the very interesting and unusual personality of this one man. Claudius, I want to turn to the notorious Nero and his amazing architectural legacy. And you see a portrait of Nero here on the right-hand side of the screen. And a coin with his mother on the left. The mother of Nero was Agrippina the Younger. Agrippina the Younger was the last wife of Claudius, and it was rumored that Agrippina the Younger murdered Claudius with a bowl of poisoned mushrooms. We don't know if that's true or not. It may be just rumor mongering, but it's perfectly conceivable because she certainly had a motive, and that is she thought she would have more power if her teenage son, because he was only about 17 years old at the time, was on the throne of Rome instead of her older husband. And this coin that you see on the left-hand side of the screen of the young Nero and Agrippina, I think, says it all. I mean, mother and son almost nose to nose. This gives real meaning to being in your face. As you can see here, Agrippina is certainly in the face of Nero on this coin, and she was, with regard to his life, dominating him in the very early years of his reign. Nero was born in AD 37. He was emperor between 54 and 68. At his death, his murder, he was forced to commit suicide, actually, in 68. He suffered a damnatio memoriae, which was a condemnation by the Senate of him, a damnation of his memory, and an attempt to destroy his portraits and also his architectural monuments followed that damnatio memoriae. Nero was the last of the Julio-Claudian emperors. He was the adoptive son of Claudius, and as I've already mentioned, the real son of Claudius's last wife, Agrippina the Elder. I mentioned already that Agrippina, or I gave you the sense that Agrippina was a quite aggressive woman who aggravated Claudius and Nero both. We talked about the poison mushroom stories and the fact that when her son became emperor, she received, at least for a while, enhanced power in Rome. But Nero eventually paid his mother back by having her murdered in AD 59. He also got rid of his wife Octavia, beautiful young girl whom he had murdered in 62. So by the age of 25, Nero had gotten rid of the women, the two women who had dominated his youth, and his much-touted madness. He was not unlike Caligula in some of the wild things that he did. His much-touted madness began to appear. That said, despite his madness, he was absolutely adored by the populace. It was a great show to watch Nero, and people liked seeing what he would do next. He was adored by the populace. He was, however, hated by the aristocracy, and in 68, he was hunted down by his enemies, and he was forced to commit suicide. I would call Nero a patron of architecture extraordinaire. His contribution to the development of Roman architecture is indeed extraordinary. He had a passion for the arts, which undoubtedly led to his devotion to building. He wrote and he sang poems. Nero was a musician. He collected Greek works of art. He traveled to Greece to participate in the Olympics. Whenever he did that, they were always fixed in his favor. He stole, when he traveled around Greece and Asia Minor, he stole, if he saw a work of art he liked, he stole it, and he brought it back to Rome to display. He interwove his life with his art in the same manner as Claudius did. He took advantage of that very famous fire in Rome, which took place in 64 AD, legend has it that he fiddled while Rome burned. He wasn't fiddling, actually, but he was participating in some sort of musical performance. We know that. And after the fire raged through the city and caused incredible havoc and great destruction, what Nero did was, instead of rebuilding the land for the people of Rome, he just expropriated, or he expropriated 300 to 350 acres of prime real estate in downtown Rome, and he used it to build his own villa, his own palace in the center of Rome, the famous Domus Aurea, or Golden House, because it had a gilded facade. Nero's architecture was intimately bound up with the vicissitudes of his life and his distinctive, if not warped, personality, as we shall see. Nero built two palaces in Rome, and I'd like to begin with the one, I'd like to deal with those in consecutive order. The first of these, as you can see from the monument list, is the so-called Domus Transitoria, the less well-known one and less well-preserved one, the Domus Transitoria in Rome. That was built sometime before the fire, before AD 64, because it was very significantly destroyed in that fire of AD 64. I'm showing you a Google map, a Google Earth image of the part of Rome in which this building found itself. We are looking down, we've seen this one before, we are looking down at the Roman Forum, the Colosseum in the uppermost part there, the Palatine Hill over here. If we follow the Roman Forum toward the Colosseum and toward the later Arch of Constantine, we will see that there is a spur hill over here, and that spur hill is located between the Palatine Hill and one of Rome's other hills, the Esquiline, Esquiline, the Esquiline Hill. Nero's dream was to link the buildings that were going up on the Palatine. We've already talked about the imperial palace begun by Tiberius, continued by Caligula. Claudius had no interest in that. But then Nero returns to it, and he's continuing to build this palace on the Palatine. But his dream is to link that with property that he also owns on the Esquiline Hill, and to make one truly grandiose palace that links those two hills across a spur hill called the Velia, V-E-L-I-A, which is in this uppermost part of the Roman Forum, closest to the Colosseum. That was his dream, and he began to try to realize it prior to 64 AD. The building is called the Domus Transitoria because it served as a point of transit between those two hills, between the Palatine and the Esquiline Hills. Again, because it was so seriously destroyed in fire, and also because it was deliberately destroyed by later emperors who were following the damnation, the damnatio memoriae, the damnation of Nero's memory, and felt that it was their right, in a sense, to destroy his buildings. So those two things together, deliberate destruction plus the fire, essentially destroyed most of the Domus Transitoria. But a couple of sections are preserved underground, and they're very important for us to look at because they give us insight into the later Golden House or Domus Aurea. I want to show you the two sections that are still preserved in restored views that you will find in your textbook in Ward Perkins. One of these is located beneath the, while this is still on the screen, if you look at the Palatine Palace here, just a little bit up beyond where my finger is, there is the dining hall of the later 1st century AD palace that we'll look at soon, next week. You see it there. And one of the buildings, a fountain of Nero's Domus Transitoria, is located under that. And then over here, this temple that you see right close to the Colosseum is a later Hadrianic temple of Venus in Roma. The domed room that I'm going to show you is under that. So both of these are underground beneath later structures. This is a restored view from Ward Perkins of the fountain court of Nero's Domus Transitoria, and we see a number of important features. We see an open court with a pool with columns around it. We see on the northern wall over here, we see the fountain itself. We see that what the architects have done is use a niche, place in that niche a series of other niches that served as the location of the actual water from which the fountain emerged, and the water would cascade over this wall down here and then end up in a long basin in front of it. The wall is what's most interesting. If you look at it, you will see that it is essentially scalloped with columns in the front and then additional columns in the receding bays, creating a kind of in and out effect, very similar to theater architecture. And I show you a restored view of a typical theater of earlier date, just to give you a sense of what this is based on. You can also see that opening up off this central court, screened by columns, are barrel vaulted rooms on either side. These were used as special dining areas, with beautiful views out onto this fountain court on either side. And then this restored view also gives you a sense that the pavements were variegated, were done in different designs, and we know that these pavements were made out of marble and that the walls were revetted with marble. This isn't the faux marble of the first style. This is real marble, and it's our first example in Rome of a room that was revetted with marble brought from all parts of the world. Marble brought from Africa, marble brought from Egypt, marble brought from Asia Minor and also from Greece in various colors to decorate the fountain court of Nero's Domus Transitoria. The other room, and perhaps the more important of the two, is the domed room, definitely more important of the two, the domed room in the Domus Transitoria of Nero, and you see a restored view of it here. What are we dealing with? We are dealing with a structure that is clearly based on the thermal bath at Baia and the Frigidari of Pompeii. It is a concrete structure. It looks as if it's round. In fact, you can see a circle inscribed in the pavement down here below. The structure is made out of concrete. It has a dome and an oculus. But even though that it is described in a circle, if you look carefully at the walls, you will see that although they are curved, they follow the curvature of the circle, there are 8 sides to this wall. So the architect is starting to explore the idea of an octagon. This is not an octagon. It's a circle inscribed in an octagon in a sense, but it is an exploration into an 8-sided form that we're going to see is very, very important for a later development in the Golden House of Nero. Also, what we see here that's very interesting, that's a further development of the frigidarium and thermal bath idea, is instead of this circular structure in an octagon ending with these radiating apses, the 4 radiating apses that we saw at Baia, for example, we see that they extend into corridors on either side, which expands the space in a way that we have not seen before. You see, they don't end on either side with these apses with walls. They expand into these long corridors, as you can see, creating a kind of cross shape and certainly adding to the interesting spatial relationships and spatial possibilities, and the use again of vista and panorama, as we've seen. We see here also on either side here a series of columns with metal grills on top, so wonderful views through those columns to what lies beyond. And then on this side, a small pool that had white marble and then colored marbles around that. So you have to imagine again the overall appearance of this in antiquity, when light would have streamed through the dome of the central space onto the walls that probably had mosaic on them, through the grills and the columns onto the water of the white pool here, which was also surrounded with variegated marbles, these same marbles brought from all over the world. The view must have been quite spectacular. This is certainly, again, a form of ostentatious palatial architecture that Augustus eschewed, but was becoming of increasing interest to the likes of Tiberius, Caligula, and ultimately Nero. And again, just to make the same point again, that we can trace this back to the experiments of the Frigidaria at Pompeii, that's the Stabian baths, to the thermal bath, the Temple of Mercury at Baia. But look at the difference that it makes when you extend those apses into corridors, creating a much freer spatial situation and adding to the vista and panorama idea that has been so popular, as we've long seen, with the Romans. In the time that remains, I want to turn to Nero's most important architectural commission, and I can't overemphasize the significance of this structure that I'm going to show you now, the so-called Domus Aurea, or the Golden House of Nero, again because of its gilded facade. We've already talked about the fire that raged through Rome in 64, and that when the smoke from that fire died down, that Nero expropriated 300 to 350 acres in prime downtown Rome for his own use, for a private palace, the so-called Golden House. We see a site plan here also from Ward Perkins, where you can get a sense not only of the extent of this. Look how it covers ground from the Circus Maximus all the way across to the Esquiline Hill, as you can see so well here. So the Palatine Hill, the Esquiline Hill, and also even the Celian Hill over here. He dug an artificial, or he had his architects dig an artificial lake in the center of this, as you can see here. And the Golden House was very extensive. There's only one part of it that remains today as part of the Esquiline Hill in Rome, and we therefore call it the Esquiline wing of the Domus Aurea of Nero. This palace had an incredible set of gimmicks that were so noteworthy that the names of the architects have come down to us, the architect and engineer who are responsible for this, and I think they came down to us largely because of these incredible gimmicks that they created for this structure. Their names were Severus and Keller, and I believe I have put their names on the monument list for you. Yes, I have, underneath the plan of the Esquiline wing. So Severus and Keller, their names suggest to us that they were Roman architects, in fact. And these gimmicks included a 125-foot statue of Nero himself, a colossal statue, or the Colossus, as it is designated here, a colossal statue of Nero with the feature, Nero assimilated to the sun god Sol, S-O-L, the sun god Sol, and it was done in bronze, and it was done by a famous artist whose name we also know, Zenodorus. I've also put his name on the monument list for you, Zenodorus, who was a very famous bronze caster. So Zenodorus's Colossus, the gilded facade, and what were some of the gimmicks that Severus and Keller added to this palace? When you ate in the dining hall, if you were invited as a special guest to eat with Nero, while you were eating, the coffered ceilings of one of the dining rooms would drop on you all kinds of wonderful fragrances and flower petals while you ate. There was also a bath that gave you a choice of seawater and salt water and water from the sulfur springs of Tivoli. You had your choice if you were bathing at Nero's Domus Aurea. And most spectacularly of all, and I think what Severus and Keller had particular fame for, was they created a banqueting room that had a revolving ceiling, supposedly, a ceiling that revolved with the heavenly body. So an incredible array of gimmicks, as I said before, in this extraordinary palace, but all of them clearly possible vis-a-vis architecture at this time. I'm showing you here a plan of the Esquiline wing. This is the one part of the palace that survives today. We'll talk about what happened to this palace in a later lecture, but you can see it here. Dozens and dozens of rooms around a five-sided court, as you can see at this location. And then here, what is up to this, what is the so-called octagonal room of Nero's Domus Aurea, which is a remarkable room, and I think it's fair to say the single most important room that I will have shown you thus far this semester is the octagonal room of Nero's Domus Aurea, and you see it here. You can see the plan of the octagon and then the radiating spaces out from it. I'll return to that plan in just a moment. Just to mention, though, by using Google Earth again, I can show you the particular location of the dome of the Esquiline wing on the Esquiline Hill today. What happened to it eventually, and again, I'm not going to go into the details now, but I will in the future. After Nero's Damnatio Memoriae, some of this was destroyed. Much of it was incorporated into later buildings. Eventually, a bath of the Emperor Trajan ended up on this site, and the emperor covered over what was remained of Nero's Domus Aurea, what hadn't been razed to the ground, and incorporated some of it into his later bath. And in fact, this hemicycle of Trajan's bath is actually the entranceway today of the Domus Aurea. You can see it right here, and you can see that the other remains of both Trajan's baths and of the Domus Aurea have been incorporated into a modern garden, a very attractive garden where you can wander and see some of the remains of both. And actually what you see here, it just shows you how amazing Google Earth is. This circle that you see here is actually, it has a grate on top today, but it is actually the oculus of Nero's octagonal room, which is down below, which is located underground. So if you visit the Domus Aurea, which is, as you can see, right near the Colosseum, you go into the entranceway through the hemicycle of Trajan's later baths, and you find yourself in a series of corridors. We've talked about these corridors before because we talked about the paintings that Fabulous did for Nero's Domus Aurea. First the third style paintings and then the fourth style paintings. And you'll remember that the Domus Aurea was described as Fabulous's prison because there were so many rooms and corridors that it would take a whole lifetime to paint them. And you see some of those here, barrel vaulted corridors, stuccoed over and then painted in the third and fourth styles. Another gimmick that you see throughout the Domus Aurea are a series of bridges that are built to carry water from one part of the palace to another. Another view here showing one of the corridors, and what you see here is something that we have not discussed yet, but is the wave of the future, and that is concrete faced with brick. After the fire, there was realization, the fire of '64, there was realization that stone burned too easily. It was not an effective facing any longer, and that they needed to come up with something else. Brick worked better with fire, so the decision was taken to move, and this is not the tile brick in Pompeii, this is real brick, and the decision was taken to begin to use brick-faced construction for these buildings. At this time, it was stuccoed over, as you can see here, stucco and then painted on top, so you wouldn't have actually seen the brick in antiquity, but we'll see it was not long until the Romans recognized that brick was a very attractive material in its own right and began to leave it exposed, but we're not there yet. The paintings, the fourth style paintings are fabulous. You'll remember this one that we've already looked at with the reintroduction of architectural fragments and the architectural cages in the Domus Aurea. This is the single, as I've already said, the single most remarkable and important room that I've shown you thus far this semester, the octagonal room in Nero's Domus Aurea. You see this a cross-section plan and axonometric view from Ward Perkins here, and you can get a very good sense of this. This is truly an octagonal room. The experiment in the domed room, where they had inscribed a circle into an octagon, gave them the idea that they were going to try to make an actual octagonal room out of concrete, and they succeed here. You can see the 8 sides of this room. You can see it has a series of radiating alcoves, but much bigger alcoves than we saw in the Frigidaria at Pompeii or in the thermal bath at Baia, and differently shaped ones, and not all the same, but a couple are cross-shaped and others are rectangular, different shapes, and then the axonometric view shows you that within those alcoves there are additional niches in some of the walls that gives a more of a sculptural quality to this than has been the case before, and this again was no small feat on the part of these architects. Why is the Domus Aurea so important? The reason, the octagonal room of the Domus Aurea so important. The octagonal room of the Domus Aurea, and I've given you a number of bullet points here, represents a break from the tyranny of the rectangle that we know from Greek and Etruscan architecture. It enables vistas to be created in every direction, and you know the importance to Romans of vistas and panoramas. It creates one continuous envelope around an interior space. It fully realizes, this development has been long in coming, but we're finally there. It fully realizes the technical and expressive potentiality of Roman concrete construction. It represents a switch of emphasis from solids to voids, from walls and roofs that we saw in such buildings as the Temple of Portunus, to the insubstantial space that they enclose and shape. It is the interior space, not the walls, that matter now. And in this new interior architecture, light plays a key role. Natural light that creates drama as well as illuminates. The importance of the octagonal room of Nero's Domus Aurea cannot be overstated! Exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point. The octagonal room heralds the Roman architectural revolution that we saw already beginning at places like Palestrina, but it is finally here in its full-blown form where, as I said, the potentiality of the expressiveness of Roman concrete is fully realized. This is the room itself as it looks today. We can see the octagon, we can see the dome, we can see the way in which the octagon becomes the dome, the 8 sides and the way it is shaped to become the dome above. We can see some of the niches here. We can see the way in which the spaces that expand from the central space, and we can see niches within those to give greater sculptural quality to it, and you can get a little bit of the sense of the light here. This would have been elaborately decorated in antiquity. I show you a restored view, all of those same marbles from Egypt, from Africa, from Asia Minor, from Greece, all brought together here, lots of different colors. This is what those Pompeians wished their walls actually looked like, but you see real marble revetted walls, marble pavements, and then up above in all kinds of colors, and then up above the ceiling stuccoed over and also painted. One can only imagine Nero entering into this octagonal room and how he must have felt. And in fact, we have a quote from Nero in which he says that when the Domus Aurea in Rome was finished, or he's reported to have said when the Domus Aurea in Rome was finished, he's reported to have said, and I quote, at last, I am going to be able to be housed like a human being. That was the way Nero thought about this. He achieved his goal, undoubtedly, at least for a short period of time before he died in 68. And I believe, and I'm sure you agree with me, I believe that it is for the Domus Aurea, especially for the octagonal room of the Domus Aurea, that Nero would have liked to be remembered, and indeed he achieved his goal. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. We are finally there. We are finally at the Colosseum, the very icon of Rome. And because I think of the Colosseum as the very icon of Rome, I've called today's lecture The Creation of an Icon, the Colosseum and Contemporary Architecture in Rome. But before we discuss the Colosseum, I want to say a few more words about Nero, the last of the Julio-Claudian emperors. And I show you a portrait of Nero here, ensconced in his Domus Aurea with the fourth-style wall of Fabulous behind him. And I wanted to just say and bring your attention to the fact that it really is quite amazing that we have the names of so many of Nero's artists and architects, and that can only attest to the fact that he must have gathered around him truly the greatest artists of the day, artists whose accomplishments were so superb that their names have been recorded for posterity at a time when very few artists and architects' names are recorded. And I just want to remind you of that group. Think, of course, of the painter of Nero, the man who was responsible for painting the third-style walls of Nero's Domus Aurea, Fabulous himself, and who also appears to have been the innovator of the fourth style of Roman wall painting. There was also Zenodorus, who was the most famous bronze caster of his day, a Greek artist of great renown, whom Nero hired to make his colossal statue, the colossal statue, 125 feet tall, out of bronze, that depicted Nero in the guise of the sun god Sol, and a statue that was referred to as the Colossus. And lastly, but not least by any stretch of the imagination, were the two architects of Nero, Severus and Keller, Roman architects, we believe, Severus and Keller, who were responsible for the Domus Aurea itself, for all the architectural innovations and experimentations at the Domus Aurea, and it was they who, we believe, were the creators of the remarkable octagonal room, as I mentioned last time, probably the most extraordinary room we've seen thus far this semester, and one that's going to have lasting impact on later Roman buildings and complexes. So the octagonal room, and also I mentioned to you other things in the villa, including a banqueting hall with a revolving ceiling. So these men also great architectural innovators. So when Nero is forced to commit suicide in 68, we have to ask ourselves, what happened to those artists? What happened to those innovations after Nero was discredited? And I mentioned also last time that when Nero committed suicide, when he was discredited, he received an official damnatio memoriae from the Senate, a damnation of his memory, which meant that his portraits could be and were encouraged to be destroyed, and the same with his buildings. So what is going to happen to the evolution of Roman architecture when one of its greatest patrons, someone who encouraged the greatest architects and artists of the day, when he and his memory are annihilated and his buildings are destroyed? What is going to happen to architectural innovation? That's the main question we need to ask ourselves today as we look at the buildings that were commissioned by his successors, by members of the Flavian dynasty, Vespasian, Titus, and ultimately Domitian. We'll talk about Vespasian today, a bit on Titus, and then more on Titus and Domitian on Tuesday. What happens to these innovations when they begin to take over and when they begin to commission buildings? And we're going to see it's mixed. We're going to see a certain move back toward a conservative vision, but we're also going to see that Nero's innovations live on, and that's the most exciting piece of this particular Flavian puzzle, as we shall see. So we see again Nero here, and when Nero died in 68 A.D., what happened was not only that he received a damnatio memoriae, but there were no other Julio-Claudians to succeed him, and Rome and the empire were plunged once again into a very serious civil war, a civil war that was as profoundly troubling as the civil war that had followed Caesar's death. Caesar's death, as you know, in 44 BC. And what emerged after this civil war, or during this civil war, was one of the most complicated and difficult years in Rome's history, the years 68 to 69, during which Rome had 4 emperors, not co-emperors, as Rome was to have much later in its history, but competing emperors in very quick succession, some of them holding on to power for only a few months. These men were Galba, G-A-L-B-A, whose portrait you see on a coin in the upper left, Galba, who becomes emperor right after Nero's death, and you can see him in a no-nonsense realistic portrait on that coin in the upper left. He is succeeded very soon after by a man by the name of Otho, O-T-H-O. You see him on the gold coin on the right, Otho, who saw Nero as a soulmate and had himself rendered very much with a Neronian hairstyle, as you can see. And then third, a man by the name of Vitellius, V-I-T-E-L-L-I-U-S, Vitellius, who seems to have had more chins than any other emperor in the history of Rome, as you can see in this wonderful portrait now in Copenhagen. And then ultimately Vespasian, V-E-S-P-A-S-I-A-N, Vespasian, who was the only one of these 4 who was able to hold on to power long enough to create a new dynasty that he called after his family name. Flavius was his family name, the so-called Flavian dynasty. And fortune was on his side because he had 2 sons to succeed him, Titus and Domitian. And because he had 2 sons to succeed him, he was able to create a quite successful dynasty, as we shall see, that had lasting power. So this is our second main imperial dynasty, the Flavian dynasty, as opposed to the Augustan and Julio-Claudian dynasty. Now, Vespasian came to power in a civil war. And like Augustus before him, he recognized that although coming to power in a civil war could give you the authority that you needed to govern, it didn't give you the legitimacy. It was very important in the eyes of the Romans to have had an important foreign victory to give your dynasty legitimacy. Augustus came to power after his civil war with Mark Antony, but he looked to his victory over the Parthians in the eastern part of the empire to give his reign legitimacy. Vespasian does the same thing. He comes to power in a civil war. He beats back other Romans. So he has to look elsewhere for legitimacy, and he also looks east. He looks specifically to Judea, and he sends his son Titus in, to do war against Jerusalem, and Titus was victorious in the early 70s AD in this very important Jewish war that I'll have more to say about later today, and also especially on Tuesday. So Vespasian also with his son Titus, is a victor in a foreign war, and that becomes the basis of their right to rule, and we'll see references to those Jewish wars in their art, even in our conversation today. I also want to say, with regard to Vespasian, not only was he a great military strategist, but he also seems to have been an extremely shrewd politician, someone who recognized that you could use architecture in the service of ideology. And that's, in fact, what we're going to see him doing today. And he starts this from the very beginning of his reign. I go back here, too, and we'll look at it a number of times today. It really is going to loom large in today's discussion, the site plan of Nero's Domus Aurea that we looked at last time. And you'll remember the location of the Golden House of Nero up on the Esquiline Hill, the only part of it that still survives, the so-called Esquiline Wing, which you can see there. And here, the great artificial lake, the Colossus by Zenodorus, located over there. And you can see the way those are deployed in that 300 to 350 acres of area that Nero had his architects build up. Vespasian, as he thinks about how to move forward with architecture and to begin to commission buildings, the first thing that strikes him very wisely is he does not want to associate himself with Nero. In fact, he wants to disassociate himself with Nero, who has now been damned. But he looks back at the Julio-Claudians and he recognizes that there is some merit in linking himself with them, and quite specifically with Claudius, who was the best, in addition to Augustus, was the best of the more recent lot, and Claudius was made into a god at his death. So he looks to Claudius, and he notices the fact that there is a temple of Claudius that was begun on this very property by Claudius's wife, his last wife, Agrippina the Younger, the woman with the poisoned mushrooms, Agrippina the Younger, who also, you'll recall, was the mother of Nero. And Agrippina the Younger had begun, after Claudius's death and divinization, a temple in honor of Claudius. Nero, who had no particular affection for his mother, and as you'll remember, had her murdered, decided that he didn't want any part of her building project either, and put a stop to it, especially when he decided that he had other plans for this particular area of Rome, namely to build his pleasure palace. So Nero stops construction. He doesn't destroy the building, but he stops construction on it and just leaves it as it is. The light bulb goes on for Vespasian, and Vespasian says to himself, the best way that I can use architecture to make a connection, to make a link between myself and the Julio-Claudians, especially Claudius, is to finish the temple of Claudius that Agrippina began. And that's exactly what he sets out to do. And he does this at the very beginning of his reign. We give a date of AD 70 to the so-called Temple of Divine Claudius, or as it is often referred to, the Claudianum in Rome. And you see again the location of that Claudianum right here. Now, all that survives of this building today is its platform, and I'm going to show you some details of that platform in a moment. A tall, great platform like the platforms of the sanctuaries that we looked at earlier this semester, upon which the temple rested. All that survives is part of that platform. And what I show you first here is a restored view that comes from the Ward Perkins textbook, where you can get a very good sense of what this platform looked like. It was a two-storied platform, as I think you can see very well. It had barrel-vaulted chambers. It was made out of concrete, barrel-vaulted chambers made out of concrete. And then on the front, there were doorways at the bottom and windows on the second tier. And the facing for the concrete was travertine, cut stone travertine, which should immediately ring a bell because you'll remember that it was cut stone travertine that was also used for Claudius's harbor at Portus and also for the Porta Maggiore in Rome. And you'll remember also the intriguing combination of rusticated masonry and smoothed masonry for those two Claudian buildings. The same is true here. So when Agrippina made a decision to put up a building honoring her husband after his death, a temple that would be to him as a divus, she turns back to the style that he himself seems to have favored, this combination of rusticated and finished masonry to use for that building. And I think this underscores the point that I made last time. This choice of style, of this rusticated masonry style, is not something that happened by happenstance. It is likely because of Claudius's own predilection as a patron, so that when Agrippina decided how it would be best to honor him architecturally, she wanted to honor him in the style that he himself liked. So she uses, again, this combination of rusticated and finished masonry. I can show you again some preserve sections of the podium of the Temple of Divine Claudius that will make this even clearer. Before I do, and you see it on the right-hand side of the screen, just to remind you at the left of some of the great podia that we looked at earlier this semester. And since the exam is coming up, there's no time like the present to see if you know your stuff. Can anyone identify this podium here on the left-hand side of the screen? Wendy? Excellent. The Sanctuary of Jupiter Anxur at Terracina, that's the podium. And you'll remember what was characteristic of it is that it was made out of concrete. It was faced with opus intertum. It had travertine at the corners and over the arches, and it had lateral arches as well as others to allow the free flow of space. So this idea of these great concrete podiums that served as the base for sanctuaries, it's the same idea here. We see, again, a podium that also has arches, as you can see, and then on the front of those arches, in this case, great pilasters. And if you look at those pilasters very carefully, and again, it's done out of travertine in this case, when you look at those very carefully, you see something very interesting here that makes these slightly different from the other two that we saw. Because you can see that the capital is finished. You can see the upper part of the pilaster, and then if you look and then below that, of course, you see these rusticated blocks. But if you look at the in between each of those rusticated blocks very carefully, and I'll show you a better image in a moment where you can see this even more clearly, you will see that part of the pilaster emerges in between each of those rusticated blocks, giving us even more the sense that that finished pilaster is somehow inside inside the rusticated blocks, waiting to emerge in a very interesting way. And we could psychoanalyze Claudius. We talked about his past and how he was not, he was ignored as a child and he was shunted aside and because he stammered and so on. One could go very far and say that's Claudius, waiting inside to emerge sometime. There's like a cocoon that allows the butterfly to emerge at some point later in life. We could try that. I don't know whether you would buy that, but I mean it's one way in which one can think about this sort of thing. But clearly, whatever it meant, if it was just to point to his antiquarian interest, his interest in a more old-fashioned stone construction at this particular point, it does seem to have something to do with the particular personality of this particular patron. Here's just comparing the podium of the Claudianum to the Porta Maggiore in Rome, just to remind you of the rusticated columns there, the rusticated drums of these engaged columns, and then at the uppermost part, the way in which the upper part of the column and the capital are dressed smooth and seem to emerge. And that's when I first made that point about the likelihood that the column that we're supposed to read this is the column completed inside, just waiting to break free. And we see the same thing, but a further elaboration of that here. And I think you can see that much better in this particular detail, where you can again see the entire pilaster behind the rusticated masonry. You see the finished capital, the finished entablature up above, and then you can make out the entire pier, all the way, the entire pilaster, all the way down to the base, and then superimposed, or so it seems. It's not really superimposed; it's just carved in this way. But in between these rusticated blocks, again, giving me at least the sense that the pilaster is done inside. It's just waiting somehow for its debut out of this travertine block. Now, what about the rest of the complex? We don't know exactly, but we have some general sense that it is quite likely that it was similar to the sanctuaries that we looked at earlier, the Sanctuary of Jupiter Anxur at Terracina and Hercules at Tivoli. And in fact, we do have some fragments of this on what is called the marble plan of Rome. I've referred to that before, the so-called forma orbis. Forma Orbis, F-O-R-M-A, a new word, U-R-B-I-S. The Forma Orbis, which was a marble plan of Rome that was made in the early 3rd century A.D., which was housed in a building that I'm going to show you later today. And there are fragments of this structure there that give us a sense of what it looked like in antiquity. So we would have had the podium. It's misrestored here. You have to imagine the 2 tiers that we just looked at before, not this sort of thing. But those beneath serving as the podium or the decoration of the podium, and then above a large rectangular space with a temple pushed not quite to the edge of the back wall, but toward one of the walls, dominating the space in front of it. As you can see, we don't know exactly what that temple looked like, but it was probably a fairly conventional temple on the order of so many that we've looked at this semester. What's interesting about this that's different from the other sanctuaries that we saw is that in the rectangular space above, they seem to have planted a lot of bushes, as you can see here, and that becomes a very popular way of decorating these kinds of complexes in the Flavian period. We'll see another example later today. The greatest, the most famous building that was put up by Vespasian in the Flavian period was the so-called Colosseum, which he began in the year 70 A.D., so contemporaneous to the construction of the Claudianum. But it wasn't finished until after his death. He died in 79. He was emperor for 9 years, died of natural causes. It wasn't completed until his son Titus became emperor, and Titus completed it and dedicated it in the year 80. We see a view of the Colosseum from above, a Google Earth image of the Colosseum from above. It was a very large amphitheater that could hold 50,000 people. It was made of concrete, as we shall see. And this aerial view is very helpful because it shows its relation, it shows its scale, its size. It shows that in Rome today it serves as a kind of giant traffic circle, as you can see here. The Romans love the Colosseum because it is an icon of their civilization, but at the same time they hate it. And they're always saying, would that we could just get rid of it so that traffic would be smoother in this part of Rome. And in fact, there was a scheme a number of years ago now, probably several decades ago by now. There was a Texan who was actually interested in buying the Colosseum and bringing it to Texas to display on his ranch. Fortunately, I mean, Italy gave us some thought to that, but they decided, obviously, that they were not going to part with the Colosseum. And fortunately, it has stayed intact. And I don't think the Romans would have been too happy about that at the end of the day, despite the fact that they curse it out on a fairly regular basis. But we see it here, and it's a useful view because it shows it in conjunction to so many of the other buildings and complexes we've been talking about thus far this semester. We're looking back from it toward the later Arch of Constantine that we'll look at the very end of the course, the Palatine Hill in the upper left, the Roman Forum beginning over here with the Temple of Venus in Roma that was done in the 2nd century. We'll talk about that also later. Here, the great Via dei Fori Imperiali, designed at the behest of Mussolini. And on the right side, of course, the Imperial Fora with the Forum of Julius Caesar and the Forum of Augustus that we have also looked at this semester. So here you see it here, and then I'm going to show you once again the site plan of Nero, because it's important to know, one of the most important things to know about this monument is where it was sited. And where it was sited shows us again how incredibly shrewd Vespasian was when it came to establishing a political agenda and when it came to trying to court the favor of the public. He decided to raise, I mentioned this before, he razed to the ground Nero's Domus Aurea, destroyed it, despite the fact that it had been done by these great architects, despite the fact that it had revolving ceilings. Would have been a really cool place for him to live himself. Think about it, he and his dynasty. But he decided to raze it to the ground for political reasons, to discredit Nero. and he hoped to gain favor with the populace. And what he did smartly was to say, what am I going to do with this property? I'm going to return this property to the Roman people. I'm going to build on it something that they would really like to have. So what he does is he fills in the artificial lake, and he uses the area on which the artificial lake was originally located to build the Colosseum. He puts the Colosseum right on the location of the artificial lake. And the message is clear. What did the Roman people want more than anything else? They wanted an amphitheater where they could go, a large amphitheater where 50,000 of them could pack in and watch animal and gladiatorial combats. There is no better way to gain favor with the Roman populace than to build a building like this, and to build it on top of Nero's pleasurable artificial lake, pleasurable only for himself, was a huge coup on the part of Vespasian. And we see that happening here and right in proximity to the temple of divine Claudius. Notice the fact also that the location of the Colosseum, very close to the Colossus. The name of the Colosseum was really the Flavian Amphitheater, after the family name Flavius, the Flavian Amphitheater. That's how it was known in antiquity. But it came quickly to be known as the Colosseum, not because of its colossal scale, which is what most people think, but because of the Colossus, because of the statue of Zenodorus that stood nearby. And by the way, the other thing that Vespasian did was to have the features of Nero erased on that portrait, and to make them into the more generic features of the sun god Sol himself. So the statue continued to stand, but it was fixed up. It was redone, remade, so that it would look like Sol and not like Nero. But again, the Colosseum takes its name from that. So if you are in any, we used to have a Colosseum here in New Haven, but if you are in the future in any arenas that are called Colosseums, you'll know that that name goes back to the Colossus of Nero, the Colossus of Sol, not to the Colosseum itself ultimately, although I think those who named those arenas were obviously thinking about the Colosseum in Rome. So the location of the Colosseum, extremely important, and a political statement on Vespasian's part. And we see this man, this emperor of Rome, Vespasian, very cleverly using architecture to further his own personal and political agenda. This view also, this plan, cross-section, and axonometric view that all come from Ward Perkins are also very helpful in us getting a sense of this building. And I think you can see very quickly that, like all other amphitheaters, it had an oval or an elliptical plan. It was built up with concrete, a series of barrel and annular vaults. And that elliptical plan included essentially radiating barrel vaulted ramps and passageways, and a series of annular vaulted corridors that provide lateral circulation and that are buttressed by the thrust of the seating. So it's a scheme that we know already from the amphitheater at Pompeii. We know it also particularly well from the Theater of Marcellus in Rome. And the Theater of Marcellus in Rome was just down the street practically. I'll show you an aerial view later to show you its proximity to the Colosseum. It's not right next to it, but it's within striking distance. And clearly the experiments, the architectural experiments in the Augustan period at the Theater of Marcellus were very important in terms of this particular design. It basically follows the same general scheme. The major difference, of course, is that since the Theater of Marcellus was a theater, it was semicircular in plan, whereas amphitheater architecture is always elliptical in plan, and that is the case also for the Colosseum. If we look at I mentioned that there are annular vaulted corridors. We're looking at the corridor on the first floor of the Colosseum. And you can see very quickly that it is, of course, made of concrete. How else would you get these annular vaults that you see here? They're very well preserved. They're easy to study. And you can see that those annular vaults rest on great stone piers. These stone piers made out of travertine. Again, you can see that extremely well in this particular view. That's the first floor. On the second floor, however, we see something entirely innovative, and that is the introduction of a new form of vault that we haven't seen before. This is the so-called groin or ribbed vault, spelled exactly as you think it would be, G-R-O-I-N, the groin vault or the rib vault. And you get, when you take two barrel vaults and make them intersect, the angles that you get create this kind of groin vault. And I show you a diagram here which makes that clear, I think, to you. And then a view of the second-story corridors to show you these actual groin vaults, these rib vaults that you see here, which are very interesting and add something, I think, to these structures. And they become very, very popular. After they begin to be used in the Flavian period, they become very popular, and we'll see the proliferation of groin vaults from this time on. So I talked at the beginning about are the innovations of Nero's Domus Aurea continued under the Flavians? Well, we know that the architects of Nero did not use groin vaults, but they were very interested in the free flow of space. And that interest in the free flow of space continues here, as does experimentation with concrete, and we see it in the use of these groin vaults on the second story of the Colosseum in Rome. When you visit the Colosseum in Rome today, you'll note that it does seem quite stripped bare, unfortunately. But it's important for you to be aware of the fact that it, too, was highly decorated, as so many other Roman buildings. And we do have engravings that were made, engravings and paintings that were made when the Colosseum was in better condition, and when some of that stucco and painted decoration still existed. And I show you two drawings here that give you some sense of that, and you can see that all the surface was covered with stucco and then with figural decoration, all of which was painted, both the vaults themselves, as you can see above, and the corridors, all of that very elaborately decorated in ancient Roman times. This is obviously an exterior view of the Colosseum in Rome. The exterior of the building is actually quite well preserved. And I think as you gaze at it, you certainly are struck by the similarity of the scheme to the scheme of the Theater of Marcellus in Rome. In this case, the Theater of Marcellus appears to have had 3 stories, only 2 of which are currently preserved. This had 4 stories, 4 tiers, as you can see here. Again, the structure itself is concrete. The facing is travertine. We see these great arches, these great arcades, just as we saw them in the Theater of Marcellus. And then also, just like the scheme of the Theater of Marcellus, columns that are placed in between those arches on the first 3 stories. The columns in between those arches on the first 3 stories, just as the Theater of Marcellus, have no structural purpose whatsoever. They do not hold the building up as they would have in a Greek or Etruscan context. The building is held up by the barrel and annular vaults that are made out of concrete. So these columns have no structural purpose whatsoever, and they are here essentially as the icing on the cake, as ornamentation or decoration, but ornamentation or decoration that has certain meaning to it, a meaning that certainly conjures up ancient Greece, because you can see here that they have used all the Greek orders: the Doric order, the Ionic order in the second story, the Corinthian order. All of these are engaged columns. The Corinthian order in the third story, and then in the fourth story we see they use pilasters. These are Corinthian pilasters once again. So Doric, Ionic, Corinthian, Corinthian again at the uppermost part, columns that have no structure, that are used here as pure decoration, but decoration that again has an ideological connection. At the very top, you can see the detail of the pilasters. Between them, you see some travertine blocks that are brackets that stick out. Those were to support the wooden poles that you'll remember from our conversation about the amphitheater at Pompeii, supported the awning that was used when there was rain. 2 more views of the exterior of the Colosseum, a little bit closer up, where you can see very well here the Doric order in the first story, the travertine facing, the Ionic order in the second story, and then the Corinthian engaged columns here and the Corinthian pilasters, and then also the brackets, extremely well preserved on the Pantheon, on the Colosseum in Rome. The interior is a different story entirely. It is not as well preserved as the exterior. It is fascinating, however, to see, and I think you can tell from this particular view of the interior, where we have as always, we have so many tourists inside the Colosseum. I think they are very useful because they give you a very good sense of scale of how truly enormous this building is. They also show you that much of what was once there is no longer there in the interior of the structure. As we look down on it, we can see the elliptical shape of the arena. We can see the substructures here, all made of concrete. The ones that are below the arena itself were used for the storage of props, but also for the housing of the animals that were brought up for animal combat. There were small and larger cages down here, and I'm going to show you what those look like in a moment. So that's the location of those, but again, not in very good condition today. Even more striking is the fact that although you can see again the concrete substructures for the seats on which the cavia rested. If you look very carefully, you will see there's only a single cuneus that is still preserved with a small number of marble seats. The whole thing was sheathed in marble in antiquity. All of the seats would have been marble. Only that small section is preserved, and I can show you another view where we see the same. Here we're looking at that one cuneus over here with that one set of marble seats, the only marble seats that are still preserved in the Colosseum today. Why is that, you ask yourselves, and you might ask me. The reason for that is that the Colosseum was used as a marble quarry practically from the time, I mean, not too long after it was built, but certainly in the post-antique period, it was used very significantly as a marble quarry. By whom? By the great princes and even by the popes. The popes did not hesitate to plunge the Colosseum for the marble that they needed for the buildings that they were putting up around Rome. The Colosseum ended up in some extraordinary buildings, so it was not for naught, but at the same time, obviously, it changed the face of the interior of the Colosseum forever, as we can see so well here. Two models of what the substructures would have looked like in the area of the Colosseum where the animals were kept. And they had a system of ramps and pulleys, and they took the animals up, either up the ramps or by pulley from these cages. You can see they had metal grills in front of them, diverse animals kept down here below and then brought up when needed through openings in the floor, the pavement of the arena. The arena would have been paved with concrete. We have other examples of that elsewhere. I'm going to show you one today. And there would have been holes in that by which you could bring the animals up to the arena. This is a restored view of what the Colosseum the interior of the Colosseum would have looked like in antiquity when a performance was, when a gladiatorial performance was taking place. We see that what they did was they covered over the arena with some kind of ancient version of AstroTurf. They put trees that probably, I don't know, real or fake trees, not sure which, props that took the shape of mountains, as you can see here, and then the the animal combat would take place against that backdrop. You can also see the seats, the cavia, the wedge-shaped sections of those seats, the cunei, the 50,000 people packed in for this special event. And then at the uppermost part, you see the awning, or this particular artist's rendition of the awning. I think it's very amusing that the artist has rendered it like an oculus, which is pretty unlikely that it looked quite like that. But I guess that's a very Roman thing to do, so he did that. But it looked probably in antiquity quite a bit more like the awning that we saw in the painting in Pompeii that represented a characteristic awning for a Roman amphitheater. The Colosseum, extremely famous in its own day, continued to be famous in antiquity. I show you here a coin, the reverse of a coin of a boy emperor by the name of Gordian III. You see Gordian up there. The reverse of his coin in the early 3rd century AD, showing the Colosseum. So we certainly know from that it was still in good condition and being used in the 3rd century. We see the outside with its tiers of columns. We see something, an event going on inside. We see people in the seats, and we see those poles that supported the awning here. And most interestingly, we see the Colossus, which was clearly still standing also in the 3rd century AD, the Colossus in which the features had been changed from those of Nero to those of Saul. With the rayed crown. It was very easy to do that because, as I had mentioned, Nero had been shown originally himself as Saul with the rayed crown. So all they had to do was change the features of the face. They could leave the crown, and that crown clearly still is still there in the 3rd century AD. But just again as a reminder that the Colosseum gets its name from that colossal statue that stood next door. And this one last view of the Colosseum, this is a model, which you have on your monument list, a model that probably gives you as good an idea as any of what the exterior of the building looked like in antiquity. And I use it here to show you two things. One, that we do believe on the 2nd and 3rd stories there were statues placed in the niches beneath the arches. And this also shows you very well the way in which the wooden poles rested on the brackets, those wooden poles to serve to support the awning of the structure. Anything and everything goes on at the Colosseum. When I started going to the Colosseum more years ago than I want to say, the Colosseum was very easy to get into. You popped over there, you could walk in. It was in a flash, never a problem. It's become one of the greatest tourist sites in Rome, and in fact, a warning if you're going to be making your way. I think at least one of you mentioned to me spring break trip, but if you're going to be making your way to the Colosseum anytime soon or in the future, it's actually not a bad idea to go online. You can now go online and you can get tickets online for places like the Colosseum. You don't need it for most places, but for the Vatican, the Colosseum, the most popular, it's not a bad idea to get tickets in advance, because then you can go on the short line instead of the line that you're going to have to wait for hours to get in. But while you're outside, there's always something going on. This also never used to happen, but recently the Romans have gotten smart about realizing that everyone wants a photo op, and so they supply a host of gladiators outside the entranceway, and especially since everyone is online for so many hours, you might as well have something to do. So they stock the place with modern gladiators who are more than willing for a certain number of euros to pose in your pictures, and you see a young woman here taking her boyfriend or husband, whomever, a picture of him playing the gladiatorial role with this sword, as you can see. And lots of fun. It's fun just to stand there and watch everybody posing for these extraordinary pictures. We saw that in the Colosseum, the substructures were very poorly preserved. And so I wanted to show you another amphitheater where they are well preserved, so you can get a better sense of what those substructures would have looked like in antiquity. And so I take us back south. We go down south to Campania once again, to a place called Pozzuoli. And Pozzuoli is very near to Baia, and near to Naples, and near to Pompeii and Herculaneum, and so on. A town that has one of the best preserved Roman amphitheaters from the ancient Roman world. It dates to the late 1st century AD. And I show you a view here of the substructures of the amphitheater, the Roman amphitheater at Pozzuoli, and you can see what I mean. The annular vaulted corridors down below, well preserved, as are the cages in which the animals were kept in antiquity. The grates are gone, but the cages are still there, as is much of the ceiling, and it's actually a fun place to wander through because the light effects are incredible. The light effects through the openings in that ceiling that were the openings through which the animals were transported by ramp or by pulley up to the arena. Here's another view where you can also get a great sense of these substructures, of the places where the animals were kept. and also of those openings in the ceiling that allowed them to be brought up above. And you can also notice very well here the fact that the construction in this case, late 1st century AD, is concrete faced with brick. And we talked about another important part of Nero's architectural revolution was the fact that they began to build buildings that were brick-faced concrete buildings. We talked about the fact that that had to do with the fire and the decision taken that brick was more fireproof than stone, and they began to use it, and we see it being used here. So another important another important facet of Nero's architectural revolution that was not lost with the emperor's death. And here you can see the very well preserved pavement of the arena, done in concrete with these openings in it, the same openings that you saw just before from down below, through which the light came. These are the openings through which props, animals, some of them are very small, some of them are larger, and would allow some things to be brought up through them. But you can also see there was a big open area in the center that was also used, covered over when there was an event, but that was also there in order to allow a freer flow and allow the attendants to bring the animals up to the top. So again, a very well preserved pavement of the arena. And you can also see in this view that the seats, the cavia of the theater at Pozzuoli, also extremely well preserved. You can't tell here, but the division into cunei, the same. So we look to this amphitheater to give us a better sense of what the interior of the Colosseum would have looked like in ancient Roman times. We talked about the Temple of Divine Claudius. I remind you of a model of it here again, and the relationship of that Temple of Divine Claudius with the temple, conventional temple on top of a very tall podium. The fact that that looked back to the architectural experiments very early on, 2nd to 1st centuries BC, at the sanctuaries of Jupiter Anxur at Terracina and of Hercules Victor at Tivoli. It was that kind of thing that was being looked back to. And it's interesting to see that it was that same plan, that idea of a great open rectangular space with a temple as part of it, that was used, and with the temple put along one of the longer ends, that was used by Vespasian for his own forum in Rome, the so-called Forum Pacus. It's sometimes referred to as the Templum Pacus because we're not actually sure how it was used. We don't think it was actually used as a typical forum with shops and a law court and so on, but may have been used in a different way, and I'll speak to that in a moment. So we don't quite know what to call it, and we call it either the Forum Pacus or the Templum Pacus. In order to see its location, I show you this view of all of the imperial fora in Rome, those fora that line the Via dei Fori Imperiali across from the Roman Forum. We've already looked at, here's the tail end of, or the side of the Roman Forum here, and right next to it, two fora that we've already discussed, the Forum of Julius Caesar, and then the Forum of Augustus. Nothing else. This wasn't there then, this wasn't there then. But Vespasian decides to build a forum himself in close proximity to the Forum of Augustus. In fact, it's interesting to see that it faces, the temple is actually on this end, so in a sense it faces the Forum of Augustus. So another smart strategic move on the part, a smart political move on the part of Vespasian to associate himself not just with Claudius, good emperor who was divinized, but also with Augustus, the founder of the Julio-Claudian dynasty and the first emperor of Rome. So to build his structure facing that of Augustus's, his temple facing that of Augustus's. But you can see that he wants to outdo Augustus, so he makes his larger than Augustus's. This area here that's labeled as the Forum of Nerva wasn't a forum at all at this point. It was a street called the Argiletum, A-R-G-I-L-E-T-U-M. And that street, the Argulatum, and you can see it labeled up there, that street led into a part of Rome, a residential area of Rome that I've referred to before, called the Subura, S-U-B-U-R-A. The Subura was, again, a place where there were a lot of, I've mentioned it, again, we saw there a lot of, or there were there a lot of apartment houses, mostly made out of wood, rickety apartment houses that were lived in by large number of people with lesser means. And there were consequently always fires there, and you'll remember that Augustus's architects had to build that large precinct wall out of Peperino to protect the temple of Mars Ultor from the fires that used to break out all the time in the Subura. So you have to imagine this as a street in between the Forum of Augustus and Vespasian's Forum Pacus in ancient Roman times. Also interesting is again the plan, a rectangle with the temple on one end, dominating the space in front of it. You can see that there are columns all the way around. There are these alcoves that open off the center space, and you can see they're screened from that center space also by columns. We know that some exotic materials were used here, marble that was brought from other parts of the world. We saw that beginning already under Nero, bringing marble from Asia Minor and Africa and Egypt and so on for his buildings. That also continues under the Flavians, so another Neronian innovation that remains important. We see it here. We see red granite columns used for the colonnade. We see yellow columns from Africa used for the columns that screen these alcoves from the larger space. And then we see white marble for the rest. So this combination of imported marbles used for the Forum Pacus in Rome. The Forum Pacus no longer survives. You can't see any of it today. We do know its location, though, and we do have a good sense of its plan, once again, from the so-called Forma Orbis, from this marble map of Rome that has a few fragments of the Forum Pacus. You can see one fragment here, and then a third fragment up there. And those fragments are enough, when we look at those, study those, and compare those to other buildings to allow a very accurate reconstruction. It tells us the shape of the temple, and it shows us without any question, because one of the fragments includes lots of this, that this too, like the Claudianum in Rome, had bushes as you know, a kind of garden that decorated the center of the structure. So bringing the country, in a sense, into the city for these incredible complexes. This is a restored view, and you see it also on your monument list, of what the Forum Pacus would have looked like in antiquity. A quite severe facade, as it seems, with a number of entranceways. The temple pushed up, in fact, not only pushed up against the back wall, but part of the colonnade that flanks it on either side. You can see the red granite columns. You can't see the yellow columns that would have been further in, screening the alcoves from the colonnade. You see an altar right in front of the temple. You see the bushes that were part of the plantings that made this look like a kind of garden complex in front of the temple. We don't actually know if it was used as a temple. We have no divinity that's been associated with it. We actually think it may have been used as a museum, and I'm going to say more about that in a moment. Here's another reconstruction. This one is from Ward Perkins. You can see that it is roughly the same as the other, with one exception, and that is it shows an entranceway that's made up of 3 doors and a number of columns. This was thought for a very long time to be the case, that there was an elaborate entranceway with columns and projecting entablatures, the sort of thing that we haven't seen yet in built architecture, but we did see in second style Roman wall painting. But that idea has been discredited, and now people believe it is much more likely that the facade was very plain. The reason that this idea came to the fore is that eventually, when the Argulatum was filled in with a forum by Vespasian's second son, Domitian, Domitian did build a forum that is in part preserved, and which we will look at next week, I believe. That forum had on the walls a series of columns with projecting entablatures. And that does still exist now, or part of it does still exist. So I think that's what originally gave archaeologists the idea that that was there before and was part of Vespasian's complex, but that seems not to have been the case, and the reconstruction that you have on your monument list is the one that you should go by. Let's get back to the whole point about the museum, whether this served as a kind of museum in the time of the Flavian emperors. I mentioned the great victory that Titus had over Jerusalem. A victory, at least from the Roman point of view, was great. Obviously, it was not great for Judea because the area was taken over by the Romans and the famous Jewish temple was destroyed. And Titus also did not hesitate to ramble through with his men, with his soldiers, go through the temple and pick and choose what he wanted to bring back to Rome as spoils. He took the great 7-branched candelabrum from the temple. He took the Ark of the Covenant from the temple. He took a whole host of other items from the temple, and he brought them back to Rome as trophies. And we see this famous scene on the Arch of Titus, an arch that Domitian put up in honor of his brother, and we'll look at that on Tuesday. The Arch of Titus has a scene that depicts the Roman soldiers bringing the 7-branch candelabrum and a table with other objects on it from that temple back to Rome and parading with those through an arch. Those spoils, we know, were placed by Vespasian, by his father, with whom he shared a joint triumph because of this victory over Jerusalem. It was placed in the Forum Pacus once that was built. So it was in part a place where he could display the spoils of war because of the fact that the legitimacy that he gained through this conquest was so important to his dynasty, to the right of his dynasty to rule and to the right of his sons to rule after him. So he wants to make that point clear, but again, he's very shrewd politically, and he also wants to make sure that the people have access to this. He wants to remind them when Nero was emperor of Rome, he had things in his villa that he would never have dreamed of sharing with you. You weren't able to come in and dine there and have petals and fragrances fall on you while you dined. You were not allowed into this space. But now you can come to the Colosseum and you can go to this museum. And while you're in the museum, you might as well look at these great spoils that I captured from Jerusalem that bring credit to me and legitimacy to my dynasty. He also took, what's also interesting and makes this more museum-like, is that he also took some of the statuary that Nero had stolen from Greece when he went there to compete in those Olympic Games and so on, that he had stolen from Greece and elsewhere, and put it up in his villa. He also put those in the museum and opened that collection also to the Roman people. And we even know some of the statues that were there, that were taken from Nero's Domus Aurea and put into this museum. One of them was a famous cow, a cow that had been done by the well-known Greek artist Myron, M-Y-R-O-N, the cow of Myron. And the second was an image, a sculpted image. We're not sure, I don't think we know whether it was in marble or bronze, the original, but an image of a reclining Nile River who was surrounded by 16 kids who were running around up and down on top of him and around him. Another famous statue that was in Nero's possession that gets put into what appears to have been a very important museum. You see here an excellent Google Earth view, aerial view of part of the Roman Forum. The Colosseum, of course, is way over here. And we can see the central part, or part of the central part of the Forum. We're looking back toward the Victor Emmanuel Monument. We're looking back toward the Campidoglio, as redesigned by Michelangelo, the oval piazza. And in fact, here we can even see in the upper left the Theater of Marcellus. So you can see that the Theater of Marcellus was basically in a diagonal dialogue, in a sense, with the Colosseum that was located back over here. The reason that I show this view to you now is to point out also the tabularium, which we've already looked at, the archives that's on the back of the senatorial palace redesigned by Michelangelo. But right in front of it, there was a temple that was put up in honor of Vespasian at his death by his son Titus. And then when Titus died only a few years later, also of natural causes, his brother Domitian became emperor, and Domitian decided to rededicate the temple to both of them, to Vespasian and also to Titus. So it became the temple of the two Divi, because Titus was also divinized at his death. And there were statue bases that were found that stood in front of this temple with inscriptions indicating that they honored those two individuals and that they were depicted undoubtedly in statues in front of this temple. Only 3 columns of that temple still survive, some of the foundations as well, of course, and you can see it in the Roman Forum right near the Tabularium in Rome. If you look at it, you can see that these are Corinthian fluted capitals. It was probably a quite conventional temple. But you do see that there is a frieze that seems to represent a number of sacrificial implements, a libation dish and a pitcher, and so on and so forth. A very large chunk of that frieze and entablature is still preserved today. It's not with the temple, but rather in the tabularium itself, and I show it to you here. An extremely well-preserved section of the decorative frieze of the temple of Vespasian, the temple of divine Vespasian in Rome, which you see again dates to around 79 to 81 AD. And it's very instructive, not only in terms of the way in which Titus first and then his brother were thinking of honoring members of their family, but also in the incredible in how ornamental this is. I mean, that this is decoration that is more richly textured than any that we've seen thus far, and also more richly undercut. The artists are beginning to use the drill to create very deep shadows among the decorative motifs to make them stand out even more. And you might remember, I didn't bring it back to show you, but you might remember that section that I showed you from the Temple of Venus Genetrix in the Forum of Julius Caesar, where I mentioned that had been restored in the time of Domitian, second son of Vespasian, and also in the Trajanic period, and that the very deep carving indicated to us not only that it had been done later, but also the fact that the Flavians were particularly interested in this very ornamental decoration, very deeply undercut ornamentation. And we see that so well here. We see also the interest in the variety of motifs in this frieze and in the decorative part of it. And then the frieze itself is very interesting. If we look at the objects, we see that they are mainly objects that are used in ritual sacrifice. We see the skulls of bulls, just as we saw them in the inner precinct of the Areopagus, one on either side. We see a libation dish. We see an axe over here. That's to knock out the animals. Here's the knife to slit the throat of the animals, the pitcher to pour wine on an altar, a whip for whatever purpose that had, and then over here a helmet, as you can see. So all of these implements that were used in sacrifice, regularly used in sacrifice, arranged like a still life against a blank background. And I don't know about you, but when I look at this, I am reminded of some of fourth style Roman wall decoration, of the still life paintings that we saw in the third and the fourth style, where you have individual objects against a blank background, and also the decorative nature of this conjures up some of the decoration that we see, the profusion, the almost overly decorative element of fourth style Roman wall painting. And since this dates to 79 to 81, and you'll remember the fourth style is 62 to 79 at Pompeii, but we know that the fourth style continued on. It was the fourth style that was the most popular style post-79, obviously not in Pompeii or Herculaneum, but elsewhere in the Roman world. So this very much in keeping. We're seeing in architecture something very much in keeping vis-a-vis decoration, as we see in fourth style Roman wall painting. The last monument that I want to show you today is, in many respects, the most important. That seems like a strange thing to say, because what could be more important than the icon of Rome, the Colosseum? But when we think about it, the Colosseum was actually a fairly conservative building, right? I mean, it goes back to the amphitheater at Pompeii in its general plan, and it is quite similar to, in fact, very similar to, the theater of Marcellus, which was done at the time of Augustus. And Augustus was trying to connect his reign to that of Pericles Athens, and was using stone construction. And the Colosseum is of stone construction, although it also, of course, makes use of annular vaults made out of concrete, and also innovates with the new groin vaults. But for all intents and purposes, a relatively conservative building at this time, the Colosseum was. The building that I'm now going to show you was not that way at all, even though it's a building that is much less well known than the Colosseum, and it also doesn't exist any longer, unfortunately. And those are the Baths of Titus, a very important structure for us. The Baths of Titus, the Thermae Titi, the Baths of Titus, that date to AD 80, right smack in the middle of Titus's brief reign of 79 to 81. They were put up in Rome, and they were put up in Rome, not surprisingly, you know the narrative here, not surprisingly, on that land that had earlier been expropriated by Nero. Another instance of the Flavian emperors giving back to the people. You've given them a museum, you've given them an amphitheater, and now you're going to give them a bath. Next to an amphitheater, the bath is what they wanted most of all, a place where they could go to bathe, but also hang out with their family and friends. So again, giving back to the people what they wanted. Wise, shrewd political move on the part of Vespasian, being followed by his equally shrewd son, Titus. The location of the Baths of Titus was next to, actually what you see here on top of the Golden House is actually the plan of a later bath, the Baths of the Emperor Trajan, which we'll look at in the future. But the smaller Baths of Titus were put to the, I believe it was, the west of the Esquiline wing of the Golden House, right just between the Golden House and where you see Esquiline written up there, was the location of the Baths of Titus. All that survives of the Baths of Titus is part of one wall, a brick-faced concrete wall with some engaged columns. That's all we have. But the building was still standing, the building was still much better preserved in the 16th century when it was drawn by Renaissance architects, most specifically by Andrea Palladio, whose name I put on the monument list for you. Andrea Palladio drew a very complete plan of it, and it is on the basis of that plan that modern plans are made of the Baths of Titus, and I show it to you here. And we believe this is a very accurate plan of the Baths of Titus. And I compare it for you here with, again, those of you studying for the midterm, what's this? The Stabian Baths in Pompeii. 2nd century BC, very good. And we talked about that as the typical earlier bath structure, and just a very quick review to remind ourselves of its major features. It had the palestra over here, surrounded by columns on 3 sides. The piscina, or the natatio, swimming pool at the left, and then most importantly, the bathing block on the right side of the structure. A men's section and a women's section with that sequence of rooms, the apoditerium, or the dressing room, the tepidarium, rectangular, or the warm room, the caldarium, hot room, with an apse and a cold water splash pool, cold water splash basin, and then most importantly the frigidarium, that small round building with radiating alcoves. That was the typical Roman bath structure until we begin to see, or our first example in Rome of the so-called imperial bath structure, the plan that is used by the emperors for the baths that they build in Rome. It is possible that Titus's was not the first. There's been some speculation. We know that Nero had built a bath. There has been some speculation that Nero's bath may have been the first example of the imperial plan, but we don't know for sure. But Titus's, of the ones that we know have the specifics about, we know that Titus's was definitely an example of this imperial bath structure. And the features that are outstanding here that we need to focus on are the fact that this imperial bath structure had a very elaborate entranceway that consisted either of columns on square bases or piers in the front. There seemed to have been a series of groin vaults. Anytime you see an X in plan, that means a groin vault. An elaborate stairway, some more columns or piers here, and more groin vaults, and another stairway leading into a double palestra, in a sense, or you could call it a combined palestra here on the southern side. And then you can see the cistern on the outside of the precinct. You can see the cistern that fed water into this bath structure. It's roughly rectangular, as you can see, and unlike the Stabian baths at Pompeii, where you have the bath complex on the right side, you can see that the rooms that are used for bathing are at the center of the plan, which makes sense from the Roman standpoint. You know, the Romans were very focused on axiality and symmetry, and that's exactly what they've done here. They've placed the bathing block in the center. They've lined the rooms up axially with one another. They've placed rooms on either side, symmetrical rooms. It's the same on the left as it is on the right. The rooms are symmetrically disposed around that central bathing block. And they've taken the frigidarium, which was the smallest, albeit the most interesting architecturally, but the smallest room in the bath, and they've made it the largest room in the bath, because you can see at F a very large cross-shaped room with an apse on one end, a groin vault over the center, a single large groin vault over the center, flanked by and buttressed by two barrel vaults, one on either side, and then opening off those barrel vaults a series of rectangular alcoves with, as you can see, with walls that are scalloped, and then with columns that screen those alcoves from the central groin vaulted space. So an entirely different way of thinking about the frigidarium. Then that into the tepidarium from the frigidarium, again through a screen of columns. That's fairly conventional, rectangular. And then into, we see here double caldaria, two caldaria. They also in a kind of cross shape, although a cross shape that appears a little bit more rounded than the case of the frigidarium. They too screened by columns on three sides, very open, allowing a free flow of space in a way that was not true of the Pompeian baths, where the entranceways were tiny from one room to another. Here, a great deal of emphasis on the free flow of space. So what's very important here, the way I want to end today, is essentially where I began. What innovations of Nero's architecture lived on, despite his damnatio memoriae, and despite the fact that his buildings were destroyed. His buildings no longer stood. The Domus Aurea no longer stood to be studied. And yet, what we see is some of the innovations did live on, and the ones that did include, and let me just compare as the last image, compare the octagonal room, an axonometric view of the octagonal room with the baths of Titus in Rome. What we see are some of the experimentations that were taking place in private architecture, palace architecture, and I should make the point that just as we've said that tomb architecture was often very eccentric and very experimental, the same was true for private architecture. Not surprisingly, these are buildings that people make personal decisions about. How do I want to live, and what kind of spaces do I want to live, and in what kind of building do I want to be buried? Those are very personal decisions, and they were much more likely to be experimental decisions, where public architecture had to toe the line to a certain extent and had to be more closely allied with what had gone before, and it was also more referential in terms of looking back to other emperors and so on. So we see experiments in private palace and tomb architecture, villa architecture, that we don't tend to see as much in public architecture. But what we see happening here is very momentous, and that is the lessons that were explored first in private architecture are being adopted in the most public of all Roman buildings, a bath building. And it's being done in a very different way from the Colosseum. The most important adoptions, innovations that were in Nero's Domus Aurea that are also included in the baths of Titus are axiality, symmetry, and I've described both of those already. New vaulted shapes, which we also did see in the Colosseum, the use of the groin vault extensively here. And then perhaps most importantly, this free flow of space. The free flow of space, the vistas, the panoramas from one part of this bath structure to another that is very different from the bath structure of the past, from the bath structures, for example, of Pompeii. So what we see in sum is the fact that despite Nero's damnatio memoriae, despite the fact that that allowed authorities, and in fact the new emperor, to destroy the portraits of Nero, to raze his palace to the ground, which Vespasian did after all, despite that, the architectural innovations of Nero's Domus Aurea lived on. They lived on in the Baths of Titus, and we're going to see they lived on in perpetuity, and we're going to see them continuing to have a huge impact on the evolution of Roman architecture. Thank you. Good morning. Today's lecture is entitled The Prince and the Palace, Human Made Divine on the Palatine Hill. And I want to begin essentially where we left off, and that is with the Emperor Vespasian, the founder of the Flavian dynasty, and the political shrewdness that Vespasian demonstrated when he made the decisions that he did, when he made the decision especially to use architecture to further his political agenda. And you'll recall that the way in which he did that was that he, and I'm going to show you the site plan once again on the Esquiline and Palatine Hills, the site plan that shows us how he did this. How he did this was he recognized that he didn't want to associate himself with Nero, but it was to his advantage to associate himself instead with the Emperor Claudius. And he did that by finishing the platform and indeed the temple itself that we looked at that time, or we looked at last time, and that is the temple of the divine Claudius, the Claudianum, that had been begun by Agrippina the Younger. He completed that as a nod to Claudius. And again, a very smart political move on his part. He also, as you'll recall, razed the Domus Aurea of Nero to the ground, covered up what was left of it otherwise, and then he filled in the artificial lake, and he used the property that the artificial lake was on to build the Colosseum, which itself was a shrewd gift to the Roman people to gain their favor, and he did succeed in that regard. Equally important, perhaps even more important, is the decision that Vespasian made in the year 79 AD. And that decision, and we see a portrait once again of Vespasian on the right-hand side of the screen, now in Copenhagen. The decision he made in 79 was to appoint his elder son, Titus, as co-regent. And we see a portrait of Titus on the left-hand side of the screen in military costume. We see him, it's a portrait that was found in Herculaneum, so that we know it needs to date prior to 79. So very likely sometime in the 70s that particular statue was put up. Now the reason it was smart politically to appoint Titus as his co-regent was that Titus was extremely capable. He was also extremely popular in Rome with the people, with the Senate. And what it did was to ensure the succession, And so when Vespasian died of natural causes in 79 AD, Titus was prepared to take over, and indeed he did, and he took over without any contest whatsoever, which was a great accomplishment. Titus, however, and Titus, by the way, was young when he became emperor. He was in his early 30s, about 32. Full of energy, and he needed it for what lay ahead because he was unlucky. And his reign was affected by three major events, the first of which you know intimately already, and that is the eruption of Vesuvius in 79 AD. Titus's reign was 79 to 81. So in 79 AD, Vesuvius erupts, and Titus has to deal with the consequences of that, covered over, as you well know, almost all of Campania. In the year 80, Rome suffered a very serious plague, which Titus also had to deal with. He had to marshal all of his energy and all his ingenuity to deal with a very serious plague in Rome, and that plague was followed by a fire, also an exceedingly serious fire. So Titus had his hands full, and perhaps it's not surprising, given all the stress of those years, that he too died of natural causes in 81 at a very young age. But despite what he went through during 79 to 81, Titus's claim to fame was something that happened much earlier, and I've mentioned it before. And that is something that happened already in the year AD 70. And it was in the year AD 70 that Vespasian sent his elder son to Jerusalem, to Judea, to get involved in a major military war. And it was Titus, as you'll recall, who was victorious in the Jewish wars. And that took place in 70 AD, and it was extremely important not only in itself from Rome's standpoint, but also because it provided legitimacy to the Flavian dynasty. I mentioned that that when a Roman dynasty came to power in a civil war, which was the case both for Augustus after the Civil War that Rome was plunged into after Caesar's death, and was a case again for Vespasian after the chaos of the year 68-69. They needed a foreign victory to gain legitimacy, so for the Flavian dynasty, the war over Jerusalem gave them that legitimacy and was therefore extremely important in terms of the art and ideology of the Flavian dynasty. I want to turn to an arch that was put up in honor of that very victory over Jerusalem sometime after AD 81. It was the so-called Arch of Titus, one of the most famous Roman monuments of all. And it was put up, although it bears Titus's name, it was put up not by him, but by his brother Domitian, his younger brother Domitian, who succeeded him after Titus's death, which is why we date it to sometime after AD 81. I want to show you first its location because that itself is significant. We are looking at the Google Earth view of the Roman Forum. You see the Roman Forum here. You see the Colosseum up at the top center. You see the Capitoline Hill or Campidoglio here, the Victor Emmanuel Monument here. I pointed these out many times before. The Via dei Fori Imperiali of Mussolini, the Imperial Fora to the left. Again, the Roman Forum here, and the Palatine Hill, which we're going to be concentrating on today. But you'll remember that Nero's hope was to link the Palatine Hill with the Esquiline Hill, which is right up to the left of the Colosseum, and to do that via a spur hill that's located just right here, a bit above my finger, a spur hill called the Velia, V-E-L-I-A, that was to link the two. And you'll remember Nero's plans for his Domus Transitoria, this palace that was to serve as a point of transit between those two hills, and you'll recall also the remains of some of the rooms from the Domus Transitoria. So this was, again, land that had been built up by Nero. So it's not surprising to see the Flavians, once again, Titus following suit and then his younger brother Domitian following suit, to use land that had earlier been used by Nero for new Flavian monuments, in this case an arch put up to the victory that Titus celebrated over Jerusalem. And if you look very carefully, again, just a few inches above where my finger is, you will see the Arch of Titus standing on that spur hill, on the Velia, between the Palatine and the Esquiline Hills. The Arch of Titus, again, which dates to after AD 81, was placed right next to the Sacred Way, or the Via Sacra. It doesn't span the street, but it's placed right next to it, adjacent to it. And I think you can see that very well in these two views here, which also show that quite a bit of ancient road actually survives, or a piece of ancient road actually survives in the Roman Forum. It's on the slope that you see here, and you can see the way in which it goes right by the Arch of Titus that you'd see to its right. This is a view up the hill, up the Sacred Way toward the Velia, and here down from the Arch of Titus down into the rest of the Forum. And again, you can see the polygonal masonry of the ancient road still preserved. The ancient way, the Via Sacra, was the road that the triumphant general took when he returned to Rome after a great military victory. So this is exactly the road that Titus himself would have taken when he came back from Judea and walked in triumph, or rode in triumph in his chariot along the sacred way and up to the Capitoline Hill, because the triumphant general who was garbed with the attributes of Jupiter in this procession made his way up to the Capitoline Hill, would get off his chariot up there right at the altar in front of the temple of Jupiter OMC and make a sacrifice to Jupiter. So you have to imagine Titus doing this along with Vespasian, because you'll remember I mentioned to you that they celebrated a joint triumph, that Titus was willing to share his triumph with his father Vespasian. So they both would have come in triumph into Rome after this great victory. Once again, you can see the arch in the view on the right. Another view of the arch here, which shows it on the Viglia, and here you can get a very good sense of the way in which that spur hill unites the Palatine and the Esquiline, as well as the proximity of the Arch of Titus to the Colosseum. We are seeing that the Flavians are building up a certain area of Rome with their monuments, and this is no exception. The view that we see here from the forum of one side of the Arch of Titus shows a modern inscription, but we'll see that there is an ancient inscription on the other side. And we're also going to see that although the arch looks very well preserved, it was actually quite heavily restored by an architect by the name of Giuseppe Valadier. And that happened in the 19th century, that Valadier, V-A-L-A-D-I-E-R, Giuseppe Valadier, restored the Arch of Titus. And the part of the arch that is ancient is essentially the central section right here, mostly on the other side, actually. On this side, just the spandrels and the inner panels here. And on the other side, we'll see, well, I'll show you when we get to the other side. So this side, important to know that the inscription is a modern one. Here's the other side of the arch, where you can see, again, the central section is ancient with the spandrels, these triangular areas here. The columns on this side are ancient. The keystone is ancient. The frieze up above the keystone is ancient. The inscription is ancient on this side. But all the rest was restored by Valadier, as I said, in the 19th century. And Valadier did something very interesting and archaeologically very forward-thinking, in that since the center of the arch was made out of Greek marble, Pentelic marble, P-E-N-T-E-L-I-C, Pentelic marble from Mount Pentelicon in Greece, which in itself is interesting because we saw that the Flavians were using imported marbles in their buildings. I've mentioned that already before. So we see a continuation of that trend here, use of Pentelic marble for the arch. But when Valadier did the restorations, or the reconstruction, he used travertine for the modern parts of the arch, so that when you, probably isn't so evident to you from this view, but when you stand in front of the arch, you can see the difference in the materials, and he wanted to point out to the spectator that there was a difference between the ancient part of the monument and the modern part of the monument as restored by him. This view on the left, there are quite a number of preserved paintings and engravings that show the arch before the Valadier reconstruction, and you see one of those over there, and you can see we're looking at the same side of the arch here as we are here. So once again, you can see the ancient, what survived of the ancient arch, the central part, the two columns on bases, the keystone, the spandrels, the frieze, and then the inscription. What does that say? Great. Okay, fine, we'll accept that. And we see that here, and this is another one of those Roman monuments that was essentially preserved because of reuse over time, or at least the part of it that still exists. And this was turned into, as so many other monuments, was turned into a fortress at one point, a fortress that was owned by the Frangipani family in Italy. So that's the ancient part, the rest restored by Valadier, and you have to also reconstruct in your mind's eye that this arch would have served as a kind of statue base for a representation or for a sculptural group in bronze that would have represented Titus and perhaps Vespasian also together, seated in a chariot being led by 4 horses, a great quadriga group that was customarily placed on the top of such arches. Below that, the inscription plaque. Below that, as I've already described, a frieze. I'm going to show you that frieze in a moment. Then the spandrels. And then in the center here, 2 great panels, one on either, figural panels, one on either side of the arch. You see the inscription here. It's interesting because it tells us that it was the Senate and people of Rome, the SPQR, the Senate and people of Rome, who put this up to the divine Titus, Dio Tito, as you can see here, and the divine Titus, who was the son, there's an F for Filius right over here, the son of the divine Vespasian. So the divinity of both of these men, both of whom were made gods at their death, is alluded to here. So the Senate and people of Rome put this up to the divine Titus, the son of the divine Vespasian. And if you can see all of these little holes that are located in some of the letters. The reason for those is that those were where bronze letters were actually attached. So these letters were inscribed, and then bronze letters were attached to them so that the inscription would gleam in the sunshine and so that you could see it from considerable distance. Down below the inscription plaque, we see the frieze, which purports to represent this great procession or parade that took place when Titus returned from Jerusalem and had his triumphal procession along the Sacred Way and up to the Capitoline Hill and the Temple of Jupiter. And you can see that the artist has made the figures fairly small, but at the same time has made each one distinct from the other so that this is more readable from the ground. And then below that, decoration of the keystone, and then in either a spandrel or triangular area at either side of the keystones, we see victories, flying female figures of victory that are, of course, making reference in a general way to this great victory that Titus had over Jerusalem. Important from the architectural standpoint are the columns and especially the capitals. I show you a detail of one of the preserved, there are 2 again, but one of the 2 preserved capitals from this side of the side that faces the Colosseum, and you see it here, and it's a distinctive capital that we have not seen before. It's a capital that actually combines the Corinthian and the Ionic, because you can see the Corinthian acanthus leaves growing up here, flowers as we see in the usual Corinthian order, and then prominent volutes of the Ionic order up above. We refer to this as the composite capital, combining Corinthian and Ionic. We see it quite infrequently in Roman architecture, but we do see it on occasion, so it's good for you to know about. In the center of the bay, I mentioned that there were 2 great figural panels, and these figural panels make reference to Titus's victory over Jerusalem, to this important event from the point of view of the Flavians that gave their dynasty legitimacy. And we see one of those here. We actually see an image of Titus in his chariot, and he's riding alone without his father. He's riding alone in his chariot with the exception of a female figure who accompanies him. And you can see that female figure is winged, and she is a personification of victory. So she is heralding the victory that he has had in Jerusalem. And in fact, she holds a laurel wreath above his head, crowning him because of that victory. The chariot is led by 4 horses who are whizzing by, as you can see here, and they are led at the front by a woman in a helmet and military costume who might well be Roma, the personification of Rome herself. And what is she doing? She's welcoming Titus back to Rome after his great victory over Jerusalem. Over here, 2 other figures, 2 other male figures, both headless today, but one of them in a toga, and the other figure with a bare chest and a mantle wrapped over the lower part of his body, because we have the same figures in other reliefs. We know, despite the fact that they are headless, that these are personifications of the Senate. The dressed person, the person in toga is the Senate, the Genius, G-E-N-I-U-S, like genius, the Genius Senatus, or the spirit of the Senate, and this, the Genius Populi Romani, which was the representative of the Roman people. So keep in mind, again, it was the Senate and people of Rome that put up the arch to Titus, the son of the divine Vespasian, and we see themselves, or their personifications, represented in this scene. More interesting from our standpoint vis-a-vis architecture is the other scene on the other side of the central bay, where we see the Roman soldiers, or a group of Roman soldiers, bringing back spoils or booty, trophies, from Jerusalem, things that they have stolen from the temple in Jerusalem. And you can see the famous seven-branched candelabrum that they are carrying here. The weight is so great that their shoulders bend under that weight. And we also see them with a table over here that has a number of sacrificial implements and so on that were taken also from the temple in Jerusalem. So they carry these along in this parade for the people to see, for those in Rome to see, to get a real palpable sense of what it meant to have this victory and of the spoils that are being brought back. And you can see that this is represented very illusionistically, and you can see that they seem to be walking through an arch that is also represented here. A very interesting scene indeed. And you'll recall what they did with those spoils. They took those spoils and they put them in the Templum Pacus that we talked about last time, or the Forum Pacus that we talked about last time, that served essentially as a kind of museum where the people of Rome could see these images. So once again, the Flavians always showing an affinity for and an interest in the people of the city, that they were trying, of course, to court favor from. So we're seeing Domitian, who again was the commissioner of this monument, continuing on in the same vein as Vespasian and Titus, honoring this victory that gave legitimacy to the Flavian dynasty, but also always acknowledging and thinking of the impact that it's going to have on the Senate and the people of Rome. The central bay, if you stand right below it and look up, you will see the vault of the interior of the arch. And you can see that it has a coffered ceiling, as we've seen so often in Roman monuments, quite well preserved with the coffers and then the rosettes in the center. And if I show you another detail of that, you'll get an even better sense of it, and also of how ornate the decoration is. We've talked about the fact that the Flavians had a particular interest in very ornate decoration, and you can see that as well here. In fact, the drill has been used so extensively that it almost dematerializes the vault, I think, in a very interesting way, creating a kind of overall tapestry of dark and light. And then in the center, a panel that is surrounded by a garland. And in the center of that panel, a depiction, you can probably barely see it from where you sit, but a depiction of Titus being carried to heaven on the back of an eagle. In this case, Titus is not in military dress, but in a toga. He's on the back of an eagle with outstretched wings, and that eagle is taking him up to the heavens. What this is a representation of apotheosis, A-P-O-T-H, E-O-S-I-S, apotheosis, or divinization. The divinization, because the Romans believed that they could make humans into gods after their death, the making of Titus into a god after his death, and the depiction of the material depiction of him actually being carried to heaven on the back of an eagle. A very powerful image, and the fact that it is in the archivolt of this vault here has led scholars to suggest that it is possible that the Arch of Titus in Rome served as Titus's tomb. And that seems to be corroborated by the fact that behind the attic, or inside the attic of the arch, is a staircase as well as a chamber. And I show both of them to you here, a spiral staircase and a chamber that might well have served as a burial chamber for an urn of Titus. The urn was not found in the excavation of this monument, so we can't prove this, but I think it's very possible that this arch served as a tomb for the Emperor Titus. Titus was succeeded, as I've already mentioned, by his younger brother Domitian, whom you see in two portraits here, a portrait from Munich on the left in military garb, and then a bust-length portrait in Rome on the right-hand side of the screen. Domitian was born in AD 51, so he was only your age, about 19, when Titus went off to the Jewish wars. There was never any question that Domitian would succeed his brother. Vespasian was in this for the long haul. He created a dynasty and expected both of his sons, first Titus, his older son, and then his younger son Domitian, to succeed him. So Domitian's eventual rise to power was never in question. And yet Domitian was jealous of his brother, who was very popular in Rome, as I've already mentioned, and who had this great military victory on which the Flavians based their claim to rule. And Domitian was very jealous of his brother. He felt out of the loop. And so when he succeeded Titus, quicker than he thought, because Titus died way before his time, in his 30s, as you know, when Domitian succeeded Titus, he came to power as a very embittered man. And he never got over that bitterness. And in fact, what we see Domitian doing is really reverting to the megalomaniacal way of thinking of people like Caligula and Nero, exercising his imperial prerogatives to the fullest, and in fact, even insisting that he be addressed as Lord and God. Dominus et Deus, which I put on your monument list for you. Dominus et Deus, Lord and God. And he, not surprisingly, given his bent, he not surprisingly moved away from the public architecture that Vespasian and Titus had favored. For Vespasian, of course, buildings like the Colosseum. For Titus, the baths of Titus. The public architecture that had been favored by his father and his brother. He moved back to being interested in building palatial architecture, essentially to his own glory. And we're going to see that the major monument that he commissioned was the imperial palace on the Palatine Hill that had been begun by Tiberius and Caligula. He completed that palace in the 90s AD. Before we get to that, which will be our main focus today, I would like, because it's extensive and there's a lot to see, I would like to say a few words about another commission of Domitian, because he wasn't without the desire to at least build some public buildings, and I'd like to begin with one of those here. This is a model of the so-called Stadium of Domitian, a stadium or race course that was put up during Domitian's reign. We date it usually to the latter part of his reign, 92 to 96 AD. And you see that model again here. And you can tell a lot about this building from both the scanty remains, but also from other evidence that allows us to be able to reconstruct it relatively accurately. You see it here. These stadia were hairpin in shape, as you can see, a straight end on one side, a curved end on the other, but long, elongated, a kind of elongated oval with one straight side, as you can see. It was put up in very similar fashion to theaters and to amphitheaters, in that they built a concrete hill and lined that concrete hill with stone seats, and then buttressed it with a wall, as you can see here, that was decorated just like the Theater of Marcellus or like the Colosseum, with, in this case, two tiers of arches, two sets of arcades with columns in between them. Those columns, again, having no structural purpose whatsoever, just used as decoration for the monument. And then the exits and entrances, again, done very similarly to amphitheater or theater architecture, as we've discussed it thus far. So the main difference is it's not quite as tall as amphitheaters, for example, or theaters, and just two tiers of columns, as you can see here. And the main difference in plan is that it's a hairpin shape, again, with one straight side and one curved side. Only a small, one can see today, and this is essentially underground, or what survives of it is underground, although there's one section that can still be seen, as I'll show you in a moment. But what's absolutely miraculous is the fact that the actual hairpin shape of the Stadium of Domitian is preserved in its entirety in the shape of one of Rome's most famous piazzas, and my favorite by far, the Piazza Navona, which you see from the air here in a Google Earth image. And you can see again the exact shape, the straight side and the curved side of Domitian's stadium, still preserved in the Piazza Navona in Rome. It's a wonderful piazza. For those of you who've been there, I'm sure you have enjoyed your spending time there. For those of you who haven't, it really is a mecca within Rome, and you can see not only is it a pleasant place to walk, but also a place to see great buildings. For example, Francesco Borromini's San Agnese in Agone, and Bernini's Four Rivers, famous Four Rivers fountain in the center of the piazza, in dialogue with one another. And as we look at this from the air, and we look at the curved end of the Piazza Navona, you can see there's one street that you can take out of that curved end, one small street. If you take a left and then a left again, you will see the remains of the Stadium of Domitian. I'm going to show those to you in a moment. And if you stay in the center of the piazza near the Four Rivers fountain, and you go sort of diagonally across from that, you will end up at one of the four best ice cream places in Rome. You can get some of the best gelato in Rome. You can get good gelato almost anywhere in Rome and in Italy, but the very best, this is one of those four. I'll say something more about that in a moment. Here are the remains of the Stadium of Domitian that can still be seen. Very few tourists notice this, but it's well worth looking at, because you can see the brick face cement construction that served that was how the substructures of this building were built, and I think you can even see that from a distance here. Made out of concrete, faced with brick, but the arcades and the columns that I showed you before out of travertine, ashlar masonry travertine, which was one of the last buildings actually in Rome to be made of travertine ashlar masonry. Just to show you also that, again, just as when we were in Capri, I showed you the Bar Tiberio and its reference to Tiberius. It's amazing what those who put up restaurants and bars and so on around Rome, it's amazing. It demonstrates the strong sense of history that Italians have, because just the fact that they recognize that these are remains from the Stadium of Domitian. Everyone thinks of this structure as the Piazza Navona, but the fact that they are well aware of the fact that it was Domitian's stadium, so that the wine bar across the street, and this is one that was just opened the last couple of years, the wine bar across the street is called the Domiziano after Domitian, because it's right across the street from the Stadium of Domitian. With regard to ice cream, I take my gelato seriously, and I'm sure all of you who've been to Italy feel the same way. It's not like American ice cream. Not that American ice cream isn't good, but it's absolutely fantastic. And so I will make some recommendations this semester. And this is the first one that I'm going to make, because it's one of my favorites, and everyone agrees this is one of the best ice cream parlors in Rome. It's called Tre Scalini. It's also a restaurant. You can pass on, like so many restaurants in the center of famous piazzas. It's not the best, but and you don't have to sit outside, although they will try to beckon you to sit outside, because it costs more to eat the ice cream outside than it does if you just walk through the door. There are actually two doors, one on that side, one on this side. Go right up to the counter, take a look at what's there, and make your order. And my recommendation for this particular gelateria is the tartufi. They are very famous. This is the best tartufo in Rome, without question. If you like chocolate, it's a chocolate bomb, essentially, as you can see in these images here. It is one big, fairly large, very rich chocolate with the biggest chocolate chips you ever saw on it, and then they put a dollop. I don't even like whipped cream, but when it's panna on top of the tartufo, I go the whole way. So you have the panna on top of the tartufo, and if you sit outside and are willing to pay extra, they'll throw a pirouette on the top. If not, you have to forego the pirouette. But I really highly recommend, whether you like chocolate or you don't like chocolate. I've gone with people who are not the kind of chocoholic I am, who like this anyway. So it's really a treat, and at least once when you're in Rome, you have to indulge in a tartufo at Tre Scalini. I want to move from Domitian's stadium to the building that we're going to concentrate on today, because again, it is so extensive, and that is Domitian's Palace on the Palatine Hill. We usually refer to it as Domitian's Palace on the Palatine Hill or the Imperial Palace on the Palatine Hill. But the nomenclature is complex because in antiquity it was referred to as the Domus Augustana, like the Domus Aurea, Golden House of Nero, the Domus Augustana, Augustus's house, essentially, because by this point the word Augustus had become synonymous with emperor. So every emperor was the Augustus. So this is the Domus Augustana, which again continues construction. We talked about the fact that Tiberius had begun a palace on the Palatine Hill, on the slope of the Palatine Hill, that Caligula had added to that. His successors, Claudius, was not that interested in palatial architecture, as you'll remember. Nero had other plans for the Domus Transitoria and for the Domus Aurea. So it was left to the Flavians, specifically to Domitian, to complete the imperial palace, which he does, and then it is dedicated, as you can see from the monument list, in AD 92. We also know the architect of the Domus Augustana, and that was a man by the name of Rabirius, Rabirius, very important Roman architect by the name of Rabirius. To get back to the nomenclature for a moment, so the actual name of the palace was the Domus Augustana, but here's where it gets complicated. There's also a public wing of the house and a private wing of the house. The public wing, and you can see it in this Google Earth image from the air, the public wing is on one story, and we see that over here, and that was referred to in ancient times as the Flavian house, the Domus Flavia, the Domus Flavia. The private wing was on 2 stories, or part of it was on 2 stories. You can see it here, it's even larger, more extensive. And that was called in ancient times also the Domus Augustana. So this word, the Domus Augustana, referred both to the private wing, as opposed to the Domus Flavia, but also to the palace as a whole. So I just wanted you to be aware of that, because as you do your reading in the textbooks and so on, you might find that a little bit confusing. But we can simplify it completely and just call it the Palace of Domitian on the Palatine Hill, which is what I suggest we do. So once again, we can see quite good in this view from the air the way in which this Domitianic structure was planned and built. We see over here, for example, and I'm going to show you these in plan and also the remains shortly. We can see on the upper left what is a basilica. Next to that, an audience hall, a great fountain court over here, a triclinium or dining room over here, and then fountains on either side that belong to the Domus Flavia, or the public room, public area of the palace, public section of the palace. And then over here, the private area, as I said, larger, on 2 stories right here, with a court in the center and a whole host of small rooms surrounding that, living quarters and so on for Domitian and others, a peristyle court, another peristyle court, and then a great sunken stadium over here on the right. This was a far cry from Romulus's huts, as you see them, the Romulus's village of the 8th century BC that I remind you of over here, and show you what has happened in the interlude. But what's extremely important, I think, given Domitian's view of himself as Lord and God, as Dominus et Deus, it's interesting to see what he builds. I mean, he certainly felt that he was very much in the tradition of Romulus. He wants to associate himself with Romulus, and also, of course, with Augustus, who lived, as you know, on the Palatine Hill. But at the same time, he wants to inject his living space with the kind of grandeur that was certainly true under Nero and his Domus Aurea, but that had not been true for any of the other earlier Roman emperors. So the Domus Aurea, the impact of the Domus Aurea, once again, is something we should think about as we look at this incredible palace. This is a plan from the Ward Perkins textbook that perhaps shows you better than the view from the air exactly what this structure was all about. We see the public wing on the left-hand side, the Domus Flavia of the palace on the Palatine Hill, and it includes, as you can see in the upper left corner, a basilica, a room with a central space divided by two side aisles by columns. And that was a basilica that Domitian himself sat in and tried cases in as the judge. Then next to that, an audience hall, or an aula, A-U-L-A. That was the place where Domitian met with visiting dignitaries. Then on axis with up in the upper right, a lararium, which was a place where they kept household gods and so on. Then on axis with the audience hall, the peristyle. The peristyle, and if you look at that in plan, it's got columns, of course, as peristyles do, but look at what's in the center of it. It actually is a fountain, and it is the fountain that is octagonal in shape. So the impact of Nero's Domus Aurea immediately clear. The impact of that remarkable octagonal room on the architecture of Domitian and on the architect Rabirius. So an octagonal fountain. And then on axis with the aula, or audience hall, the peristyle, is the triclinium, or dining room of the house, a very large dining room with panoramic windows through which one could see a very interestingly elliptically shaped fountain, one on either side. Now, as you look at that plan of the Domus Flavia, and especially at the basilica, the audience hall, and the triclinium, there is one feature that all three of those have in common that I haven't yet mentioned, which is what? All three of them have what? No one? A half circle. Okay, exactly, an apse on one end. And all of those apses face in the same direction. The basilica has an apse, the audience hall has an apse, the triclinium has an apse. Those were Domitian's apses. That's where Domitian sat, Dominus Deus. He wanted to be honored, in fact, worshipped as Lord and God, and he needed a space to do it in. And he wanted to sit on a throne underneath the dome of heaven, in a sense. And the dome of heaven was a vault made out of concrete and decorated in some way in antiquity, probably with mosaic or whatever, to give it the sense of a dome of heaven. He wanted to sit in that space in every one of those rooms. So whether he was trying a law case, welcoming visiting dignitaries, or eating in his triclinium, he wanted to sit beneath at least a semi-dome of heaven, and that's indeed what he did, as he was again worshipped as Dominus Deus. So this is a very important, I think, phenomenon in this particular monument, and one that is well worth thinking about in terms of the way in which architecture is used by given individuals to define themselves, to define their lives, and to define their era. Over here again, the private wing, I'm going to hold on that for a moment. We'll come back to that shortly. This is a detail of the basilica, where we see the plan of the basilica and also a cross-section of the same structure. And you can see it is completely in keeping with other basilican architecture we've looked at, both in civic locations and elsewhere. A central nave with an apse on one end. Again, imagine Domitian sitting over here. The central nave divided from the side aisles by columns. A fairly simple but very interesting structure in the context of this particular palace. Over here, an outstanding restored view that probably gives you a better sense than almost anything I can show you of the Domus Flavia, or the public space of Domitian's palace. Here's, of course, the basilica over here, and you can see that this room, like all of the rooms in this palace, were done in marble. And that marble was of various colors, as you can see here, and it was marble that was brought from all over the world. We talked about the fact that the Flavians did this. We talked about this as the case for the Templum Pacus, for example, bringing marble from Egypt and Asia Minor and Greece and elsewhere in the Roman world, bringing it all here and using that variegated marble to ornament, obviously, this palace in Rome. Over here, the aula, or the great audience hall, the aula regia, we call it over here, also with the marble on the floor as well as on the walls. You can see that this particular room, and it was apparent in plan as well, has scalloping on either around the edge, around the perimeter of the room, a series of niches, as you can see, with statuary in them, surrounded by columns, 2 tiers with other windows up above, as you can see. And here you get a sense of that space in which Domitian would have sat, the apse of the room, the curvature of the wall, made, of course, out of concrete, as this entire structure was, made out of concrete with a semidome. And you have to, again, imagine Domitian sitting beneath that, or inside that apse and beneath that semidome here. The peristyle court open to the sky, columns all around, covered colonnade, 2 stories, and then in the center, this octagonal fountain. Leave it to Domitian, leave it to Rabirius to transform Nero's octagonal room into a fountain in the context of this palace. And then on axis again with the aula regia and with the peristyle is the triclinium. And this restored view again gives you a very good sense of that apse in which Domitian would have sat enthroned with the semidome above his head, 2 tiers, again the walls decorated with variegated marbles brought from all different parts of the world, as well as with columns, and then picture windows through which you would see these very interesting elliptical fountains as you dined, one on either side of the structure. There's a lot of controversy as to how the rooms that were roofed, whether they had barrel vaults or not. You can see this particular restored view shows one flat roof and one barrel vaulted roof. We're not absolutely sure about that, and again, scholars continue to argue which was the case here. I mentioned statuary in the aula regia, and we have some evidence for what that statuary might have been like and the way in which it was used by Domitian. I show you 2 examples. These are 2 statues, one representing Hercules on the left and the other on the right representing Apollo. And these are truly colossal in scale. They are made of beautiful materials, again, imported materials, in this case a kind of a maroon-colored stone, in this case a greenish-colored stone. Again, they're very large in scale, colossal in scale, and you can see the exaggerated musculature of both of these figures. And I think they are very telling in terms of, as we think about Domitian sitting in rooms like the aula regia, greeting visitors, and when you think about what this man who wanted to be worshipped as Lord and God thought of himself, and you see the kind of statuary that he surrounded himself with. This is a very different man than his predecessor Claudius. The kind of imagery that he associated himself with, it's a way of pumping himself up, I think, by having himself surrounded by these very athletic figures of Hercules and also of Apollo. What do you think this is? Just from looking at it, the remains, you can see the remains are not as extensive as one wishes they were, but enough is there to allow a reconstruction of the whole. What are we looking at here? The octagonal fountain of the peristyle court. Excellent. See, it's really, most people who wander around these remains would not be able to figure out for the life of themselves what this was. But you'll be glad when you go up on the Palatine Hill to know, as you stand here, that this was once an octagonal fountain with a spectacular water display, undoubtedly. This is the triclinium, or what survives, sad, what survives of Domitian's triclinium. This is his apse. This is the very apse in which Domitian would have sat enthroned as he ate with special invited guests, as he held a state dinner in Rome. And you can see, if you look very carefully, again, the construction is brick-faced concrete construction. We talked about the fact that after the fire of '64, a decision was made to begin to use brick as a facing, because brick was more fireproof than stone. And we see that borne out. The entire imperial palace on the Palatine Hill was made of brick-faced concrete construction. But if you look very carefully, you will see some stucco, and you will also see some marble revetment. So in this case, that brick was covered over with marble to give it a much more luxurious look for the Dominus et Deus. Also interesting here, actually, there's a tarp on top of preserved mosaic, and I'll show you that mosaic in a moment. But what's interesting here is that the pavement rests on something that should remind you of something we saw earlier in the semester, which is what? Wendy, you're nodding. So the hypocaust. It's a hypocaust system, just as we saw in the Stabian baths in Pompeii. They have raised the pavement up on these piles of brick, and then in between them would have placed terracotta pipes and also braziers with hot coals and so on and so forth to heat the floor of the triclinium, so that Domitian could not only sit in his apse, but could have his feet warm while he ate. This gives you, again, I think, a really good window into the kind of man we are dealing with here and what he was trying to achieve, once again, through architecture. This is another view of the apse in which Domitian sat, and here we do see, without the tarp, we can see that the mosaic is actually pretty well preserved, and it is the colors that we so often find in Roman mosaics, especially in major public buildings and in private palaces, this combination of green, maroon, and white, as you see here, with a variety of very attractive geometric shapes. Again, you can see the concrete construction faced with brick, and you can see the remains of some of the marble revetment that would have covered the walls and made this all that much more ostentatious in ancient Roman times. This fountain is a marvel. I love this fountain. This is the fountain that you see, or one of the two that you would see through the panoramic windows of the triclinium in Domitian's palace. And this is where I think the genius of Rabirius shows through. And Rabirius shows, in a sense, himself to be the Frank Gehry of his day. I mean, somebody who really enjoyed undulating forms and the way in which concavity and convexity can be played off against one another to great result. It's an elliptical fountain. It's fairly small in scale. It's elliptical, as you can see here, and the convexity of that ellipse played off, and you see it repeated again here, played off against these interesting undulating walls. All of this created again out of concrete and faced with bricks. So you imagine the bricks have to be very carefully molded to fit where they need to fit into this incredible scheme. And of course, in antiquity, this would have been stuccoed over and probably had some marble revetment on it and so on and so forth. But the shape is absolutely marvelous, and I think we are definitely in the presence of a great architectural genius in the person of Rabirius, who was working for Domitian. The private wing of the palace, equally spectacular in its own way. I mentioned to you already that it's larger in the space that it covers than the Domus Flavia, and part of it is on 2 stories, the part that you see over here. There's a fountain court in the center, and then 2 stories of rooms around that, another peristyle back here, and then a stadium, once again a hairpin shape with a curved side and a flat side, just like his stadium in Rome. But he already had a stadium a public stadium where one could watch racehorses and races and the like. He used this instead, and it's actually sunken, because remember, this part is 2 stories. This is sunken, a sunken stadium next to it. It was used as a place for pleasurable walks, as a kind of outdoor garden where Domitian and, again, special visitors could spend some time, a pleasant place to walk within the city. We see here another an axonometric view from Ward Perkins, where we can also get a very good sense not only of the Domus Flavia, as we've already described it, the basilica and the aula on one end, the octagonal fountain in the center, and then over here, the dining hall with the two elliptical fountains, one on either side. Here we see again the private area with the sunken stadium over here, with the peristyle court with a fountain in the center, 2 stories around that, and then over here a couple of other peristyle courts. There are actually 3 peristyle courts in total here. But what's interesting, I think, when you look at this axonometric view, I think it's interesting to see that, or the kind of cutaway view, to see that from the outside, a lot of these spaces didn't look as interesting as they did from the inside. We are definitely moving. I mean, we've seen that be the case for a while vis-a-vis Roman architecture. Think back to some of the early residences in Pompeii, where they were very plain and severe on the outside, but when you went inside and saw the atrium and the impluvium and the compluvium and the garden, it was something else again, this whole element of surprise. And that's true even here, I think, in this palace, where the structures are less interesting from the outside and more interesting from the interiors of them. Here's the Google Earth image again of just the private part of the palace, where we see this interesting peristyle court, the other two peristyle courts behind it, these rooms placed on 2 stories, and then once again the sunken stadium. Sunken stadium is actually quite well preserved, as you can see here. It's one of the better preserved parts of the villa today. You can get a very good sense not only of its shape and also of its scale. It's enormous, huge stadium. And again, you have to imagine Domitian wandering around here. And you can see the curved end on one side, but most importantly, the concrete construction faced with brick and including columns and other marble revetment. This is a view of that first court, the one that has rooms on 2 stories around it. Once again, Rabirius has had a great deal of fun with his fountain. He seems to have taken particular pleasure in designing fountains and in letting his imagination run free with regard to fountain design. You see here, again, he's playing off convex against concave. He's done all of this out of concrete. These shapes are done in concrete faced with brick, and again the bricks have to be molded very specially to fit the space within that they need to accommodate themselves to. And if any of you know anything about those female warriors called the Amazons, they carry shields called peltas, P-E-L-T-A-S. These should remind you, don't they look, Robert, like peltai? They look very much like, that's probably coincidental. I'm not implying here that there's any particular iconography to this particular fountain, but who knows? But they do look very much like shields that are carried by Amazonian women. But at any rate, this playing off of convex against concave, Rabirius is clearly enjoying himself with this monument. Then the rooms on 2 stories, and you see, just as we saw quite some time ago in the second phase of the Villa of the Mysteries, where they were beginning to open up the exterior and create bay windows and more windows and make it less severe than it had been in the original Domus Italica. We see that sort of thing here. Many more windows used, the wall being opened up. They've gotten so sophisticated in their use of concrete that they are able to open the walls up more with these rectangular windows of different shapes. As you can see, some large, some smaller, some on the ground, some higher, sort of like windows, and then above additional openings that are arcuated on the top. So clearly he's again enjoying opening up this wall and creating interesting views from one part of the structure to another. Two more images of that wonderful fountain, where I think you can see even better the way in which this has all been done out of concrete, faced with brick. And you have to imagine, of course, the spectacular water display, the actual water jets that would have come up. The Bellagio it may not have been, but it probably was something, sort of the ancient version of the Bellagio in Las Vegas. The fountains at the Bellagio. Here you see a restored view of this fountain court, where you get a sense that once you add a bunch of statuary, some water jets, which you don't see actually working here, and paint the walls, the whole thing would have been even more spectacular still. And I think that gives you some general sense of the original appearance of the palace. Around the court, the fountain court and the private wing that we've just looked at, there were a series of rooms, and if you look at some of those rooms in detail, I think you'll be amazed by what you see. Some fantastically shaped rooms, some of them cruciform, cross-shaped, some of them going way back to the Frigidaria with circular rooms with radiating alcoves. And not surprisingly, again, given what Severus and Keller were able to achieve at Nero's Domus Aurea, given the fact that the octagon is clearly also in the mind of Rabirius in this building. We see him creating small octagonal rooms and exploring and experimenting with those octagonal rooms. And you see a couple of them in plan on one of the sides of this fountain court. I show you here a view from, or several views from the Ward-Perkins textbook, where we see a cross-section, a plan, and also an axonometric view of one of these octagonal rooms that we believe was designed by Rabirius for the Palatine Palace. And I compare it down here to the octagonal room of Nero's Domus Aurea, which was clearly the model for Rabirius's foray into to designing octagons. It's a much smaller room than Nero's octagonal room, but he takes the whole concept a step further. It's an octagon, yes, it's 8-sided, just like the Domus Aurea. It has radiating alcoves. Some of them are rectangular, some of them are circular, as you can see here. And if you look at the axonometric view, you will see two interesting things that are a step forward. One of them is the fact that although in the Domus Aurea, the 8-sided room, although the room was 8-sided, the dome was itself essentially curved as a traditional dome. What we see happening here, though, is they take the 8 sides and continue that segmented feel into the dome. So we have an 8-sided segmented dome in this octagonal room in the Palatine Palace, which is different than the Domus Aurea. And the other thing, and perhaps even more significant, is the fact that if we look at the individual niches, we will see that they are envelopes of space in the same way that Nero's Domus Aurea was, and that they have, and just like Nero's Domus Aurea, they have niches within niches. But what Rabirius has done here is something really quite extraordinary and very different from anything we've seen earlier in Roman architecture, and that is he's placed some of these additional niches or windows or doorways off axis with the niche itself. Now, we have seen that the Romans cared above all about axiality and symmetry, and yet we see here, and this is why I call him the Frank Gehry of the Roman, of Roman architects. He is willing to try something entirely different. He is clearly enamored of circles and rectangles and domes and the like, but he is also willing to dispense with the usual axiality of Roman architecture and explore placing things off axis in a quite inventive way. And I can show you that even better by looking quickly at the two views of one of these octagonal rooms from the private wing of the Palatine Palace, where you can see not only, and I hope you can see it from where you are, you can see not only the segments, can you see the segmented dome? I think quite clearly here. You can see these envelopes of space, you can see these openings, this whole idea of creating vistas from one building to another. And you can see the way in which these vary, that some are doorways, some are windows. But I think you can also see the way in which he is beginning to place, here's a window that is placed completely off axis with the niche. This is even more apparent in this other view, where you can see one of these radiating niches, and in that radiating niche there's an opening that starts at the floor, and then there's another opening to the left of it that's higher up. And again, you get this sense of asymmetry rather than symmetry in this. And this is, again, very, very experimental, very different. It really is different than almost anything I can show you, not only before, but even after this great work of architecture. And it gives us some insight into the creativity of Rabirius and the way in which Domitian was allowing him to be. Because I think this goes above and beyond. Clearly, Domitian is imaging himself, I think, especially in the public realm of this building. He's very concerned with how he's presenting himself to his public. Over here, I have the sense that he has really let Rabirius be Rabirius, that he's let Rabirius do what he wanted to do to create an interesting and architecturally exciting space in which he could live and could enjoy some of the interesting architectural motifs that Rabirius instills in this extraordinary structure. Now, Domitian was succeeded by John Kerry. No, well, sort of, in the sense that he was succeeded by a man by the name of Nerva, who looks very much like John Kerry, don't you think? I mean, that's a coin of Nerva on the left-hand side of the screen. Domitian, by the way, I think I may have forgotten to mention, but he ended up just the way Nero did. He was, well, in his case, he was actually assassinated. Nero was forced to commit suicide, but Domitian was assassinated. He was issued a damnatio memoriae at his death, and he was succeeded by Nerva, who was appointed by the Senate. The Senate had had it with despots, and they decided the time had come to choose one of their own. And they selected Nerva, who was an elderly and very highly respected member of the Senate. And this was the first time the Senate did this. Since Augustus founded the empire in his reign, the first emperor of Rome, this is the first time that an emperor was appointed by the Senate. And Nerva was a highly respected and pretty level-headed guy, and he was able to bring peace and prosperity back to the empire. He did not last very long, however. He had a very brief reign, and therefore very little time to have an impact on architecture. But again, you see him represented on a coin on the left-hand side of the screen. I'd like to show you one building, though. I'd like to end today with one building that was actually begun by Domitian and then completed by Nerva. It began as the so-called Forum Transitorium under Domitian and became the Forum of Nerva under Nerva. In order to do this, I need to take you to the general plan of the imperial fora in Rome. We've looked at this before. You'll remember the location of the Roman Forum here and obviously down below. The Forum of Julius Caesar that we've already studied. The Forum of Augustus built right next to that we've also looked at in detail. And then the Forum Pacus, or the Templum Pacus of Vespasian, which we have looked at more recently and which you'll recall was built in such a way so that it faced the Forum of Augustus and the Forum of Julius Caesar next door. I mentioned to you, I think already, that there was a very large piece of property over here on which stood essentially one of Rome's 7 hills, the Quirinal Hill, Q-U-I-R-I-N-A-L, the Quirinal Hill of Rome occupied this area. But it was an area that was being eyed by Domitian. You can see from his palace that he had big plans. And once the palace was coming to fruition, he was thinking again about public architecture and the fact that he would really like to build a forum to rival that of his father, a forum that was bigger than that of his father's. And he'd like to put it over here facing his father's forum across the Forum of Augustus and the Forum of Julius Caesar. He dreamed those big dreams, but he was never able to realize them. What he did instead was to take this area that was located between the Forum of Vespasian and the Forum of Augustus, the Forum of Julius Caesar. This area that I mentioned to you was called the Argiletum, A-R-G-I-L-E-T-U-M. I think I've got it there. The Argiletum. That area was a street that connected the Roman Forum with an area of Rome called the Subura, S-U-B-U-R-A. The Subura, which was a residential area that I mentioned had in it mostly these wooden apartment houses. Large numbers of people lived in the Subura. So there was this street, the Argiletum, that attached the two, or that connected the two to one another. And Domitian decided to use that as a forum to himself that would be placed next to that of his father. And he placed in that forum a temple of his patron goddess, Minerva. His patron goddess was Minerva, and he built a temple to honor her in this location. Because this forum was like a street and was so narrow, that had an effect on what could be built there. So that you can see, for example, in plan that while the forums of Julius Caesar and Augustus and the Forum Pacus all had colonnades, covered colonnades, in fact, there was no space to build a covered colonnade here. So what they had to do was place the columns very close to the wall and not put any ceiling on top of those columns. You can see the same here. This is a plan of the original Forum of Domitian, or what was called the Forum Transitorium, because it served as a point of transit between the Suburra and the Roman Forum. The Temple of Minerva over here, consistent with temple architecture as we've seen it thus far this semester, a temple with a frontal orientation, single staircase, facade orientation, freestanding columns in the porch, and so on. The entranceway over here, the Forum Pacus would be here, the Forum of Caesar and Augustus at the top. And then you can see these bases for the columns very close to the wall, not attached to it, but very close to the wall on either side, because there's no space for colonnades. Here's a Google Earth image showing the imperial fora as it looks today, part of the later Forum of Trajan, the Forum of Augustus, and what is preserved of the so-called Forum Transitorium over here. This is a model of what the Forum Transitorium would have looked like in ancient Roman times, in the time of Domitian, with the Temple of Minerva, with these columns on either side. And you can see from this model the difference that that makes when you don't have enough space to build covered colonnades. You've got columns that look like they are projecting out of the wall with projecting entablatures on top of them. We have not seen this before in built architecture. This is a very important development. We have seen it in painting, but we haven't seen it in built architecture. Here's a detail of the Forum Transitorium with these columns placed almost flush with the wall, although not quite. They project a little bit in front of the wall with the projecting entablatures. The building, the walls made out of tufa blocks, as you can see here. The rest with marble and a panel at the top, and we think there would have been lots of such panels representing the goddess Minerva herself. So we see that here. We have not seen it in built architecture before, but we have seen it in painting. This is a detail of Cubiculum 16 in the Villa of the Mysteries, and you can see one such set of columns that project out of the wall with the projecting entablatures up above. So it's something, again, that we think may have been done in temporary wooden architecture, for example, but keep in mind how early that painting is. You all know the date of it because you've studied it for the exam. It's mid-BC. So it's way before even the Augustan period, and yet we see that there. And now we finally see it in built architecture, and it's going to have a real history in Roman architecture in a very different way than concrete does. This whole idea of decorating a wall by placing a series of columns that project in and out along that wall, giving it a kind of, using the traditional language of architecture, columns, to create a kind of undulating wall, or what we're going to call later in this semester a Baroque wall. Two details of one of the surviving capitals with the frieze up above, a frieze that represents scenes of women weaving. I'm not going to get into the meaning of all of that here today, but you can see the way in which the columns project somewhat out of the wall, Corinthian capitals, projecting entablature, very highly decorated, just like all of Flavian architectural ornament. As you can see here, very deeply drilled, and so on and so forth. But this whole idea of decorating a wall in this way and instilling movement in that wall by this undulating in and out scheme is going to, again, have a very important future in Roman architecture. This is an interesting view because it shows us just what we've looked at, some of those remaining columns from the so-called Forum Transitorium, which was renamed the Forum of Nero after Domitian's death and Damnatio Memoriae. Nero just took it over and said, okay, it's my forum now, and renamed it to himself, but didn't add anything architecturally to it. We see it here, and this is one of those great views in which you can see the difference between modern ground level and ancient ground level. In order to see the lower part of the forum, you've got to go right up to the edge of the street and look down on it. And this also an interesting engraving by the famous artist Piranesi print of the 18th century. He did a lot of wonderful prints, and if there's any interest in this class, by the way, we have plenty of these at Yale, and I know one of the teaching fellows, if not more than one, would be more than happy to find a time to take those of you who might be interested in looking at Piranesi prints of Rome over to the British Art Center and so on to, or elsewhere, to take a look at these. But what's interesting about this one is it shows where the ground level was at the time that this was engraved by Piranesi, that is in the 18th century. It was pretty much where it is here. It was much higher than it is now. And then when they excavated it in modern times, they got us down to ancient ground level and to the bottoms of the columns. I want to end up with this one last image because we are very different, Wendy, very different, but it allows us to continue on with a point that I made when we discussed the Colosseum, and which is already turned up in the online forum, and that is the use of Roman buildings as quarries for later architects and later patrons, namely princes and popes, and the way in which buildings like the Colosseum were pirated for later architecture. In the case of the Forum Transitorium, or the Forum of Nerva, we know that the Temple of Minerva, that the material out of which it's made, the reason that it does not exist at all today, the Temple of Minerva, is that it was taken apart and reused by Pope Paul V for a fountain that he wanted to build on the Janiculum Hill in Rome, the so-called Aqua Paula, which you see here. And the Aqua Paula, the temple was torn down in 1606. It still stood in 1606. It was torn down then, and it was placed in this fountain, or used for the construction of this fountain that was dedicated in 1612 and built by the architect Giovanni Fontana. And you see it here. And it's not easy to determine exactly which parts are from the temple itself, but much of the building stone that you see here reused in this fountain comes from the Temple of Minerva in Rome. So it shows you the way in which these buildings were used as quarries, but the way in which Roman buildings live on. They either live on as themselves or they live on as other buildings, and I think that's a nice thought and a nice note on which to end today. Thank you. Good morning, all. Today's lecture I have called, as you can see, the mother of all forums, civic architecture in Rome under Trajan. And I think you'll see what I mean when we look both at a Trajanic bath building and also the Forum of Trajan in Rome, what I mean by mother of all forums. These were gargantuan buildings, bigger than anything that we have seen before, and interesting in all kinds of ways. We left off with Nerva, with the Emperor Nerva, and you'll recall that Nerva was old and in fact also relatively sickly when he became Emperor of Rome. You'll also remember, and I remind you of his portrait on the left-hand side of the screen, you'll also recall that he was a member of the Senate and that he was chosen by the Senate, one of their own, to become Emperor of Rome, the first emperor to come from the senatorial ranks in the history of Rome. But because he was very popular with the Senate, but Nerva recognized quite early on that although he was popular with the Senate and with the aristocracy, he was not a favorite of the army. And he realized that was not a good position to be in, and so he wisely decided very early on that he would select the most popular military man and the most highly successful military man in Rome, a man by the name of Trajan, as his heir. And so Nerva adopts Trajan, and you see Trajan's portrait on the right-hand side of the screen. Nerva adopts Trajan in 97 AD, so that in 98, when Nerva dies, because he dies after only 16 months in office, when Nerva dies, Trajan succeeds him without contest. Trajan was an extraordinary emperor for Rome. There are a number of important points about Trajan that should be made that have an impact on our understanding and analysis of his architecture. One of those is he's the first Roman emperor to be born outside of Italy. He was born in Spain, the first emperor born in Spain. That's not to say that Spain was the boondocks by any stretch of the imagination. Spain had already been colonized by Rome and was very highly developed with regard to its civilization. He also came to power as a relatively young man. He was only 45 years of age, a couple of years younger than Obama, and consequently, he was in very good physical shape, and so he had the physical wherewithal to be the kind of energetic emperor that Rome needed at this particular point. He undertook many military campaigns, and very successfully, And he was the emperor that extended Rome to its furthest reaches, to its greatest borders, to its most extensive borders during his reign. And actually, these were borders that were never gone beyond. After this point, we'll see that the Emperor Hadrian consolidates the extent of the empire as reached by Trajan, and no one ever takes it beyond that. So this is going to be the furthest extent of the empire that we'll see in the course of the semester. And he was also extremely wise when it came to his choice of the kinds of buildings that he wanted to put up, because he followed in the footsteps of Vespasian and Titus by favoring major public architecture in Rome and by eschewing private architecture. He wanted, above all, to disassociate himself from Nero and from Domitian, who had favored palatial architecture, as you'll recall. And so he builds public architecture in Rome and allies himself in this regard to such earlier emperors as Augustus and as Claudius and as the Flavian dynasts. And we're going to see that in his building projects today. Like so many other emperors, when he first came to power, he looked around to see which buildings had fallen into disrepair. And he decided to restore as many of those as he could. And he chose very carefully. Again, he obviously did not choose buildings of Nero, many of which had already been destroyed in any case, but rather looked back further. In fact, dug deep into the Republic, a simpler time in many respects, and a time prior to the shenanigans of the more monarchically minded emperors like Nero and Vespasian, Nero and Domitian, excuse me. And he restored buildings from the Republic and from the Augustan period. And he looked back, for example, to the Forum of Caesar in Rome, the Forum Iulium, which you all know well, and we've talked about it before, and I'm not going to discuss it in any detail today. Just to remind you that it began to be restored, that is the Forum of Julius Caesar, under Domitian, and that restoration was completed by Trajan at some point during his reign, between 98 and 117 AD. And I remind you of that here. You'll recall its location right next to the Victor Emmanuel Monument in Rome. You'll remember that even though it was restored by Domitian and Trajan, it has fallen on hard times. And if you look at the Temple of Venus Genetrix, you see that all that survives, besides the podium and the staircase, are 3 columns from that restored version by Trajan. You see the same 3 columns over here, and then you'll recall the great open space with colonnades on either side, and then the market area, the shops or tabernae, on the left. I showed you this view as well, pointing out one of the architectural blocks that belonged to the restored building, the building under Trajan. And you can see that Trajan continues this interest in ornamentation that was characteristic of the Flavian period, very ornamental architectural decoration, very deeply carved with a strong contrast between light and dark. So he does continue this Flavian interest in very elaborate architectural decoration. You'll remember that the Temple of Venus Genetrix in the Forum of Julius Caesar had a pediment that had in the center of that pediment a scene depicting Venus rising from the sea. And there is other Venus imagery, and I show you a detail, and it's on your monument list. I show you a detail of part of a frieze that depicts cupids, chubby winged babies, as you can see here, cupids, who are carrying the arms. You can see one of them with a sword sheath over here. They are carrying the arms and armor of Mars. Mars, of course, the consort of Venus, and Mars making reference also to military victory. This frieze, as far as we can tell, does belong to the Trajanic renovation of the building, but it probably does look back to an earlier Julian frieze that decorated the original temple in Rome. And I use that restoration of the Temple of Venus Genetrix in the Forum of Julius Caesar as an example of the kind of restoration work that Trajan embarked on at the beginning of his principate. But much more important to us today are two buildings, the first a bath and the second a forum, that are examples of the devotion that Trajan had to public architecture during his reign. And I show you a view here, in fact, a plan of the so-called baths of Trajan in Rome, that were dedicated in AD 109. As you can see from the monument list, we know the architect in this particular case. It is Apollodorus of Damascus, and his name says a lot about him. Apollodorus from Damascus, modern Syria. So it's very interesting. We have an emperor from Spain and an architect from Syria who work together. This is a sign that things are beginning to change in the Roman Empire as Trajan extends those borders even further. It brings in an even more multifaceted civilizations around the world, and talent begins to pour into Rome from all of those places. Apollodorus of Damascus, as we'll see today, was an extraordinary architect, right up there with Severus and Keller and with Rabirius. In fact, one could argue even the equal of Rabirius. And what's particularly interesting is that Apollodorus of Damascus, like Severus and Keller before him, appears to have been, above all, a great engineer. He actually accompanied Trajan on Trajan's military campaigns and served as Trajan's military architect. So his first commissions were building bridges. I'm going to show you a reference to one today. Building bridges or building forts and camps on Trajan's military campaigns, and then using that expertise, ingratiating himself with the emperor, who sees that he is enormously talented, because Trajan participated in these campaigns himself, seeing how talented he was, and then putting him in charge of his building projects in Rome, which is really quite interesting. And so these projects are not only aesthetically pleasing and fascinating, but also show extraordinary engineering skill on the part of the major designer, namely Apollodorus of Damascus. Now, these baths of Trajan are very interesting in all kinds of ways. You can already see by looking at the plan their location. They are located on the Esquiline Hill and part of the Oppian Hill, which I don't think I've mentioned before, Oppian, the smaller Oppian Hill. And the baths of Titus, well, let me remind you first that the Domus Aurea of Nero was built in part on the Esquiline Hill. And you'll recall the so-called Esquiline wing, which is the one wing of Nero's Domus Aurea that is still preserved underground. You'll recall that after Nero's Damnatio Memoriae and the coming to power of the Flavian dynasty, that Vespasian and Titus and even Domitian raised to the ground Nero's buildings. Vespasian did that, and then he and Titus and Domitian built new buildings on top of those and chose to make those buildings the kind of public buildings that the citizenry as a whole would enjoy, from the Colosseum and amphitheater to the baths of Titus. And you see again the baths of Titus here, located right again on top of this area that originally belonged to Nero's Domus Aurea. Trajan follows suit. He not only is interested in public architecture like Vespasian and Titus before him, but he follows their lead in building these buildings on top of earlier structures now destroyed of Nero. So it's again the same message, giving back to the people the land that Nero had taken illegally from Rome during his reign. The baths of Trajan are based in large part on the plan of the baths of Titus, with some additions, but you can see the extraordinary difference in scale. The baths of Titus were not small. And yet the baths of Trajan are at least 3, if not 4 or more times the size of the baths of Titus. So this tells us something, again, about the grandiosity of the vision of Trajan, about the funds that he had at his disposal, and he got those funds in large part because of all these military victories in which he took all kinds of spoils and booty, which he used to fund his building campaigns in Rome. And it also tells us something about his ambitions. Now, I don't want you to get the impression that we never had big buildings before. You can think back way to the beginning of the semester when we talked about Julius Caesar and his architecture and his bragging that he had built or one of the authors of that period tells us that Julius Caesar had built a temple to Mars, the biggest in the world. So in its own day, it was supposedly the biggest in the world. But we're getting even more ambitious vis-a-vis scale. And I think, perhaps again, I'm psychoanalyzing Trajan too much, but I think the fact that this is a man who had the ambitions that he did to extend the empire to its furthest reaches seems to be in keeping with the kind of man who would want to make the buildings in Rome that he built a kind of microcosm of that hugely expanded empire. With regard to the plan of the baths, you will see that it follows the so-called imperial bath type that was initiated by the baths of Titus, at least with regard to baths that are still preserved. I mentioned to you when we talked about the baths of Titus, there may have been an earlier bath of Nero that actually followed this same imperial bath form, but we're not absolutely sure about its plan. That is, the Neronian baths. They existed, but we're not absolutely sure about their plan. But if we look back at the baths of Titus, you'll remember that what made them distinctive and what made them differ from the earlier Stabian baths or forum baths at Pompeii was the way in which they placed the bathing block in the center rather than to the side, that they arranged the main rooms, the tepidarium, the frigidarium, and the caldaria in this case, in axial relationship to one another. And then all the other rooms of the bath were displayed around those in a symmetrical way. So axiality and symmetry reigned supreme. And then otherwise, we saw here the rest of the precinct with an elaborate entranceway over here. We see roughly the same in the baths of Trajan, in that, again, the bathing block is located right at the center of the structure, and the main rooms are aligned with one another axially. If you look up to where it says baths of Trajan, that at the northern end is the entrance into the baths. You enter from there into N, which is a natatio or swimming pool, a piscina, and then you can see that is surrounded by columns. On axis with the swimming pool is the frigidarium at F, and you can see, just like that of the baths of Titus, it is a groin-vaulted room. A triple groin vaulted room, as you can see by the 3 X's over the rectangular area. It has a kind of an apse or exedra at the uppermost part through which one comes from the natatio into the frigidarium, and you can see that is screened by columns. Then from there into the fairly simple rectangularly shaped tepidarium that serves more as a kind of passageway from the frigidarium into C, which of course is the caldarium, or the warmest room, the sauna of the baths. That also has a rectangular shape, but with these radiating alcoves. Radiating alcoves that we're going to see are screened by columns, and they are of course facing the southern end where the sun is, and that would of course help to heat the caldarium as well. And then what we see though with regard to the baths of Trajan that make them differ from the baths of Titus and are part of this evolution of imperial bath architecture in Rome is the fact that the bathing block is placed in this very large rectangular precinct. And this large rectangular precinct has a series of rooms around it, as you can see, real rooms, and rooms that take all kinds of shapes. Many of them are these hemicycle type shapes, screened with columns from the larger central space, but some of them also look like the tabernae that we've become used to in plan. We see all of those there, and these were used, as far as we can determine, as meeting halls, lecture halls, Greek and Latin libraries. So this is this extension of the bath from being just a place where you went to get to, for wellness, essentially, to bathe and to relax and to have social interaction with your friends. They are adding an intellectual element to the Bath buildings so that you can also go there if you want to read, if you want to go to the library, read Greek books, read Latin books, go to lectures, go to seminars, have conversations, intellectual conversations, are also beginning to happen here. So the Bath becomes even more of a mecca for people who are interested in intellectual life as well as bathing and social life, which is a very important development culturally for the Romans. Note here also this great hemicycle down here, which is part of the Bath building, a hemicycle that had seats on it, which probably served for performances of whatever kind that would have taken place here. So that's another interesting addition to the bathing scene, and should remind you of the kind of hemicycles that we saw, for example, in the Sanctuary of Fortuna Primigenia at Palestrina, or the Sanctuary of Hercules at Tivoli, where they also had those performance areas. So bringing in some of those elements from sanctuary design into bath design in the baths of Trajan in Rome. The baths of Trajan, some parts of them still exist, but scattered, and in fact they are located now in a kind of a pleasant garden area, as you can see here. This is a Google Earth view that shows you their proximity to the Colosseum. We see the edge of the Colosseum over here, so the Esquiline Hill in large part, and you can just barely make out here, if you look, you see this curved wall. Down here, that curved wall is in fact that hemicycle for the theatrical performances that I showed you just before. And that is actually the entrance for anyone going to Rome over break. That's actually the entrance to the Domus Aurea. If it's opened, it periodically closes sometimes if things are falling down, but if it's open, that's how one gets there. And over here you can actually see, this is I may have shown this to you before, but this is actually the oculus of the octagonal room of Nero's Domus Aurea. You can see it if you wander through this park. You can see it from above with a grate on top of it, as well as down below if you visit the palace itself. And then up here you can see another, just right up above my finger, you can see another curved wall, and there's another one somewhere down here that are part of those curved rooms, those hemicycle-shaped rooms that are these lecture halls and meeting halls and so on. So, and actually that one, the one that's up here, actually has niches in the wall with shelves, which indicates to us that that was used as one of the libraries. The scrolls would have been placed on those shelves and then have cupboards in front of them. So one can see remains. It's made out of concrete faced with brick. One can see remains on the top of that hill. But a model over here gives you a better sense of what it looked like in antiquity. We're again looking at that large hemicycle that served with its seats that served for performances here. We're looking at the outer precinct wall. We can see the semi-domes of some of the hemicycles here. And we can also see the bathing block at the uppermost part, the entranceway, the courtyard surrounded by columns, which is where the pool or natatio was located. The covered area here was the frigidarium, then the tepidarium. The caldarium is here, and here you can see those radiating alcoves with columns that open them up for vistas and the like, as well as to the warmth of the sun. So an incredible bathing establishment, and one that has taken us a step further in the evolution of imperial bath architecture in Rome, and will serve as the major model for the two most famous and much better preserved baths in Rome, and that is the baths of Caracalla and the baths of Diocletian, which we'll look at later in the semester. But I'd like to turn from the Trajanic baths to unquestionably the most important public building that was commissioned by Trajan during his reign. And I can't overemphasize enough the importance of this building in the history of Roman architecture. And we're going to see that it is two-part in the sense that it is a forum, it has the forum proper, and it also has markets appended to us. They are done in a different architectural style and herald something very important, a very important development in Roman architecture that's going to be carried further by Trajan's successors. What we're looking at here is a spectacular aerial view of the part of Rome in which the Forum of Trajan finds itself. We are looking at buildings that we have looked at before, so we can get our bearings. This is, of course, the wedding cake of Victor Emmanuel over here. You can see a part of the oval piazza designed by Michelangelo of the Campidoglio. You can also see, and what's this down here? Forum, Wendy? The Julian Forum, the Forum of Julius Caesar, much lower ground level than the rest of the city today. And you can actually see those three columns from the temple that I showed you just before, as well as the tabernae of the Julian Forum. And note the relationship of the Julian Forum to the Trajanic Forum. He's restoring Julius Caesar's Forum at the same time he's building his own. I can also show you here, if you look right above my hand, you can see the Piazza Venezia and the Palazzo Venezia. If you look at the center of that building, right over the doorway, there's a balcony. That is the famous Mussolini balcony. That's the balcony from which Mussolini made all his speeches with his followers gathering in the Piazza Venezia. And from the Piazza Venezia, the street that goes from there to the Piazza del Popolo is the Corso, the race course, the Corso of Rome, which is one of the major streets of Rome, one of the major shopping streets of Rome, as well as one of the major thoroughfares that takes you, if you go down it halfway, take a right, you are at the Via Condotti, and ultimately at the Piazza di Spagna, or the Spanish Steps, which of course is a trek that everybody who visits Rome follows that path to see the Spanish Steps. Over here, the forum that we're going to be talking about today, the Forum of Trajan. Much of that forum is underground, and some of it was turned into a garden, as you can see here, Pleasant Park, as you can see here. Here we are looking at some of the columns from the basilica that's part of that forum, from the very well-preserved column of Trajan, and also over here we'll see the markets of the forum. But I just wanted you to get your bearings again in terms of where it's situated in Rome and what it looks like today from the air. Although it is changing all the time, and I wanted to show you a Google Earth image as well, because this is much more up-to-date than the aerial view that I showed you just before. And you'll see the same buildings. You'll see the Victor Emmanuel Monument. You'll see part of the Campidoglio. You'll see the Mussolini balcony and the Corso. And you'll see the Column of Trajan and part of the Basilica. But what you see here is that park has been replaced by structures because they are excavating. I've mentioned this before. They are excavating more of this now with the hope of someday rejoining the Roman Forum with the imperial fora. That may not be able to happen because of traffic concerns, but it is certainly something that's on the drawing board. And at the very least right now, without narrowing the street, the main Via dei Fori Imperiali, they are doing excavation in that park area, and you can see what they've brought up. This is not ancient. It's actually mostly medieval houses. I hope there are no medievalists among you, but I hope they'll eventually realize that these are, well, who's to say, that they should probably remove these as well and take us back to the original Forum of Trajan. I hope that happens someday. They're not very distinctive. If one looks at them, they're just mainly rectangular rooms. But nonetheless, they're at that medieval level now, and the question is whether they're going to go down any further. But here you can see not only the remains of the Forum of Trajan, but also the Forum of Augustus. Here's the Temple of Mars Ultor, that great precinct wall that divided it from the Suburra, also visible here. And here we see the great hemicycle that we'll look at today of Trajan's Forum, behind it the markets of Trajan. It's important for us to look back at the general plan of the imperial fora to see where the Forum of Trajan fits in. We have already looked at the Forum of Julius Caesar with its temple of Venus Genetrix. We have looked at the Forum of Augustus with its temple of Mars Ultor. Remember the exedri on either side of that temple, the embracing arms that were new at that time and an important component of the Forum of Augustus. Vespasian adds his Forum Pacus over here. Domitian adds a narrow forum, the so-called Forum Transitorium that served as a point of transit between the Roman Forum and the Subura. Here it is he puts a temple to his patron goddess Minerva in that forum. But it is, at his death, it is taken over by Nerva and renamed the Forum of Nerva. I mentioned to you when we talked about the Forum Transitorium that Domitian also had his eye on this property over here. He had his schemes as grandiose for public architecture at one point as for palatial architecture, but palatial architecture won out, and he put all of his effort into the palace on the Palatine Hill and never realized any construction in this area. When Trajan became emperor, he decided that he would again focus on public architecture and that he would build a forum like none other before it. And so he begins to do that. Now, that was no small feat in this particular part of the city because most of this area was occupied by a hill, the so-called Quirinal, Quirinal, the Quirinal Hill. In Rome, occupied most of this space. So what he needed to do, it's great to have an architect engineer in your back pocket. So he set Apollodorus of Damascus to work. He said, you're a great engineer. All you need to do is take down a good part of the Quirinal Hill to make way for this great forum that I want to build. And lo and behold, Apollodorus was absolutely up to the job, and that's exactly what he sets out to do. He removes 125 feet of the Quirinal Hill in order to make way for the Forum of Trajan. And that very number, 125 feet, is actually commemorated in the Column of Trajan because the Column of Trajan was built to that very same height, 125 feet, to show you, as you stand in the Forum, how much of that hill had to be cut back in order to make way for the Forum. You can see by looking at this plan of the imperial fora as a whole, and this is not only did Trajan take the empire to its furthest extent, this is the last forum that was added to the imperial fora in Rome. You can see by looking at it in connection to the others that if you count it plus the markets, which you see wending their way up what was left of the Quirinal Hill here in plan, if you compare that to the others, you can see that the Forum of Trajan and the markets of Trajan were almost as large as all of the other fora, not counting the Roman fora, but all of the other imperial fora together, which gives you some sense of why I call this the mother of all forums. Now we're going to look at the plan of this, and I'm going to show you an individual plan in a moment. But what I want to say while this is still on the screen is that I want you to look at the exedri that you see on either side of the main space of the forum and on either side of the basilica over here. These are not coincidental. They are certainly meant to make reference to the exedri of Augustus's forum. Trajan modeled himself after Augustus. He became a kind of neo-Augustus. He took on Augustus's hairstyle and his manners, and so he was trying to associate himself in his life with Augustus. He's doing it here also through architecture by placing those exedri on either side of his forum. Here's a plan of the forum itself on the left-hand side of the screen where we can see all of its major features. You'd enter into the forum down here. There was a very elaborate entranceway here, and you can see that the facade is actually not straight, but convex. A convex facade, which is very interesting, curved facade, with an elaborate entranceway over here. The entrance into the main part of the forum, rectangular in shape. There's a base here for an equestrian statue of Trajan. The exedri on either side, mimicking those of the Forum of Augustus. Colonnades also on either side, and some additional columns here. And we're going to see that just as in Augustus's forum, another reference back to Augustus, that the columns in this main area are Corinthian below, but in a second tier there are figures. Not figures of caryatids, but different kinds of figures, and I'm going to show you those soon. Over here, the basilica, which is perpendicular to the forum proper. This is quite different from the forum at Pompeii, where you'll remember the basilica was splayed off to the side. Here we have it as a more integral part of the forum and perpendicular to the main space here. It's a very large basilica. It takes the name of Trajan's family. His family name was Ulpius, U-L-P-I-U-S. This is the Basilica Ulpia in Rome, with a central nave and side aisles, a couple of side aisles around it, so a veritable forest of columns, and then other exedri, matching exedri, or in this case apses on either end. Then through here, you see the location of the column of Trajan in a small piazza, and to left and right, libraries, Greek and Latin libraries, and then at the end, a temple. We don't know what Trajan actually, the northern end of the structure was not completed at Trajan's death, and we don't know if he would have put a temple there. It's highly likely, because what forum have we seen without a temple at the short end? They all had them. So it's a good guess that Trajan had that in mind too. But the temple that was built there was actually built after his death by his successor Hadrian, a temple that Hadrian put up to honor Trajan and also Trajan's wife Plotina, P-L-O-T-I-N-A. Now, we know quite a bit. A lot of the forum, some of the forum is still preserved, and we have evidence for other parts of it that are not preserved. This entrance gate down here, believe it or not, we have coins that have an entrance gate on them, and nicely, they say, fortunately, they say down below, Forum Traian, Forum of Trajan. So putting two and two together, we have to go on the assumption that what we are looking at here is a rendition on a coin of the entrance gate into the Forum of Trajan, Forum Traian. And if we look at it here, we see some interesting things. We see, first of all, that it has a single arcuation in the center, so one doorway. It has a series of bays that have in them what we call aediculi, A-E-D-I-C-U-L-A-E, aediculi, which are little temple fronts that are niches with little temple fronts around them with columns and pediments. And then you can see statuary inside those. So a series of bays decorated with these aediculi with statues. Then a series of circles with blobs in them. I think those series of circles with blobs in them are probably the portraits represented on shields, because we have remains of actual portraits on shields from the inside of the forum, so that seems to be the case here as well. And then in the uppermost part, we see that the gate looks very much like an arch in the sense that it supports a quadriga at the top, and that quadriga represents two people, possibly the emperor. Again, we're dealing with blobs here. We have to do the best we can to interpret them. But they seem to be probably the emperor and possibly Victory crowning him the way we saw Victory crowning Titus in his chariot on his arch. 6 horses in this particular case. And then on either side, trophies, these tree trunks decorated with captured arms and armor. We're not absolutely sure what's surrounding them in this case, whether they're prisoners or Roman soldiers. So this gives you a very good idea of the entrance gate into this structure. And I also want to point out, if you look very closely at the columns and the elements above them in the attic, you can see that the columns project and the attic seems to have projecting entablature. So it looks as if we have the kind of scheme here that we saw in the Forum Transitorium, with that wall decorated with columns that project out of the wall and that have projecting entablature, giving this undulating movement from projecting to receding across the facade of the entrance gate. The figures that were located on the upper tier of the center of the main body of this forum, again, were not caryatids or female figures, but rather male figures of captured Dacians, because the war that Trajan had that enabled him to celebrate and to fund this building was his wars against the Dacians, D-A-C-I-A-N-S. Dacia, ancient Dacia, modern Romania today. Trajan had two military campaigns there, one from 102 to 10, the first one from 101 to 102, the second one from 105 to 107. He was victorious in both of those, and this forum was built from the spoils of that war to honor his victory over the Dacians. And we see, therefore, that the figures that are in the uppermost tier of the main body of the forum are depictions of captured Dacians, of Dacian prisoners brought back to Rome. You see two of them here. Here a headless figure, here a much more complete figure. The headless figure is still can be seen on the site, and the one on the left-hand side of the screen now in the Vatican museums in Rome. The one on the left gives you a better sense of what these looked like in antiquity. You can tell that these are not Romans, wearing leggings, a tunic, a fringed mantle that the Romans did not wear, a long fringe mantle, and then above you see that he has, unlike Trajan's closely cropped Augustan-type hairstyle, you can see he has very long hair and also a beard. And this identifies him as a very different sort of boots that seem to be made out of suede or felt of some sort. So a very different kind of image. Clearly, these are, again, the Dacian prisoners, one after another, aligning that second tier. And for any of you interested in the fact that the Romans made nearly exact duplicates of things, mechanical copies, you can see in this particular statue, we rarely have this preserved, so it's an interesting example of these points. You see these little excess pieces of marble. The Romans had created a kind of pointing machine which they used to make exact replicas of originals, and they usually, when the statue was done, they would usually obviously take these away, carve them away, which they didn't do. This one probably was not used for some reason. It was copied and never put up on the building, and so those points still remain. This is a model of the Forum of Trajan as it would have looked in antiquity, with that convex entranceway, the location of the equestrian statue, the exedrae on either side. Here you can imagine the Dacians in the second tier, the roofed Basilica Ulpia here, the column of Trajan, flanked by the Latin and Greek libraries, and then over here, the temple to divine Trajan. The plan again, here I just want to mention, looking back at that plan, that there was also another elaborate entranceway from the main part of the forum into the Basilica Ulpia on its long side. And once again, how fortunate we are that we have coins that say Basilica Ulpia, Basilica Ulpia. So we can guess, I think quite accurately, that this must be the entranceway to the Basilica Ulpia. Here we see something different. We see three openings, not arcuated openings, but trabeated openings, straight lintels above. But look again in the way in which they're represented. It looks like they're quite solid and that they project into the spectator's space. So again, this idea of projection, recession across this facade. This is very important because, as I mentioned, Roman architecture, using the traditional language of Greek architecture, ultimately developed something that we call a Baroque trend in Roman architecture, and you see it happening here in Rome based on the experiments of Domitian's Forum Transitorium. And you can see roughly that same scheme here. Up above, once again, a chariot, in this case a four-horse chariot, seemingly with one figure, and a series of standards being held possibly by Roman soldiers. The Forum of Trajan has been the life work of a professor formerly of Northwestern University, James Packer. who spent a very long time pulling together all the evidence that the Forum of Trajan still provides to allow a very good reconstruction of what that forum looked like. It's computer generated. I urge you all to look at it. If you just Google James Packer Forum of Trajan UCLA, because that's or the Getty, either of those two, because the UCLA and the Getty supported this work, you will be able to see computer simulations of his work. There's also a book by James Packer on the Forum of Trajan that's on reserve for this course. I send you to it less for the Forum of Trajan, but for any of you working on city plans, again, this could be a very inspiring book to look at. Not that I expect you to come up with something like this, but nonetheless, I think it can give you an idea of what one can do as one thinks about designing one's own city. He has done enough research to allow a very accurate reconstruction of what this forum would have looked like. We're looking at the entranceway into the Basilica Ulpia here. We are looking at the marble. You can see real marble and variegated marbles brought from all over the world. So Trajan continues the Flavian tradition of bringing marbles from all over, from places outside of Italy, from Africa, from Asia Minor, from Egypt and so on, for the decoration of these buildings and an interest in multicolored marbles as facing. We see also up here the Dacian prisoners, and between them, in this instance, these shields with portraits on them. We have remains of some of those, so that's an accurate reconstruction, the same sort of thing that we saw on the entranceway. Then up there, an inscription, several other Dacians, and some other decoration at the apex. I'm going to show you just a few of these quickly from Packer's book. You see here a corridor with a barrel vault, stuccoed and painted, lots of statuary. There would have been lots of honorific statuary in this structure. Sometimes instead of the shields with portraits between the Dacians, we see piles of captured arms and armor, as you can see in that view. Here a couple more showing again the marble decoration of the walls, very varied in color. Here niches with portraits. Over here, more shields with portraits. And here you can see some of the sculptural remains, some parts of a military figure in a breastplate, a man, both of them headless, a man in a toga. And over here, part of one of these decorative shields with a portrait. We actually think this is a portrait of Nerva that would have been placed inside this shield and hung on the upper part of the wall above the columns. And this is important and on your monument list. This is a view of the Basilica Ulpia in Rome and what it would have looked like in antiquity. You can see it conforms to Basilican architecture that we've looked at before, with a central nave divided by its two side aisles, in this case, as you'll recall in plan, and those are Corinthian capitals, as you can see down here. You can see also that it's a gargantuan structure. Look at the size of the people and the men in their togas, and the building itself. And it had a flat roof with a coffered ceiling, and you can see that it had a clear story. We've talked about the clear story before. We saw it in the House of the Mosaic Atrium, for example, the clear story, which is the opening up of the wall, in this case through Ionic columns, to see the vistas that lie beyond and to let light into the structure. And you can see the vista that lies beyond is the Column of Trajan and one of the libraries. This is a photograph that I'm incredibly proud of because I took it from on top of the Column of Trajan. It's not that difficult to climb the Column of Trajan because there's a spiral staircase in the center of it that goes up to the top. The part that's hard is getting permission to get in there. It's always locked, and you have to get special permission to do that. So I did it only once, but it was a great thing to do. And you go way up to the top, and you can look down. You can see fantastic views of Rome, but you can also get a very good sense of what the Basilica Ulpia looks like today. Not much, but you can see the central space. You can see some of the columns. We can tell that those columns were gray granite. So again, this interest in contrasting marbles, gray granite with white marble, in the Basilica Olpia and elsewhere. And you can also see the relationship between modern ground level, which is much higher, and ancient ground level, and the possibilities that still remain if they want to excavate this part of the city, what more of the Forum of Trajan may be able to be seen. Some of it can actually be seen under the street, and Packer and others have actually gone in to look at what is there, which is what has enabled him to make the kind of accurate reconstructions that he has. Everywhere in this monument there are references. Yes, this is a forum. Yes, forums have practical purposes. They're a place for people to meet and to market and to conduct law cases and so on in the Basilica. But this monument reminds you again and again and again and again that it is a monument in stone to Trajan's victories over the Dacians. And not only do we see those Dacians as we looked at before, but we see lots of other imagery that refers to military victory. This is a fragment of what we think was a frieze in the Basilica Olpia that depicts victories, female personifications of victory, winged, either kneeling at candelabra or over here, this woman kneeling on the back of a bull. You can see that she's winged. She's holding the snout of that bull back. She's got a knife in her right hand, and she is about to slit the throat of the bull. And she is doing this to not only is victory over the Dacians being marked here, but she is also representing the sacrifice that takes place in honor of that victory by being shown depicting killing the bull. Back to the plan once again, just to remind you that when we leave the Basilica Olpia, a doorway also in its long side, we end up in this small plaza where the column of Trajan is located, flanked by Greek and Latin libraries, on axis with the entranceway, the equestrian statue of Trajan, the other entranceway, the column, and ultimately the temple at the very end, the temple ultimately to divine Trajan. This is a model of what we think the library may have looked like, or both of the libraries may have looked like from the outside, fairly smallish square buildings with a portico in the front, and then most important, a balcony over here. Why a balcony? So that you could come out and look at the column of Trajan and read some of the scenes that encircled it. This is a reconstruction from Packer, again, showing what he thinks the interior of one of these libraries might have looked like. It looks larger here than it actually was, but you can get a sense of it with the reading tables, with the scrolls inside these cabinets here, with the statuary, and in this case, he believes that it had a vaulted roof, as you can see on top. The column of Trajan, you see it here in two views. An extraordinary work of art, extremely well preserved. Why so well preserved? Well, likely because Pope Sixtus V in the Renaissance used this column and also the column of the later Emperor Marcus Aurelius as important nodes in his reconstruction of the city of Rome. What he did, however, at that time was that he took the statues of Trajan that would have stood on this one and Marcus Aurelius on the other and replaced them with statues of Peter and Paul. And it's Peter who's on the column of Trajan and Paul who is on the column of Marcus Aurelius. But you can see how well preserved they are here. The column shaft rests on a base decorated with arms and armor, Dacian arms and armor, with a statue of Trajan up at the bronze statue of Trajan at the uppermost part. But what's particularly interesting is the sculpture. I'm not going to go into that in great detail, but I want you to know about it because it does tell us something about architecture, as we'll see. It's a spiral frieze, done all in marble, of course, that wraps from the base of the column all the way up to the top. And it tells in documentary form the exploits, the military exploits of Trajan in his two Dacian military campaigns. Those two campaigns that I've already mentioned, divided in the center by a victory riding on a shield. There's been a lot of speculation. There's nothing like this earlier in Roman art, quite like this. And so it is a new innovation, probably at the behest of possibly out of the mind, the creative mind, of Apollodorus of Damascus. And some scholars have suggested, and I think very convincingly, it's an intriguing idea, that because this was located between two libraries, the likelihood, and that the Romans had scrolls, the likelihood is what we are dealing with here is one of these scrolls sort of wrapped around the column from base to top, unfurled and wrapped around the column from base to top with the text removed, with images instead of text. And that makes a lot of sense, again, given that you could view it best from the two libraries on either side. A detail of the base, just to show you how very well preserved the sculptural decoration is. This is not a course in sculpture. I'm not going to go into this in detail, but I want to quickly show you some of the scenes because, again, they can be revealing from the point of view of architecture. This is at the very base. We see a personification of the Danube River in that area up north in Dacia, where the Romans went to conquer those tribes. And this is very important because we know that Apollodorus of Damascus was responsible for building a bridge over the Danube River. It was one of his great engineering feats. And you actually see that bridge located here, which even increases the likelihood that Apollodorus of Damascus was the designer of this particular structure. You see the Roman soldiers have gotten off boats. They're walking through an archway. Here you see the Roman soldiers. The Roman soldiers did not only do battle, but they also Romanized the areas that they went. We've talked about this a lot, the colonization of the Roman world, Trajan extending the borders to their furthest most points. The Romans get there. What do? They start to build architecture. They start to build walls with headers and stretchers. They start to build forts and city walls in which they put buildings with Roman amenities. Remember, after the war is over, they're often given land by the general or the emperor it becomes theirs and where they can live from that point on. So they had every reason to want to fill these towns with Roman amenities, and we see the Roman soldiers building cities in many of these scenes. This is the most famous scene from the column in which we see a battle between the Romans inside one of these forts that they've built. They are all with helmets and shields. They have their hands around something. We think these were probably spears that were added in metal originally. The Dacians down below, you can identify them by their leggings and tunics and scraggly hair and beards here. They are attacking the camp. The Romans are, of course, going to be victorious, but the Dacians are shown as heroic and valiant and enemies who are pretty much the equals of the Romans in strength, which only underscores that the Romans were stronger still to have conquered them. And then over here, if you've ever wondered where the term battering ram came from, you can see it right here. Told you the Romans invented everything. You can see it right here, this pole with a ram's head at the end, which is serving again as a battering ram as they try to tear down the walls of the Roman fort. Perhaps the most poignant and interesting scene happens way up at the top of the column, where the leader of the Dacians, Decebalus, Decebalus, is shown kneeling almost like one of those victories on the bull. He has a knife in his hand. What is he doing? He is kneeling here. He has decided. You can see the Romans. He's got Romans to the left of him, Romans to the right of him. He's about to be taken prisoner by them and paraded in a triumphal procession in Rome in honor of Trajan. He doesn't want to do that, so he heroically, valiantly takes his own life. He is about to plunge that knife into his heart so that he doesn't have to be taken by the Romans. It's very interesting to see them the Romans depicting the Dacians in such a heroic way on this column. I mentioned the museum in Rome that is located in Aor, the Museo della Civiltà Romana, the Museum of Roman Civilization, that has casts and models. I mentioned that they had casts of all the scenes from the Column of Trajan. I show you a view that I took in that museum just to give you a sense of how one can see those and how one can see those at eyes level to get a good sense of them. In antiquity, they would have been harder to read, but I should point out that the background was likely painted painted blue, and there probably would have been some additions like the metal spears that might have made it easier to read, almost like Wedgwood, might have made it easier to read in antiquity. And I also thought I would mention, I'm sure all of you have been down to Ground Zero, but if you go a block or two away from Ground Zero itself, there's a fireman's memorial there that was put up to many of the firemen who sadly lost their lives fighting those fires in the Twin Towers. We see this here dedicated to those who fell and to those who carry on. Here, and what's interesting about this, if you Google this and look at the website for the Firemen's Memorial in Rome, in New York, you will find out that the designer for this talks unabashedly of his admiration for the Column of Trajan in Rome, and that he used as an artistic model for the way in which he massed figures here, shown them in relationship to buildings. He used as his model the figures on the Column of Trajan in Rome. At the end, again, the column surrounded by the Greek and Latin libraries, the temple over here at the end. You can see it's a conventional Roman temple, deep porch, freestanding columns, staircase, one staircase facade orientation, just as we saw elsewhere. Here we see an engraving showing the spiral staircase that leads from bottom to top, and over here that the staircase also goes down below into a burial chamber. Two urns were found in that burial chamber, the urns of Trajan and Plotina, which tells us, of course, that this also served as Trajan's tomb. So victory, not only one of his great victories, military victories, but also victory over death. And then at the apex, we see a good view of the top with the statue of St. Peter, but we have coins depicting Trajan, depicting the original statue, the base, the shaft, a portrait of Trajan, naked portrait of Trajan, a heroicized portrait of Trajan depicted after death, divinized at the apex of the column. And if you read the inscription on the coin, you see it refers to Trajan as Optimus Princeps. Trajan received many titles. One was Dacicus, D-A-C-I-C-U-S, for his victories over the Dacians. But at the end of his life, Optimus Princeps, the greatest Princeps of all time. The implication, greater than Augustus. And it is arguable, I think probably correct, that Trajan was the even greater of the two. This is a restored view, a spectacular restored view of the building complex, where you can see again the entranceway over here, the equestrian statue, everything that we've described. But I think it's interesting, if you think of yourself having entered into this forum, standing here, looking back at the basilica bearing Trajan's name, looking toward the column in the temple, what you would have likely seen when you stood here was only the uppermost part of the column, because most of it would have been blocked by the very tall Basilica Ulpia. So it's a very theatrical representation, in the sense that you would be standing here with Trajan during life, looking back toward that column, looking back at the divinization of Trajan, bronze statue, which would have seemed as if it was floating on top of the Basilica Ulpia. This is a very dramatic tableau created here by Apollodorus of Damascus, and I think it was not equaled until the 17th century by architects like Gian Lorenzo Bernini, who also created such spectacular tableaus. Just to show you again the location of the markets of Trajan in relationship to the Forum of Trajan. While the Forum was the Romans imposing a rectangular plan on nature, remember they have to cut back the hill to make way for it, the markets are something quite different. They are the Romans accepting the shape of the remaining Quirinal hill and allowing the shape of that hill to determine the irregular shape of the markets. The markets, unlike the Forum that is made out of marble, for the most part, as we've seen, variegated marble. The markets are made out of concrete faced with brick, a very different material, but a material that is absolutely appropriate when you want to cover a hillside with tiered buildings, looking back very much to the Spa at Baia, looking back to the Fortuna Primigenia at Palestrina, the same idea, to turn this hill, what remained of the Quirinal hill, into essentially the precursor of the modern shopping mall. You have shopping, there are 150 shops in the markets of Trajan. All of these things date, by the way, to the same period, around AD 113, the Forum and also the markets. We see 150 shops here on a variety of levels. This is the bottom level that is located where the exedra, the first exedra, is on the right side. A great hemicycle with shops. Here a street called the Via Biberatica, that name is on your monument list, and then a covered bazaar up here. All of this on different levels, all of this done in a very innovative way with concrete faced with brick. You can also see here the very large windows, a semi-dome that I'll show you in detail in a moment. These large windows indicate to us that the architects are real masters of the concrete medium here, able to dematerialize the wall by putting up these very, very large windows. That's how good they were in building this at this point. The building block here is essentially the taberna, not unlike what we saw in Pompeii, this small space with a barrel vault, an attic window above, and in this case with a post and lintel scheme made out of travertine to mark the entranceway into the shop. They took this individual motif and they replicated it throughout this building over and over and over again, offering 150 possibilities. Here you see a series of these in a row, series of these tabernae with their attic windows, with their travertine decoration, with their sidewalks, a kind of mini city within a city, and then over here the polygonal masonry of the streets, looking very much like streets in Rome. Here is a view of the great hemicycle down on the first story. You see the shops again. What's interesting here is in the second story you see arcuated elements. You can see the facing with the brick facing, although we do believe this was stuccoed over in this case. Here, pilasters, but look very carefully. You will see these pilasters support in the center an arcuated pediment, and then on either side these broken triangular pediments, as if the pediment has been broken to allow the arcuated pediment to show through. We have never seen that before. Yes, we saw it in the paper topics, but that stuff is later. We have not seen that up to this point chronologically in built architecture. We have seen it in painting, cubiculum at the Met over here, for example, this breaking the triangular pediment to allow something else to show through. This is the beginning of this experimentation that ultimately leads to this Baroque element in Roman architecture that I'm going to talk about. Behind the hemicycle, annular vault with an additional set of shops and attic windows there as well. This is the most famous street from the Forum, from the markets of Trajan. It's an incredible place to wander, by the way, and they have just recently, in the last couple of years, opened an entirely new museum here, which has a lot of remains from the Forum and from the markets, and a great deal of very useful information, an absolute must-see for anyone going to Rome. This is the famous Via Biberatica of the markets of Trajan, where, again, you get the sense once you're in here that you're in a kind of city within a city, but with all these wonderful shops. You can see how skilled they are in using ramps with polygonal masonry, as well as sidewalks and stairs, so that you can make your way up with either alternatives here. Again, the tabernae on either side, the opening up of the walls with these incredible windows throughout. A restored view of what the whole thing looked like in antiquity, the hemicycle, the decoration here of the central arcuated pediment, broken triangular pediments over here, a very interesting space that I'm going to show you in a second, vaulted with a semi-dome done out of concrete with very large windows opening up the space, the Via Biberatica that we already saw here, and then the covered bazaar up there. A quick view of the semi-dome made out of concrete. It doesn't have an oculus, but otherwise it looks kind of like the dome of the Temple of Mercury at Baia, as you can see. And over here, this wall that I've already described that shows you how well the Romans can work concrete now, enabling them to open up the wall much more than they've been able to do so before and allow even more light into the structure. The greatest part, perhaps, of the markets of Trajan is this building here. It's the covered bazaar, and it really is a market bazaar on two tiers. You can see in this restored view this series of tabernae down below, the attic up above, You can see that groin vaults are used here in an incredible way. I'll show you in a moment how. A second story up here with additional tabernae, opened almost completely to the sky. An incredible feat on the part of Apollodorus of Damascus, assuming he also designed these markets. Here is the market hall as it looks today. What is its ancestor? The Ferentino market hall that we saw way back when with its single barrel vault, or some of the cryptoporticuses that we also saw with their barrel vaults. It's that idea, that market hall idea, but look how sophisticated the Romans have become in their use of concrete faced with brick. They have realized that they don't even need a wall to support vaults. They can lift their vault on top of individual piers, as they have done so spectacularly here. Lift them up. I described this, I think, in the introductory lecture as, in a sense, opening up a series of umbrellas over the space. They have opened it up so that light can flow in from the sides, light can flow in from either long end, just flooding the whole system with light. Down below, again, the typical markets with their attic windows above, but this is a real tour de force, probably the greatest, certainly the greatest vaulting that we have seen thus far, and again, a test to just how far the Romans have come from this to this by the time of the Emperor Trajan. And any of you headed to San Francisco, if you go to the marketplace there, you will see that that owes so much to Roman antiquity, with all the tabernae-like structures on either side, the vaulting. I mean, it's this sort of thing absolutely presupposes this kind of architectural development. In the 1 minute that remains, and that's all I need for this, I just want to show you one last monument and make one basic point about it that really has more to do with the transition from Trajan to Hadrian than anything else. An arch went up not in Rome, but in a place called Benevento, which is about an hour's drive from Naples in the south of Italy, in Campania. Place called Benevento. An arch went up between 114 to 118, honoring Trajan and all of Trajan's accomplishments. You can see it's covered with sculpture, and each of those scenes represents one of the accomplishments of Trajan. It was put up on the so-called Via Traiana, taking Trajan's name, a road that was built from Rome to Benevento and was opened during Trajan's reign. And again, a compendium of all his accomplishments. You can see very clearly that it is based in general form on the Arch of Titus in Rome, the single central arcuated bay, the pedestals supporting double columns on either side, the inscription at the top, the receding panels on either side of that inscription. The major difference, of course, between the two, that this has sculpture only on the inside and sparingly in the center and around the frieze, and this has much more sculpture, again, telling us in much greater detail a list, or describing a list of the great accomplishments of Trajan. The main reason that I show it to you today, besides to show that the Flavians, again, Flavian architecture served as an important model for Trajanic architecture, is that a couple of the scenes in the attic above are very interesting and tell us something about the succession. Hadrian does not appear in the lower part of the arch in any of the scenes, but he appears in two of the scenes in the uppermost part, which has led scholars, I think, rightly to conclude that the arch was finished up to the attic before Trajan's death, and that Hadrian finished it. And what did he do? He put his own portrait up there with Trajan's. Why was he motivated to do that? Well, he had an ego, as we'll see when we talk about Hadrian's architecture. But more than that, it had something to do with the succession. We know that Trajan died on August 8th in 117 AD. We know that on August 8th, he had no successor officially chosen. Plotina, his wife, was crazy. She had no children of her own. She was crazy about Hadrian, very much his sponsor, and wanted to see him succeed Trajan. It's likely that Trajan had the same idea in mind, but it's a little strange, because wouldn't he then have adopted him before his death? Why would he have waited? But Plotina decides, she consults with advisors. She said, we're not going to announce Trajan's death. We're going to keep it a secret. Tomorrow, we're going to announce that Trajan has adopted Hadrian. That happens on August 9th. And then it was only on the 11th of August, that Trajan's death was announced to the public. So some hanky-panky was going on behind the scenes. But whoever made the choice, whether it was Trajan himself or Plotina, they made a great choice. Hadrian, an extraordinary emperor as well. And the one point that I want you to hold and keep with you over break and bring back when we get back together and talk when we get back together about the Pantheon and Hadrian's villa at Tivoli. The main point that I want you to keep in mind is what we learned from the Forum of Trajan, and that is that Trajan combined in an incredible way, with the help of Apollodorus, traditional architecture in the form of the Forum with its marble columns and the like, and innovative Roman architecture in the form of the brick-faced concrete market, brought those together in one building in a way that is very different from anything we've seen up to this point. And we're going to see that Hadrian keeps that tradition alive, not only in the Pantheon, but also in his villa of Tivoli. This lecture that I'm going to deliver this morning has been an inspiration to students who have selected option 3 for their paper topic, how to design a Roman city, because this lecture has it all. It has great architecture, it has an extraordinary patron, a man who traveled the empire to all kinds of exotic places, some of which we'll be talking about today and some of which we'll be talking about in the future, a love triangle, some of the best buildings that we'll see in the course of the semester, including the Pantheon and also Hadrian's villa at Tivoli. The patron Hadrian, whom I show you in a portrait from Rome, now on the left-hand side of the screen, was an extraordinary man. He was born in 76 AD. And he became emperor at the age of 41 after having served with Trajan for a number of years. He was born, like Trajan before him, in Spain, not in Italy. And he also was the most educated, one of the most educated and most intellectual of the Roman emperors. We'll talk about the impact that that intellect had on his architecture. I mentioned that he also liked to travel. He traveled extensively during his reign, had 3 major trips that had an enormous impact on his architecture and also on architecture around the empire. And it's also important, I think, to know that he reversed Trajan's policy. You'll remember that Trajan's major political policy had to do with military conquest, that Trajan was involved in a number of very important wars, and he celebrated those wars, and he extended the empire to its furthest reaches that were never gone beyond for the rest of the Roman Empire. Hadrian reversed that policy. He was a peace-loving man. He had no interest in being involved in these kinds of military exploits, although he had served with Trajan in some of them in earlier years. He had no desire to continue that on. And he was much more concerned with consolidating and preserving the empire as expanded by Trajan. And so one of his greatest claims to fame is the Great Wall, the famous Wall of Hadrian, that he built in order to separate the Roman Empire, the Greco-Roman Empire, from the rest of the empire, this great wall that divided Greco-Roman civilization from the barbarian world that lay outside. And there are fragments of that wall, quite extensive part of that wall, that still survives in Europe today. You can see it in Britain, and I show you an example of some of those remains here on the right-hand side of the screen, that is of Hadrian's Wall. Hadrian was also a great Philhellene, and you notice in that portrait that I just showed you that he wore a beard. And in fact, he's the first Roman emperor to wear a beard. Beards were not worn by Romans up to this time, but they were worn by Greeks. And we believe that he wore that beard in large part to look more Greek. We also know that although he wore a toga in public, he was known for wearing the Greek himation in private. And he did that, we think, in large part because of his love for Greece and for Greek culture. He was so Philhellenic in his leanings that he received the nickname the Greekling. And we'll see as we look at his architecture the impact that his love of Greece had on that architecture. In fact, what I'd like to do today is to begin with the most Greek of Hadrian's buildings, a building that we think he may have designed himself, because we also know that Hadrian was an amateur architect. Hadrian himself was an amateur architect. And we think he designed this very building, the so-called Temple of Venus and Roma. He was also particularly interested, by the way, in religious architecture. Most of his public building was religious architecture, temples, this being one of them. The Temple of Venus and Roma, a temple put up to Roma as the patron goddess of the city of Rome, and to Venus as the patron goddess of the Roman family. And you'll remember that Venus was a special favorite of Julius Caesar and of Augustus. Those two thought of her as the special patron of the Julian family. So we also see Hadrian here conjuring up, I think, his connections to the earlier dictators and emperor Julius Caesar and Augustus by his emphasis on Venus. So this temple to Venus and Roma, you'll see that we don't have a precise date for this monument. We think it was put up sometime between 121 and 135. We know it was dedicated in 135. It seems to have been long in the making. So it's hard to categorize it as either an early or a mid or a late Hadrianic building, because it does seem to have been in production for quite some time. I show you two plans of the Temple of Venus and Roma because there's controversy about which plan most accurately reflects the original Hadrianic temple. Because we know the temple while it was built under Hadrian and dedicated in 135, we know that it burned down in a very serious fire in Rome in the late 3rd century AD, and then was renovated by an emperor whom we'll talk about later in the semester by the name of Maxentius, M-A-X-E-N-T-I-U-S. It was renovated by Maxentius in 307 A.D., and we think Maxentius kept quite closely to the original Hadrianic plan, but we're not absolutely sure about that. So that some of the discrepancies that you see between these two plans may have to do with the discrepancies between the original building and the eventual renovation. But you will see that in the main, these two plans, and the one on the left-hand side of the screen is the one that's on your monument list that you have in front of you. The one on the right-hand side of the screen is the one in your Ward Perkins textbook. But if you look at its most outstanding features, you will see that most of them are similar to one another, that the main features of these two buildings, of these two plans, are the same. And that is, and you should be immediately struck by these plans, both of these plans, and how different they are from what we have characterized as the typical Roman temple. That typical Roman temple, usually with a single cella, with a deep porch, with freestanding columns in that porch, with a facade orientation. This is very different indeed, no matter which of these two plans you look at, because you will see that this large temple has a double cella, two cellas back to back. And you see it in both plans, two cellas back to back. Well, the reason for that is obvious, because it commemorates two divinities, Venus and Roma, and each one needed to have a cella. But these are not cellas these are not cellas within a larger cella located side by side as in the Capitoline Triad temple, but rather two that are back to back. Two that are back to back. Now, what this does is take away the facade orientation of the building and give us two facades, in a sense, one on either side. That is also so we see that in both of these. We also see that the columns go all the way around the structure, and so does the staircase go all the way around the structure. We see that in both plans. And then there is a large precinct that also has columns around it. I can also tell you can take on faith that this building also has a low podium. So what we see here is a temple that looks much more Greek than it looks Roman. In fact, as I said, it doesn't look anything like the typical Roman temples that we've been talking about today. Why is this? This has to do with the fact that Hadrian was a Philhellene, that he was enamored of Greek architecture, and that he opted, in this case, when he himself appears to have been the architect of this building. Hadrian, amateur architect, seems to to have designed this building himself. We see that when he was left entirely to his own devices, he wanted to build a Greek temple in Rome, and that is exactly what he did. Now, also important vis-a-vis this temple is location, location, location. This building is located at the edge of the Roman Forum, closest to the Colosseum, and on the Velia. You'll remember the Velia, where the Arch of Titus is located. The Arch of Titus, and you'll remember that that was the area that the Flavian dynasts chose to build their buildings on in order to raze to the ground Nero's earlier Domus Transitoria and build their own buildings in its place. So we see Hadrian continuing on in that same tradition, returning to the Roman people land that had originally been theirs, that had been stolen by Nero, by building, in this case, a religious structure on that site instead. So that also extremely important. To get back for a moment to the plan, we see again the major difference between these two versions is that in this case there is a flat back wall for each of the individual cellas. For this one, a niche on either side, niches back to back, almost kissing, as you can see here. And then you can also see another difference is the walls are very elaborately scalloped in this plan, which we can see in the Maxentian renovation that still exists, and I'll show it to you in a moment. But again, we're not sure if that was a Maxentian innovation in the early 4th century AD, those back-to-back apses and scalloped walls, or whether they come from the original, or whether they restore what was in the original Hadrianic building. I tend to prefer the one on the left because there is every evidence that we already have all of these features in Roman architecture. Think to the Flavian Palace on the Palatine, Domitian's Palace, where we saw the scalloped walls in the Aula Regia, and where we certainly saw these niches with vaults of heaven, semi-dome, semi-vaults up above them. So everything was in place to have that kind of structure, so it's certainly not inconceivable in the Hadrianic period. Here's a view of the Temple of Venus in Rome as it looks if you are standing atop the Colosseum and taking a picture back toward it. And this is very useful because it shows you this is not a high podium. This is just the difference in ground level, once again, ancient ground level being lower than modern ground level, and some of the structures that lay below originally of Nero's Domus Transitoria, for example, that this building was built on. Here you can actually see the podium of the temple, and you can see that it is very low compared to what we're used to. We're looking back at one of those niches. You can see the semi-dome here, as well as the relationship of it to the Arch of Titus, and the Velia, which once again points out the fact that we are dealing here with a building that was put on property that had originally been the location of Nero's Domus Transitoria. Here are three very useful views, one showing that same niche closer up taken from the Colosseum, one of those back-to-back niches as it looks today, and then this one over here, which is the other niche, which is preserved inside a later building that was transformed into a museum of the Forum Romanum at one point. We see it here, and you can see in both cases the semi-dome. You can see the concrete construction faced with brick. In this one, which is better preserved in large part because it was in part indoors, we can see the columns on either side of the niche, and we also see that scalloped wall that I described before, just like the Aula Regia with niches flanked by columns, and you can see the beginning of a coffered vault. We're not absolutely sure it was barrel vaulted, but we think the building was barrel vaulted. We also see on the left, I remind you of the octagonal room designed by Rabirius for the Domitian's Palace on the Palatine, to underscore again the kinds of experiments that Rabirius was making that had such an impact, as we shall see today, on Hadrian, and his own architectural designs. You'll remember that room. You'll remember that it has a segmented vault. You will remember that it's treated very much like sculpture, that it has niches within niches, windows within niches, doorways within niches, all of them done in an asymmetrical way that makes the design particularly interesting. Rabirius and his architecture very influential on Hadrian. Keep in mind that Hadrian, once Domitian, I mentioned this to you when we talked about Domitian's palace, once Domitian built that palace, it was the palace that all the emperors from that time to the end of late antiquity lived in. Hadrian was no exception. When he was in Rome, he lived in that palace, and he was therefore seeing and experiencing the shapes of the architectural shapes designed by Rabirius on a daily basis. He liked that octagonal room in particular, and the others like it in the villa, in the palace, and he was clearly, it clearly had an impact on him, as we shall see. The last point I want to make about the Temple of Venus in Rome, by the way, has to do with materials. We have been talking about the increasing use of marble in Roman architecture. Under Augustus, marble from Luna or Carrara. Under Nero and the Flavians, marble from all over the world, from Asia Minor, from Africa, of all different colors. Hadrian, the Philhellene, returns to using Greek marble for his buildings. And the Temple of Venus in Rome is made of Proconesian marble, Proconnesian, I think I got that right, Proconesian marble that comes from Greece. It's a blue-veined marble. He was particularly fond of it, and he used it for the Temple of Venus and Rome. Temple of Venus in Rome to the much more famous temple that Hadrian constructed. If the Temple of Venus and Roma was to two gods, Venus and Roma, Hadrian's pantheon was to all the gods, which is what pantheon means, to all the gods, a temple to all the gods that he built in Rome between 118 and 128 AD. You see a Google Earth image of it here. The Pantheon surrounded by modern structures. It is one of the greatest masterpieces of architecture of all times. In fact, if you were to ask a group of architectural experts to make a list of the 10 greatest buildings ever built, it's hard for me to believe that not every one of them would at least list somewhere in that list of 10 the Pantheon, not only because it's a great building in its own right, but because it has had such an enormous impact on architecture in Roman times, as we'll see in later lectures, but also on architecture in post-antique times, an extraordinarily influential building. And there are some, and I would be one of them, maybe I'd be the only one, I hope not, who would list the Pantheon as the greatest building ever built by man or woman of any time in any place. And you can see as we look at it together today whether you think I come close or I'm way off the mark on that. But I believe vehemently that it was the greatest building ever built. And it remains an extraordinary structure to see and to experience. You see it here. Oh, and by the way, although I mentioned that Hadrian was an amateur architect, we don't know the name of the architect for the Pantheon. Do I think it was Hadrian? Absolutely not. Hadrian was not this good. He was an amateur architect, not a professional architect. This is an extraordinary work of art. He may have had some input, he undoubtedly did, because we're going to see that the Pantheon is at the same time complex and simple. It's also traditional and innovative, and what we're going to see Hadrian and his architect doing here and also doing at the villa at Tivoli is combining in an extraordinary way traditional Roman and innovative Roman architecture, concrete construction, and the original vocabulary of Greek architecture, namely columns, combined in the same place. And he was highly influenced in this regard by his predecessor, Trajan. Think of the markets and forum of Trajan, the way in which we had combined in the same complex a traditional forum and a very innovative marketplace. We're going to see the same thing in the Pantheon. We're going to see the same thing at Hadrian's villa at Tivoli. So Trajan and Apollodorus of Damascus exerting a very strong influence, as did Rabirius, on the architecture of Hadrian. Again, this Google Earth image is useful because it shows us the building in its modern environment. But it's important to keep in mind that the Pantheon in Rome was part of a complex in antiquity, as most temples were, temples that were in sanctuaries, temples that were in fora. We've seen that in the course of the semester, that they usually did not stand in isolation, but were part of architectural complexes. We see that here. This model is very helpful in that regard, because it shows us that there was a rectangular forecourt, that forecourt had covered colonnades on either side, that there was some sort of entranceway here, possibly an arch, possibly an altar also to all the gods in front of the temple, and then the temple itself, the Pantheon itself. Now, this model is also very useful in the sense that it gives you an idea of what you actually would have seen if you had walked into this complex, into this open rectangular space, and walked toward the Pantheon. What would you actually have seen? Well, all that you would have actually seen was the porch. The porch, which had an attic behind it, which screened the cylindrical drum and the dome from the viewer. So if you were standing here, all you would have seen was this porch. Now, this porch is very traditional. It looks like other Roman temples, the fronts of facades of Roman temples that we've looked at before. It looks like other Greek temples, because what you would have seen was the pediment, columns supporting that pediment. It was a typical Roman temple from the front, deep porch, freestanding columns in that porch, single staircase, facade orientation, very different from the temple of Venus and Roma, much more Roman looking. And then and then a high podium, which we already mentioned, the Temple of Venus in Roma did not have. That's what you would have seen as you were standing in front of it. You would have thought, well, this is, very much in keeping with other Roman temples. But of course, there was a surprise when one walked through the doors, and that is the very essence of Hadrianic architecture, the surprise that one gets when one actually goes from the outside of a building into the inside of a building. Before we do that, I just want to show you the back of the cylindrical, because this traditional porch shielded a very innovative cylindrical drum supported by a hemispherical dome, as you can see here. The construction technique, the same as we've seen from the time of Augustus, from the time of the Temple of Mercury at Baia, the use of concrete construction faced with brick. It's more sophisticated here than it has ever been before, and we can see that the architect has relieved the severity of the structure by adding 3 cornices. You can see them here, 2 of them at least here, is another one down here, 3 cornices. And you can also see, very interestingly, these brick arches, which tell us a great deal about Roman building practice during this period, especially, obviously, for the use of concrete construction, because what those were used for is to help keep the concrete from settling. After the wet concrete had been poured, those arches keep it from settling until it dries. And then once it dries, those arches are no longer needed, because the building, the concrete walls support the building on their own, support the dome on their own, and they're no longer needed, but of course they're left there, and then they have a certain aesthetic value in the aftermath. And so you can see very clearly here, as you look at what is preserved, and the building is extremely well preserved, of the back of the building, you can see reference to that construction. These diagrams, both the plan of the structure, the cross-section, and the diagram on the left-hand side, also give us some very interesting and important information. They show us that the circular drum was internally half the height of the diameter. You can see that in the diagram on the left-hand side of the screen. Of the diameter of the structure, and that it was surmounted by a hemispherical dome, the crown of which is the exact distance, the same exact distance. So this was very carefully orchestrated by the architect to achieve what he needed to achieve here. You can also see, if you look at the plan, that again, the predecessors for this are clearly the Frigidaria at Pompeii, the thermal bath at Baia, this round structure with the radiating apses, very similar, but of course done in much, much grander scale. Now, with regard to, and this is the facade of the Pantheon, of course, as it looks today, with regard to how they made this happen, how they were able to take the small-scale Frigidaria, the slightly larger Temple of Mercury, the larger still Domus Aurea of Nero, or the domed room, the Domus Transitoria, and turn it into the Pantheon ultimately, has to do in part not only with the skill of the architects, has to do in part also with the increasing sophistication that we've been talking about quite consistently of the use of concrete construction by the Romans, but also has to do with the recipe for concrete. We haven't talked about the recipe for concrete since the time of Caligula, when we talked about the fact that he had made some adjustments. Well, Hadrian made some adjustments, or Hadrian and his architects made some adjustments as well during Hadrian's reign. And what they did was two things. They decreased the thickness. They decreased the thickness of the walls from bottom to top. And they also did what Caligula had done before, but did it even more so, by using as an aggregate at the base of the dome. They used heavy stone, a basalt, a very heavy, thick basalt. But when they got toward the top, they mixed, or the idea was when they got toward the top, they would mix in as an aggregate a porous pumice, which was much, much lighter. And that's essentially how they achieved their goals. Now, before I talk about the exterior of the structure and take you through the building, I want to mention one very interesting exchange between Hadrian and Trajan's architect Apollodorus of Damascus. You'll remember that I said that the Temple of Venus in Roma, we think, was designed by Hadrian himself. And at one point, Apollodorus was still alive, and at one point, and highly respected, and at one point, Hadrian went to Apollodorus to ask him for his thoughts on the designs that Hadrian was doing for the plans that Hadrian was doing for the Temple of Venus in Roma, which tells us, you wondered how we know that Hadrian was an amateur architect. It's because of this passage, because it tells us that Hadrian was doing some designing, and that he was designing the Temple of Venus and Roma. And we fortunately have the Roman senator of Eastern birth, Dio Cassius, D-I-O, new word C-A-S-S-I-U-S, Dio Cassius, a Roman senator of Eastern birth who wrote a history of Rome in the 3rd century, gives us, 3rd century AD, gives us an account of this interaction between Hadrian and Apollodorus of Damascus. And although I don't like to read to you, I am going to read to you from this quote because it is so critical for our understanding both of the Pantheon and for Hadrian's villa at Tivoli. So bear with me as I read this, a bit longish quote. So Cassius Dio tells us, and I quote, "Hadrian first drove into exile and then put to death Apollodorus, who had carried out many of Trajan's building projects. The pretext given for Hadrian's action was that Apollodorus had been guilty of some serious offense. But the truth is that when Trajan was at one time consulting with Apollodorus about a certain problem connected with his buildings, that is Trajan's buildings, the architect said to Hadrian," so this seems to have been before even Hadrian became emperor, the architect said to Hadrian, who had interrupted them with some advice, "Go away and draw your pumpkins. You know nothing about these problems." For it so happened that Hadrian was at that time priding himself on some sort of drawing. When he became emperor, that is, when Hadrian became emperor, he remembered the insult and refused to put up with Apollodorus's outspokenness. He sent him the plan for the temple of Venus and Roma in order to demonstrate that it was possible for a great work to be conceived without Apollodorus's help, and asked him, that is, Hadrian asked Apollodorus, if he thought the building was well designed. Apollodorus sent a reply saying that as far as the temple of Venus and Roma was concerned, it should have been placed in a higher position. It should have had a high podium, not a low podium, according to Apollodorus, who goes on to say, with regard to the cult images, Apollodorus goes on to say, with regard to the cult images, they were made on a scale which was too great for the height of the cella. For if the goddesses should wish to stand up and leave the temple, he said, they would be unable to do so. When he wrote all of this so bluntly, Hadrian was both irritated and deeply pained. He had the man slain. Now, the pumpkins, what's critical about this, it tells us two things that are absolutely essential in our understanding of Hadrianic architecture. One, that Hadrian was doing designing on his own, that he was an amateur architect, and he seems to be very much involved in the design of the temple of Venus and Roma. It also tells us that Hadrian was making some drawings of pumpkin domes. What are pumpkin domes? Well, pumpkin domes are undoubtedly segmented domes. They are just the kind of dome that Rabirius did for the octagonal rooms in the Palatine Palace, rooms that Hadrian was exposed to by living in that palace himself. Obviously fond of them, liked them, started to draw his own pumpkins, and we're going to see that those pumpkins, well, we don't have a pumpkin dome in the Pantheon, as we'll see, probably fortunately. But we do have them at Hadrian's villa. And so, again, very critical for you to be aware of this interesting exchange, very momentous exchange between Hadrian and Apollodorus. We see here the facade of the Pantheon as it looks today. You have to think away this very attractive, but nonetheless mars the view of the facade of the Pantheon that was put up in the Renaissance, and you have to imagine the building now stands in isolation without its colonnades and without its forecourt, so you have to try to imagine them. But you can see how very well preserved the Pantheon is. The ground level has shifted, so we don't see the very tall podium that was once there, although there have been some excavations around it that demonstrate that it is indeed there, or part of it is indeed there. But we can see the columns across the front, we can see an inscription, we can see the pediment and the attic. And this is a good view because although you see the dome peeping up a little bit on the top, it gives you some sense of when you stood in the colonnade walking toward it, the forecourt walking toward it, that you would have only seen essentially the most traditional part of the building, and that is the columns supporting the pediment with the dome behind. This is a detail of the inscription of the building. We can also see the columns. You can see that they are gray granite. I have a better view in a moment. Gray granite with white marble capitals. The inscription is fascinating. It tells us that M. Agrippa, Marcus Agrippa, that's the famous Marcus Agrippa, the childhood friend, confidant, son-in-law, first-hand man, one-time heir to Augustus, Marcus Agrippa, L.F., Lucius Filius, the son of Lucius, Cos, consul tertium for the third time, fake it, made it. This tells us Marcus Agrippa, consul for the third time, son of Lucius, made it, made the Pantheon. What's that all about? Marcus Agrippa lived in the age of Augustus. Well, we know there was an earlier pantheon on this site that Marcus Agrippa was responsible for commissioning. Marcus Agrippa, like Augustus, commissioned a lot of buildings in Rome. He also commissioned them in the provinces. We'll look at some of those when we go out to the provinces. Marcus Agrippa, a major building program in Rome, including a pantheon, a temple to all the gods. And that pantheon no longer exists, although there have been some excavations that have discovered some of it underneath the current building. But it stood on this very site, and we know from a literary description that it had a caryatid porch, which is perhaps not surprising in the context of Augustan architecture. Remember the caryatids in the Forum of Augustus that we looked at earlier in the term. So we know that Marcus Agrippa actually built Rome's first pantheon, both his first temple to the gods, on this very site. When Hadrian built his own pantheon on the same site, he decided to piously reference the earlier building of Marcus Agrippa, telling us that Marcus Agrippa made a building that originally stood on this site, which he is basically very modestly saying he restored. Of course, this building that he made has nothing to do, undoubtedly, with the Pantheon in Rome. It's a very different and much more sophisticated building, but it was a very modest thing to do. But I think there was a method to his madness in the sense that he was underscoring by so doing his relationship once again to Augustus, which was obviously very important for him to do. But this inscription confused a lot of scholars for a long time, who actually called this originally an Augustan building. You can see the pediment up above. You can see all the holes there. Those are the attachment marks for sculpture that would have been located in this pediment that no longer survives. Here's another view showing the light gray granite columns, the white Corinthian capitals, all of these magnificently carved, very high quality architects and artisans here. By the way, I forgot to mention when we talked about the Temple of Venus in Rome and the use of Greek marble, that Hadrian not only brought in Greek marble, but he brought in Greek marble cutters, marble carvers, who were responsible for working on these. So he wanted the very best, those who were most familiar with carving Greek marble, to be used for his buildings, and they were undoubtedly used for this one as well. And we can see the depth of the porch, I think, also from this view of the Corinthian columns of that porch. It's very hard in a classroom in New Haven, even with outstanding slides, to be able to give you a sense of the experience that one has, of the surprise that one has as one walks through the door of the Pantheon. We see the doors opened here. They are bronze doors. They are original doors from this extremely well-preserved structure. And the reason that it is so well-preserved is because, like other buildings in Rome, it was reused in later times as a church primarily, with a wonderful name, Santa Maria Rotunda, Saint Mary, the Rotund Mary, essentially, which is perfectly chosen for a building with a giant rotunda with a great cylindrical drum that the building has. We see those doors opened up here, and as one walks through this very traditional porch, through the original bronze doors into the interior, one is struck by the extraordinary nature of the interior of the Pantheon, which you see over here. And all you're looking at here is the uppermost part with the dome, essentially, and the reason is because it is near even the human eye, both eyes, can't take in the extent of this interior all in one glance. And even if one uses the widest of wide-angle lenses, you get a tremendous amount of distortion, and you can't really take the whole thing in at once, which makes it extraordinary. And one has to rely instead on this painting by Panini that shows you the grandeur beneath the dome. That gives you a better idea than any image I can show you, however professional, of what the interior of the Pantheon actually looks like. And you can see in this Panini painting the wonderful marble revetment, the marble floor, the dome with its coffers. There are five rows, yeah, 5 rows of 28 coffers each, 140 coffers in all. They were likely gilded in antiquity. You see that there is an oculus through which light streams down onto that gilding, down onto the marble incrustation. The marble incrustation, by the way, extremely well preserved. This is about our best example of ancient Roman marble. Not all of it is ancient, but a good portion of it is, and it gives you a very good sense of what some of these marble buildings would have looked like in antiquity. And I show you a detail of some of the original marble revetment over here. And this is what those Pompeians wished their walls actually were. Beautiful marbles of all different colors brought from all different parts of the world. So even though Hadrian chose Proconetian marble for his Temple of Venus in Rome, his Greek building, which we really need to think of as a kind of Greek import, for this more Roman building, he is following in the footsteps of Nero and the Flavians and using multicolored marble both for the revetment on the wall and the marble pavement down below. Most of this building, again, it's very well preserved, is the original structure, the original columns, the original pilasters, still extremely well preserved in the Pantheon. Because it was used over time as a church, there are lots of accoutrements that one would expect in a church, various saints and niches and so on and so forth. So much of the sculpture is from a later period. And it even has served as a burial place for famous Italians, not the least of which was Raphael, the famous Renaissance painter who you remember left a graffito when he went down into the subterranean chambers of Nero's Domus Aurea. He was buried here, and his tomb is one of the high points for most visitors to this structure. You see it here. It dwarfs, to most people's minds, the tomb of Victor Emmanuel, whom you see over here on the left-hand side of the screen. But note all of that Roman symbolism, you know, the eagle with outstretched wings and the Amazonian pelta and so on. All of those symbols of Roman power still very much used by dynasts, modern dynasts like Victor Emmanuel. The dome of the Pantheon had the largest diameter of any dome up to this point. We know that it was, the diameter of the Pantheon is 142 feet. And if we compare it to the other large dome in Rome, that of St. Peter's, we find that the Pantheon dome still surpasses St. Peter's. St. Peter's is 139 feet in diameter, so just a bit smaller. Now, any of you who've been both in the Pantheon and in St. Peter's will probably say to me, wait a minute here. The dome of St. Peter's actually looks larger when you stand in front underneath it, and I show you a view of that dome here. The reason it does look a bit larger is the dome of St. Peter's is taller. So volumetrically, it looks bigger. And it visually looks bigger, but it isn't in terms of its diameter. In diameter, the dome of the Pantheon is still the largest dome in the city of Rome. And as you look at this dome and compare it to St. Peter's, one can't help but think back to Domitian and his Dominus et Deus and his vaults and so on and so forth, the whole idea being having the dome of heaven over one's head. I think one can't help but think when one looks at this that there may be some reference here both to the orb of the earth and to the dome of heaven, and it is certainly a appropriate symbol for a building that honors all the gods. I think it's important to at this juncture, to say something about or to compare the most important Greek temple, the Parthenon on the Acropolis in Athens, with the most significant Roman temple, the Pantheon, to see that we have really come from an exterior to an interior architecture. That in the case of the Parthenon, 5th century BC, Athenian Acropolis, they are thinking primarily of a building that interacts with the rock of the Acropolis and with the urban landscape. And in other contexts, these Greek buildings interact directly with nature. That's the way the Greeks thought about their buildings, essentially as an exterior structure. And we see the Romans following suit in their emphasis on the facade of temples in their own religious architecture. But with the Pantheon, that changes. Yes, it does have a facade. It does have a pediment in the front. It does have a traditional porch. So that's a nod to traditional temple architecture. But once you go through that porch into the structure and see that great cylindrical drum, the hemispherical dome, the light streaming through, you're in this totally new interior world that has no precedent in early Roman architecture, and that had a huge impact on later Byzantine architecture, medieval, especially Byzantine architecture in particular. Go to Istanbul and see Hagia Sophia or the Blue Mosque. They owe everything to the dome of the Pantheon. So we see this real transition here, a transition also in building materials from stone to concrete construction. A few more views of this, of the interior of the dome of the Pantheon. These are very dramatic in black and white, and you can see it's just, if you're in Rome and have the time, it's a great deal of fun to go and look at the Pantheon at different times of day, because the light has such an impact on what the interior looks like. You know, go in there in the morning, take a look, then go out, have a long lunch, glass of wine, come back later and see what has happened. And it's also fun to be there when it rains. It's interesting to have the rain come down and collect. There is a drain, but it doesn't always work all that well. So I see water collecting on the edges of the floor in this extraordinary building. One last view. I love taking views of I have zillions of images that I've taken, including this one, of the interior of the Pantheon at all different times of day. But I think it behooves us to notice and to say that in this kind of new interior architecture, this architecture of interior surprise, it's not only the vault itself, it's not only the concrete construction or the marble revetment. Light plays a very important role. And we've seen light playing a very important role from the times of the Domus Italica up through, and the sanctuary at Terracina, for example, up to where we are today, but never more important than here. Light that streams through the oculus, light that is used not only to illuminate this building and illuminate it extremely well, but also to create drama. And you have to imagine it even more dramatic when the coffers were gilded and when the marble down below may have been even brighter still. The marble pavement, by the way, which I didn't show you, is also extremely well preserved. So this light plays a very important and dramatic role in this new, highly developed interior architecture. And I personally know of no other building that one can visit and experience that gives you a better sense than this one of the divine presence on earth. Whether it's one God, multi-gods as we're honored here, you really get a sense of spirituality when you stand in this extraordinary temple, and really do get a sense of the divine presence, I think, on earth. I mentioned that the Pantheon has spawned lots of, lots of buildings have been cloned from the Pantheon, both in ancient times, and I'll show you a couple of examples later in the semester, but also in more modern times. There are lots of examples. Wolsey Hall, for example, here on campus is a kind of a Pantheon. But look at the most obvious example in the United States is not only Monticello, but also Thomas Jefferson's University of Virginia. The rotunda at the University of Virginia, which you see here, is clearly based exactly on the Pantheon. Thomas Jefferson, a great fan of ancient architecture. His library, his personal library, has lots of books on Roman architecture. But I love, when you look at a view of the rotunda and the lawn at the University of Virginia. My first teaching job was at UVA. Taught there for 3 years. But when you look at this building, the lawn at UVA with the rotunda, you can't help but wonder if Thomas Jefferson didn't know that the Pantheon in Rome had that forecourt, because the rotunda faces the wrong way, faces this way. But nonetheless, he's got behind it, in his own design, this extraordinary rectangular court that does conjure up exactly what the Pantheon looked like in Rome. A few very quick Views of the Pantheon, I just hate to let it go, but just some quick views of the Pantheon. One of the best ways of seeing it, it's surrounded by not only a wonderful piazza, which is a great place to eat gelato or have a glass of wine, but you can encounter it from a number of narrow streets, and that whole element of surprise is still there. You know, you're walking along the street, and wow, all of a sudden, there it is in front of you, and you can see that very well here as you begin to get a glimpse of it. With regard to eating around the Pantheon, I recommend one of my absolute favorite restaurants in Rome, which is easy to remember because it's Fortunato al Pantheon. You see it over here with its wonderful outdoor space and its white umbrellas. Right across from the Pantheon, directly across, is a McDonald's. The Golden Arches are really very much like a Roman aqueduct, don't you think? So references, I told you there are residences everywhere of Rome. Don't eat it, you can eat a McDonald's anytime. Go to the other one, much more interesting. And it has the best, I've never had this anywhere else, it has a veal scallopini al gorgonzola, with gorgonzola. Very thin layer of gorgonzola, delicious. I also told you I was going to keep you abreast of the latest on gelato in Rome. We've talked about Tre Scalini, so I just wanted to show you Della Pana. If you're standing at the Pantheon restaurant, look to the right, you're going to see Della Palma, Palma. It's of the four best, actually, I think it's the fourth. It's not my absolute favorite, but if you like, it's a little bit more Americanized, as you can see from this selection. Notice their Mars bar, Specialità, as well as some of their other flavors. My personal favorite is Zabaione, which you see over here, but just to whet your appetite early in the morning. I want to move in the 20 minutes or so that remain. I would like to move from the Pantheon in Rome to Hadrian's home. Not his home in Rome, which, as we've mentioned, was the Palace of Domitian on the Palatine Hill, but his Rome at Tivoli, his villa at Tivoli. Tivoli, ancient Tibur, we've talked about Tivoli many times before, where the travertine quarries are located. Tivoli is about a, 40-minute drive from Rome today, kind of high-speed drive from Rome today. But in antiquity, longer, obviously, but not inaccessible from Rome. Hadrian obviously had no problems getting there in ancient Roman times. It's an extraordinary place, and Hadrian, it was a place that Hadrian used as a kind of incubator for his architectural ideas. And it's highly likely that many of the buildings that we see there were designed in part by him, especially those famous pumpkin domes, because we're going to see that a number of these buildings do indeed have pumpkin domes designed under the influence of the architecture of Rabirius. It's an amazing villa. It is the most extensive villa preserved from the Roman world and likely the most grand of all the Roman villas. And if we think back to Nero's palace in Rome, what made Nero's palace in Rome so scandalous was the fact that it was located in downtown Rome. But if you compare Nero's palace to Hadrian's villa at Tivoli, there's no comparison between the two. Hadrian's villa at Tivoli is much more extensive. It has much more extraordinary buildings from the architectural standpoint. And it was decorated even more opulently with a wide variety of sculpture, mosaics, and paintings. It was clearly an extraordinary place. And if Trajan's Forum was, in a sense, a microcosm of the extent of the empire under Trajan, I like to think of Hadrian's villa as the empire under Hadrian, the empire that he traveled around so many times. And I show you in the upper right a map of the Roman Empire. All of that orange area is the area that was under Rome's aegis at the time of Trajan and into the years of Hadrian. And if you look closely, you will see three colored lines, a yellow, a blue, and a red line. Those are Hadrian's travels around the empire, and it shows you how extensive they were. He went everywhere. Why? Because he loved to travel. He just loved to travel. But he also went in order to take a look at provincial affairs at first hand. Now, everywhere he went, either he himself paid for buildings that were erected, or more often than that, buildings were put up by local local magistrates and so on, local cities, in honor of Hadrian, in order to try to get a favor out of him or just to honor him on his visit. Some of these were rushed, put up in a rush job in order to be there when he arrived on the scene. So we see this incredible array of building activity during this period, and we will see that reflected as we make our way, beginning already next week, make our way into the provinces. We will begin to see some very interesting Hadrianic buildings in those provinces that reflect what he was doing elsewhere or in Rome. But what we see here, what we see at the villa, is fascinating because all of us were just back from break. Some of you did some traveling. We know that traveling expands all of our horizons. We go someplace experientially, we're different than we were before by what we see and what we experience. And we also, maybe not in this new economic climate, but at least in the past, we all tended to pick up souvenirs, T-shirt here and a whatever there, handbag there. And we bring those back to remind us to make us, have memories of the wonderful trip that we took. Well, Hadrian did that as well. He collected souvenirs, but because of his own wealth and because he had the imperial treasury behind him, he could collect buildings as souvenirs, essentially. So when Hadrian traveled and saw what he liked, what he did was he came back to this laboratory, this architectural laboratory that he had at Tivoli, and he either created, some of these were probably designed by him, others by his architects. He created a series of buildings that were, in a sense, souvenirs of his travels, either exact duplicates of things he saw or variations on those themes. And it makes these buildings particularly fascinating to look at. The villa of Hadrian had essentially three building phases: an early, a middle, and a late. They span the entire reign of Hadrian. This villa was clearly Hadrian's hobby as well as his home, and if he hadn't died in 138, he would have undoubtedly continued to build here. So these buildings go up throughout the course of Hadrian's reign. I show you a view from the air of the villa as it looks today. You can see that there are a series of very attractive pools of water interspersed with architecture. If we look at a plan of the villa, you will see that it is different than any other villa we've seen before, in that these buildings are actually kind of casually, almost in an ad hoc way, arranged around nature to interact with nature. We don't see the axiality and the symmetry that is so characteristic of so much of Roman architecture. They kind of meander along, as you might expect architectural experiments to meander. And it has everything there, not only pools, but a wide variety of buildings that I'm going to show you fairly fleetingly. This great island villa over here, the Piazza d'Oro, or the Golden Plaza, the two sets of baths, a large bath and a small bath. You also see a stadium here, hairpin shaped, that I'm not going to return to. The Canopus, another pool. This was so complete that it even had its own Hades, its own hell, in the villa. Everything was here. Hadrian left no stone unturned. I want to show you in fairly quick succession examples of the most interesting buildings of these tourist souvenirs that Hadrian brings back from his travels. The first I'd like to show you is the so-called Temple of Venus, which belongs to the latest building phase at the villa, 133 to 138. This is Hadrian the Philhellene once again, just as we saw him at the Temple of Venus and Roma. He goes to the Greek island of Knidos, K-N-I-D-O-S, the Greek island of Knidos, on which there was the most famous round temple of Venus, with the most famous Greek statue of Venus, a statue by the great Greek sculptor Praxiteles. Lots of people went to see it, and interestingly enough, it was this temple and the statue excavated a number of decades ago by a woman, a female archaeologist with the perfect name Iris Love, for the goddess of love. And that was really her name. Destined to go excavate the temple of the goddess of love on the Greek island of Knidos. Hadrian goes there. He's enraptured by what he sees. He builds at his villa an exact replica of this Greek round temple. You can see it's the Doric order. You can see it supports triglyphs and metopes. And then in the center, a statue of Venus, unfortunately now headless and armless. That's a cast. The original is in the museum on the site. You see it in the museum on the site over here, based on Praxiteles' earlier statue. There are lots of copies of this famous Praxitelean statue. We see another one here in the Vatican that's more complete, gives you a better sense of what it looked like. But again, here are the Doric columns and the triglyphs and metopes. So the most important point for you, an exact replica in this particular case. The most extraordinary of these sort of architectural conceits, these giant tourist souvenirs that Hadrian brings back from his travels to his villa at Tivoli, is the so-called canopus at Hadrian's villa, my personal favorite, the canopus at Hadrian's villa, which you see on your monument list, also dating to the latest period, 133 to 138 AD. It is meant to conjure up, in this case, not Greece, but Egypt, a canal, the Canopus in Egypt, that was a tributary of the Nile. And we know that you could travel from Alexandria to a small town called Canopus by means of this canal, and that is what is meant to be conjured up here. The city of Canopus had in it a temple to the Egyptian god Serapis, S-E-R-A-P-I-S, Serapis, who was the healing god. And people came from all around the world to be healed at the temple of Serapis. It was also well known as a place with a wonderful amusement park. And we think that although Hadrian seems to have gone there in part to go to the sanctuary of Serapis, he also appears to have gone there because it was also an amusement park. And this is where we get into the personal love triangle of Hadrian. Hadrian was married to a woman by the name of Sabina, a very beautiful woman, but she does look kind of dour in this portrait on the right-hand side of the screen. So perhaps we don't blame him for taking up with what must have been the most beautiful boy in all of antiquity, a youth by the name of Antinous, A-N-T-I-N-O-U-S. Antinous, whom Hadrian met on his travels in Asia Minor, smitten with the boy, and they became constant companions thereafter. But unfortunately, Antinous, while still very young, died by drowning where else but the Nile in Egypt, also on these travels. They went to Canopus together, by the way, to the amusement park. But poor Antinous died by drowning in the Nile. No one knows exactly what happened. Was it an accident? Some say that he may have given his life to save Hadrian's. We don't really know. That's never been sorted out as to exactly what happened to this wonderful and beautiful young man. But he died by drowning in the Nile, which made the Nile a particularly poignant spot for Hadrian, who appears to have recreated it here at his villa. He also went on to found, this is one of the reasons this has inspired so many Design Your Own Roman Cities project, not only the relationship between Hadrian and Antinous and this love triangle with Sabina, but also because Hadrian went around the empire and founded one Antinopolis after another. There were tons of Antinopolises all around Rome, and he put up statues of Antinous in every possible guise of every possible god, the major Roman gods and all the minor Roman gods as well. And there are lots of statues of Antinous. This is another one that was found at the villa, not at this pool, although it might have been, given that the inspiration was Egypt. This shows him in Egyptian guise with the Egyptian headdress and covering all that wonderful curly hair for which he was so well known, but nonetheless Antinous as a pharaoh from Hadrian's villa. Back to the canopus, you see the pool, you see it has columns on one side. These columns had sculpture interspersed, and here Greece comes back to the fore because many of these statues here were also based on ancient Greek prototypes, so we see this interesting eclecticism here, a pool based on Egypt with some Egyptianizing statuary, but also interspersed with Greek statues based on famous Greek prototypes. Most important to us from the architectural standpoint, the straight lintel and the arcuated lintel used here for the canopus. We saw that in second-style Roman wall painting. We're beginning to see it now in built architecture. It becomes a particular favorite of Hadrian's, and we're going to see it elsewhere in the Roman provinces under Hadrian. The influence, again, of Egypt, and also, in this case, also of Rome. Two river gods that seem to have decorated the canopus. This one leaning on a figure of a sphinx, so this is clearly the Nile River. This one leaning on the she-wolf suckling Romulus and Remus, clearly the Tiber. So once again, very eclectic sculptural program. The caryatids were there too, lining one side of the pool of the canopus. You see them over here now in the museum. Extremely well preserved, based on the original 5th century BC caryatids on the Acropolis. So Hadrian's Philhellenism coming to the fore again. You'll remember Augustus copied these same caryatids for his forum, reduced scale. Hadrian's are in full length, full scale, same scale as those in Greece. And the major difference between Hadrian's caryatids and Augustus's, like the Erechtheion, where the original Porch of the Maidens is in a public building. In the case of Hadrian, a private villa, using these caryatids at a private villa. Here you see them lining one side of the canopus, flanked on either side by satyrs, the same kinds of fellows we saw in the Dionysiac mystery paintings. And then, just so that we don't forget Egypt, this wonderful representation of a statue of a crocodile that was surely placed in the center of the pool, peeping out of the water, just so that we make sure we remember it's the Nile. And I can trace my whole professional career. I'm sitting on this crocodile because every time I'm there, including even now, I pose on that crocodile. But I do it in part because I think it's fun, but also to encourage. There are two pictures that are when they travel to Italy. One is of them sitting on the crocodile at Hadrian's Villa, and another is them on the stepping stones at Pompeii. So I hope if you do go that you will do that. My favorite one, and I can't find it, unfortunately, because this is pre-digital, was a student who sent me himself on this with his shades on, but then he had put a cigarette in the mouth of the crocodile, unlit cigarette. It was really a cool picture. I've got to find that someday. The plan of the canopus over here shows us what we've looked at. The straight and arcuated lintel here, the crocodile on this side, the caryatids on that side, and then over here at the end, the Temple of Serapis, because they were trying to recreate again this canal that led from Alexandria to Canopus, and at the end, of course, the Temple of Serapis, the healing god, that was located at Canopus. But you can see as well as I, by looking at the plan, this curved structure over here, which we'll see is made out of concrete, that this is no Egyptian building. This is a very modern Roman-looking building, and I show it to you here on the end of the canal. This is called the so-called Serapeum, or the Temple of Serapis, and you can see it has one of Hadrian's pumpkin domes. It is very likely that it was designed by Hadrian. And we see it made out of concrete. We can see it has niches. It actually served as a fountain with very deep niches from which there would have emanated a water display. And then you can see a concrete dome up above with those segmented flat and concave, alternating flat and concave segments that look like a gourd or a pumpkin dome, probably designed by Hadrian himself. Here's a closer view showing you the same. Baths, there are two baths at Hadrian's Villa. One of them, I show you only the large baths here of Hadrian's Villa, which dates to the early phase of 125 to 133. I'm not going to say too much about these. I'm not going to show you the plan, but just to make the point that the villa has not one, but 2 baths, and they are gargantuan. Look at the size of this. Look at the torus here in relationship to the so-called large baths. This is a private bathing establishment, but it shows you that Hadrian has learned well from Trajan. This is if Trajan's forum was the mother of all forums, this is the mother of all private bath buildings that we see at Hadrian's villa. And we also see the expert way in which these architects use concrete construction. It's extraordinary. Look at these vaults. Vaults that are springing, just as they did in Hadrian's market hall in the markets in Rome, springing from groin vaults that spring from a bracket rather than from a column or a pilaster. And look at the way in which they've been able to open up this wall, dematerialize the wall with very large windows. Very sophisticated use of concrete construction. Here a detail of the groin vault springing from the bracket with the stucco decoration that you can also see. Very quickly, I also want to show you the so-called Piazza d'Oro, or the Golden Plaza, which dates also to the early phase of the villa of Hadrian at Tivoli, 125 to 133. You can see just by looking at its plan that it's interesting. It was used as an audience hall when Hadrian greeted important visitors at the villa. If you look at the entrance vestibule, it's octagonal, just like the octagonal room of Rabirius, with a pumpkin vault, then a great open rectangular space, fairly traditional, surrounded by columns, and then over here, the audience hall, or aula, A-U-L-A, itself. This is an amazing structure, and what makes the aula particularly interesting and important is, like the Pantheon, it combines traditional and innovative architecture. It combines concrete construction with traditional vocabulary of Greek architecture, namely columns. There is an annular vault over here. You can see that the walls of this structure undulate, but this undulation is particularly interesting because the walls are not made out of concrete. We'll see that the walls are made out of columns. Here I show you a cutaway axonometric view of the aula, where you can see these undulating walls making a kind of cruciform shape, but you can see that they are supported by columns. So again, this fascinating bringing together of the traditional vocabulary of Greek architecture, namely columns, with a concrete pumpkin dome on top. Use of innovative, the traditional vocabulary of architecture in an innovative way. One might even call this an example of the so-called Baroque trend in Roman antiquity, which we'll be talking about increasingly, and I want you to be aware that it happens here. Just very quickly, the very sculptural vestibule entranceway, so inspired by Rabirius, of the Piazza d'Oro, showing this concrete construction with a pumpkin dome, and then a detail of some of the columns along that undulating, that curved or undulating wall that are still preserved in the aula. I want to show you also, lastly, at Hadrian's villa, the so-called Teatro Marittimo, the maritime theater, which dates to the very earliest of the phases, 118 to 128. This was the building. Hadrian started with this first because this is what he wanted most of all, which was an island villa within a villa, a place where he could really go if he wanted to be alone, even at his own villa. And one can imagine him escaping here with Antinous by his side. We see that island villa here. It's a round structure. In order to protect himself once he crossed the drawbridge, he has placed a moat around the island villa within a villa. But if you look at the plan of that island villa, you would think that Rabirius was still alive, you know, in the sense of that compass work that we saw Rabirius doing in the private wing of the Domus Augustana, playing off convex against concave. But the difference between this and what Rabirius did is this combines in this very exciting way concrete walls with and concrete domes with columns. We see that same combination here. Here's a view of what the island within the Teatro Marittimo looks like today. Here's the island surrounded by the moat, and you can see this wonderful combination of brick-faced concrete construction with columns, but if you look at the columns, you will see that they follow the curvature of the foundation of the wall. So this, again, combination of traditional and innovative architecture. Another view of the moat, of a colonnade with Ionic capitals that surrounds the whole, and then another view of the island part with this wonderful interaction of columnar and concrete architecture. Lastly, I just want to show you the tomb of Hadrian and make a very few points about it. The tomb of Hadrian, the famous mausoleum of Hadrian, better known as the Castle San Angelo in Rome, was put up at the end of Hadrian's reign between 135 and his death in 138, and consecrated by his successor Antoninus Pius. It is located in a part of Rome that we have not explored thus far because very few ancient buildings survive from that part of the city. We are looking at an excellent Google Earth view of the Tiber River. You will notice the Piazza Navona over here, the great stadium over here, and we should be able to see the Pantheon, but it may be cut off, as is in this view, as is the tomb of Augustus, which is located over here. But we can see well the Castle San Angelo of Hadrian's mausoleum, fronted by a bridge over the Tiber, and that's the Vatican City, up right above. So Hadrian chose a location across the Tiber where there were some imperial gardens for his tomb. Here you can better see, also Google Earth, a view of the Castle San Angelo as it looks today. The walls and the watchtowers were added later because this served as a fortress for the popes. In the Vatican, the popes in bad times, they had an underground passageway that they could scurry from the Vatican to this fortress where they could be protected. And that's when the watchtowers and so on were added, as you can see here. Fronted by a bridge, this is the famous Ponte San Angelo, designed by Bernini, the great 17th century architect Bernini, with a series of angels. And here, another view of the Castle San Angelo with Bernini's angels on the bridge. The most important point for us is you can see that although round tombs were no longer au courant in the 2nd century AD, they had gone out of fashion. Remember, Titus buried in his arch, Trajan buried in his column. They really weren't doing round tombs to the extent that they had been doing earlier. Hadrian chooses this. Why? Because the great mausoleum of Augustus was a round tomb. He wants to associate himself with Augustus, and he wants to create a new tomb for a succession of dynasties. Nerva was the last to be buried in the mausoleum of Augustus. Hadrian, the first in this mausoleum, which continued to be used in the 2nd century. And so it uses the mausoleum of Augustus and the Caecilia Metella tomb as models. We see in this model here of the tomb of Hadrian. It's round, made out of concrete, placed as the Caecilia Metella tomb was on a podium, a very tall podium, probably a tumulus on top, earthen tumulus like Augustus's tomb. We don't know what happened at the very apex, whether there was a statue of Hadrian or a temple-like structure, as you see here. But the most important point for us is that at the end of his life, Hadrian is continuing to connect himself to Rome's first emperor, to Augustus, both of them in perpetuity, Philhellenic emperors with Philhellenic leanings, but in the case of both of them, and particularly Hadrian, he combines it with this new concrete architecture in a very special, very distinctive way that will have a lasting impact on architecture in the Roman Empire.